Okay, without further ado, we got to get to some things today. Here we go.
This is a Fox News alert. The UN vote on a resolution to open the Strait of Hormuz has failed. The exact language of that was it strongly encourages states interested in the use of the commercial maritime routes in the Strait of Hormuz to coordinate efforts. Now, who could possibly be against this? Well, they technically had enough votes for this to pass. However, permanent members of the Security Council issued a veto, and that is enough to strike this down. I wonder who those permanent members were. China, Russia, the predictable actors in Russia speaking at this moment as they vote to down that resolution to protect the Strait of Hormuz. More on that as it develops. But we've been following this hour the story of human chains that are being formed in front of several power plants in Iran. You are looking at these images. They're jarring to look at, Lisa, because I think Emily made a very key point here. At least in one video that we've seen, we have two that we've been playing. This is entirely women. This is children. These are the most vulnerable members of Iranian society and those who are targeted most. And that is who you are circling around your plant, your women and your children.
Well, Kaylee, think about the juxtaposition between what we're seeing here and what President Trump and the United States military just did to rescue two of our military men behind enemy lines. President Trump said no man left behind. The Iranian regime, they're willing to sacrifice their own people. They're willing to put them out to slaughter. And then you look at the contrast here in the United States, the lengths that the United States military went to get our people behind, because we don't leave a man behind. We value human life, so much so that even former Obama Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson said that that mission was probably more daring and complex than the Osama bin Laden raid. So that's what we're willing to do in the United States of America. So contrast that with what these sick, evil, you know what, are willing to do. I can't say the word on national TV, but you know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. And let's be exceedingly clear. The power committing war crimes is the Iranian government, is the terrorist regime that is recruiting child soldiers as young as 12. But the great irony here is the UN takes great joy in targeting Western democracies and targeting countries like Israel while turning a blind eye all too often to regimes like this one.
Yeah, where's the UN been relative to the 30 to 40,000 Iranians killed by their own government? Where are they now as the Iranians put out human shields, which is just such a stark contrast to the mindset difference between us and them? Think about the mindset there. What they're counting on is the idea that we have a level of morality, let's call it wartime etiquette, whatever term you want to put on it, that we won't attack anything that could endanger women and children. Reverse that now. Could anybody imagine a circumstance wherein the Iranians would care about American women and children somehow or other during an act of war? When you consider what they did, for instance, to our hostages and what happened, by the way, on 7 October relative to Israel, it's very hard to imagine that that is in any way, shape, or form commensurate. But of course, that's a little bit too much for the UN to recognize. That whole thing is a complete scam. We pay for it, for them essentially to take a stick to us. I have to tell you, Donald Trump's looking at NATO. UN needs a look too, because UN has really, really, I think, outlived its usefulness.
And make no mistake, the terrorist regime wants to see civilian casualties. That is what they want.
Of course they do. So do the Democrats, so that they can go at Trump and say, look at what you did.
It is sick.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Now at noon, we are following breaking news from Ontario. An employee has been taken into custody on suspicion of starting this massive warehouse fire. Thank you for joining us on the KTLA 5 News at noon. I'm Samantha Cortez. That fire raged for several hours, tearing through the 1 million square foot building. Officials believe that was set intentionally. KTLA's Chip Yost is live in Ontario with more information. Hi, Chip.
Yeah, and this is a massive fire because the warehouse this was in was massive. We're in the car here so we can show you a live look from the roof cam. Look over here. You see firefighters still on those ladders trying to fight this fire. As we pull out here, you can just see how big of a task that is. This is a warehouse for Kimberly Clark. They are a company you might not know by name, but you definitely probably know some of their products and have used some of their products. As we tell you about that, let's take a look at some video from earlier. This was an intense fire in part because of what was inside that warehouse. Kimberly Clark owns brands like Kleenex and Scott paper towels. So this warehouse, this 1.2 million square foot warehouse was full of paper products like that. We don't know exactly what was in there, but we know Kimberly Clark owns Kleenex. They own Scott paper towels, Cottonelle toilet paper. So those kinds of products, just think how quickly they can go up, and they went up very quickly according to firefighters. They got a call here. This is on Hellman Avenue here in Ontario. They got a call here to this warehouse at around 12:30 this morning. When they got here, they initially thought it was maybe a small isolated fire and that the sprinklers would help them get it under control. They quickly realized it wasn't the case. There was fire spread out through the whole warehouse, so they had to retreat outside of the warehouse, get firefighters out of there because it was too dangerous. At the time, they thought somebody or heard somebody might be missing. There were 20 employees working at the time. They thought one might be missing. Later turns out that person wasn't missing. That person was a suspect. They believe this was a case of arson. Here is more on that.
We located the subject of interest. They were detained. They were taken into custody, and they have been interviewed by the Ontario Police Department and the Ontario Fire Department's arson investigators. That individual was, in fact, our original missing person that was originally reported by the occupants of the building.
Now, this is some of the assistance they've been getting. Look at this. This is a robotic firefighting tool from the LA City Fire Department. They've had more than 140 firefighters on this from multiple departments. LA City sent that robot firefighting device you see there over to help out. Here's more on how that thing could help.
It is a fire suppression resource that we can send into a dangerous area which is not safe to deploy a firefighter to make a better, more pinpoint attack on the seat of the fire inside of the structure, again, to where we can't place a firefighter in danger.
Now, here's another issue going on. This is a live look. Look at that plume of smoke over this fire. That smoke is going throughout the entire area. When I first got here, stopped at a shopping center a couple of miles away, and you could smell the smoke. Ashes were everywhere, and that's the case for the surrounding community. So they're obviously trying to get this fire out, or at least get the smoke out. It's contained. The fire is contained, but trying to do what they can. As we go back over here and look at some of the water being put on the fire, do what they can to get that smoke out, because it is causing some air quality issues here in the surrounding community, as you might expect. For now, reporting here in Ontario, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
It's been quite a long while since we've discussed Mars. So, here's your Mars update. And as always, let's start with the rock. An unusual rock discovered not so long ago. And so in this case, NASA discovered a unique rock now referred to as Phipsaxla. And by the way, if you're wondering, the name in this case refers to a location in Norway. Originally discovered on November of 2025. And so here this alien title refers to the fact that this is not from Mars. It's actually a meteorite. An 80 centimeter wide meteorite, or approximately 30 inches across, which looks very different from anything else in this region. And so by using the supercam in order to determine its composition, researchers discovered it's rich in iron and nickel that's extremely common in metallic cores of large asteroids, which basically confirms that this came from somewhere else in the solar system. But by itself, this is not as surprising because quite a few have been discovered in the last 5 years, accepted by other probes or in other locations. And so one puzzle here was why Perseverance has not found these meteorites sooner. We actually should have seen quite a few because the Jezero crater, where it's currently exploring, is the same age as other regions with other space rocks. And so I guess the answer is that maybe it was just not very lucky. But it finally found one, and here this is also important because one day we might have humans living on Mars. And by using these metal-rich meteorites, this can actually serve as a source of raw iron used to build various tools or shields on Mars. And so definitely a cool discovery. But I guess also let's talk about some bad news. And unfortunately here we have two. Here we have to address some unfortunate news in regards to the ongoing mission and the mission that was supposed to launch. First, NASA lost contact with the Maven orbiter. This was back in December of 2025, and in the last 4 months, so far nothing has been heard. The spacecraft abruptly went silent after passing behind the planet. And this is a significant blow because Maven was one of the primary tools for studying Martian atmosphere. And it also was used as a kind of a data relay for many different rovers on the surface. And so, for now at least, this mission seems to have been lost. But what's worse is that turns out that the Mars sample return mission has now been almost certainly cancelled. This was the mission that was supposed to bring back 33 separate samples collected by the Perseverance, which by the way it's still doing, it's actually still leaving these samples on the surface, but due to massive budget cuts and ballooning costs, now estimated at almost $11 billion, the mission has effectively been cancelled in its original form. And right now we have no idea what's going to happen to these samples. And while China is still planning a kind of a grab and go mission that's very likely going to happen in 2032, what's actually going to happen to the Perseverance samples right now is unknown. There is a very high chance they're just going to basically stay on the surface for many, many years to come. And so despite all of these cool animations NASA made over the years, unfortunately we're not getting these samples back anytime soon. Okay, let's discuss something more positive. Let's talk about some of the scientific discoveries in regards to water. And here for a very long time scientists knew that Mars once upon a time was very likely a kind of a blue planet. But some of these new findings actually show us how extremely Earth-like it potentially was. Although here we're talking about the modern Earth, not the Earth back then. And some of this comes from recently identified kaolinite, a white clay mineral discovered in Jezero crater that you can see imaged right here. And while we know that on Earth, kaolinite is only formed in environments with millions of years of extremely heavy rainfall, usually tropical rainforests. And that's because it's produced by weathering what's known as feldspar. And we actually know a lot about this particular mineral because it's used in a lot of different industries: ceramics, paper coating, pharmaceuticals, and even cosmetics. But deposits of this mineral are only located in very warm, moist climates. And so as you can imagine, finding this on Mars implies that at some point the planet was extremely humid and contained an active water cycle. Now obviously we have no idea when exactly this was because we would have to collect these samples to date them, but it had to have lasted for at least several million years. Furthermore, mapping of river deltas on Mars, and especially in the Valles Marineris Canyon, suggests that a northern ocean once existed on the surface of this planet, and it seemed to have been roughly the size of our own Arctic Ocean. In other words, based on the visual analysis of these ancient river deltas, here it only makes sense if there was a huge ocean that was actually relatively deep as well. It would be extremely difficult to explain these formations unless this was formed by relatively large rivers. But the obvious question is, okay, so where did this water go? Here we're talking about a lot of water. And here at least one study suggests that there might be a surprising culprit: regional dust storms. Now, previously, scientists actually used to think that only planet-wide storms could be powerful enough to affect the atmosphere and stuff on the surface. But here researchers found that smaller intense storms during the northern hemisphere summer can easily pick up water vapor into the upper atmosphere, where then the solar radiation breaks the water apart, creating hydrogen and oxygen. And this actually allows the hydrogen to escape into space almost 3 times faster than normal. And so with a lot of these storms happening on the surface, and because Mars doesn't have enough gravity, eventually all of this water that was evaporating, instead of producing additional rains, basically got broken apart by the solar radiation, with hydrogen and oxygen combining with something else. But at the same time, in regards to the modern situation when it comes to water, here scientists also discovered that we might have been a little bit overly optimistic, as in previous assumptions that there might be a lot of liquid water under, for example, the southern ice cap, may have been slightly incorrect. And specifically based on recent high-frequency radar scans, researchers identified that a lot of these bright reflections that at first were believed to be possibly deposits of water were most likely just smooth ground mixed with layers of dry ice and clay. In other words, it makes the presence of actual water that was previously reported years ago somewhat unlikely. Now, dry ice and clay is obviously still exciting, but not as exciting as water. But beyond water, we also had a lot of research on the potential signs of ancient life, or maybe even modern life that left these signs in a lot of different chemical elements and a lot of geological samples. And so a few months back in 2025, one team of scientists identified relatively long-chain organic molecules referred to as alkanes. This was found inside mudstone referred to as Cumberland. And here you can actually even see how the sample was retrieved. And here this refers to a chain of 10 to 12 carbon atoms that, at least on Earth, are most commonly produced by some kind of a living organism, usually as fragments of various fatty acids. And so here these saturated acyclic hydrocarbons, mostly composed of carbon and hydrogen, mostly come from various natural fossil fuels, and especially things like petroleum and natural gas. And all of this is of course formed by millions of years of decay of various prehistoric marine organic matter, with some of them even being synthesized by actual organisms even today. And what makes this particular discovery somewhat unusual is actually the concentration. Based on the amount of radiation this sample should be receiving, mostly because Mars doesn't really have a lot of atmosphere to protect itself, researchers found that the original concentration of these molecules was probably between 120 and 8,000 parts per million. And when they modeled non-biological ways to create this much organic material, none of them could explain its abundance. And so, for example, some of it could be produced by meteorite collisions, or even atmospheric haze, or like on Earth, in various deep-sea hydrothermal vents, but it would not be produced in these amounts. Here, a more likely explanation is basically some kind of an organic matter. And while this is obviously not a definitive proof for existence of life on Mars, it is, as researchers suggest, a reasonable hypothesis. And so basically here we have another unusual clue for a possible existence of life sometimes in the past. And by the way, we've actually discussed the previous clue that was from a different sample and involved a different chemical reaction in one of the videos in the description. And last but not least, we also have some really exciting discoveries about various electric effects on the surface, which actually presents us with some really unusual discoveries that scientists just did not anticipate. This of course involves the current Martian weather. And here for the first time ever, scientists detected whistlers on Mars. These are basically radio signals produced by lightning strikes on the surface. And well, you can see the data itself in this image. This essentially shows us a typical whistler that has been seen many times right here on our own planet, which of course confirms the existence of lightning on Mars. But because Mars lacks a global magnetic field, a lot of these signals seem to travel along small localized magnetic patches inside the crust. In other words, they seem to propagate in an entirely different way from how we usually detect them on Earth. But even more interestingly, Perseverance, and specifically its microphone, even recorded sounds of electric sparks, but in this case happening inside dust devils. And by the way, we're going to discuss more discoveries about dust devils in the video that's coming out really soon. But basically here, as these dust tornadoes form, the dust grains rub together and create a lot of static electricity, which then starts to create these tiny sparks. And here, this is not just some kind of a curiosity, because they seem to be powerful enough to physically trigger chemical reactions and to oxidize compounds close to them. Not to mention that they probably are also damaging to any kind of an electronic device on the surface. And so at least in this case, this might actually explain why methane, a gas that's often linked to life, seems to completely disappear from the Martian atmosphere during certain periods. And though previous studies suggested that it could be a sign of life, here a much better model suggests that it's possibly due to massive amounts of storms that then create a lot of static electricity, which basically destroys methane. Not to mention that it very likely causes a lot of additional reactions that we just do not have on Earth because we don't have these electric tornadoes and so much static electricity. Actually, the moon probably does, but definitely not planet Earth. Which also means that cats are probably going to hate living on Mars. And then we have this somewhat strange and actually really unexpected discovery when it comes to the length of the Martian day. And that's because in the last decade or so, researchers measuring the rotation of Mars noticed something super strange. Mars is spinning faster and faster every year. Not by a lot, only 70 microseconds annually, but something was shortening the Martian day. And exactly what, nobody knew. And to explain this, researchers had to rely on some of the older data from the InSight mission that stopped working a few
You
years
think
back.
it's gonna
They essentially wanted to model
split
the planet's
Vanessa?
interior, and by doing this, they discovered a massive plume of relatively buoyant, less dense rock that was stirring deep beneath the famous Tarsus volcanic region, with at least one volcano visible right here. And here, this plume is moving upwards toward the crust, shifting the mass of the planet. So, kind of like a figure skater pulling their arms inwards to spin faster. And as this lighter mass moves toward the surface, the planet's rotation accelerates. And this is actually a pretty big discovery because it suggests Mars is definitely not geologically dead, but still seems to have enough internal heat to drive motion of its mantle and to maybe even one day wake up again and produce additional massive volcanoes. And so, for all we know, one day, millions of years in the future, its climate and its surface may change again. And so, in summary, Mars still manages to surprise us pretty much every year, from ancient tropical storms to the unusual electrical sparks inside its dust devils. It remains one of the most complex worlds in the solar system. But on that note, check out the links for all of the studies I mentioned in the description below, and watch out for that next video that's going to discuss additional discoveries from 2025 and 2026. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
The room is pretty clean, but it's not 100% clean. But I will get it like that when my dog's clean. It's like, I think the room is like about 75% clean. I need to get the walls out, and I kind of put it like separate because that's the wall. Like go on. Look at this shit. Look at. And bros dangling in there in the fucking air because it's just webs. Like, this is what I mean. Like, I gotta cut down. I mean, it's just morbid. I mean, you know what I mean? So, I'm just trying to clean air, clean house. I mean, sure, I like it, but is it worth the poor air quality for the dog? No, not really. So, I mean, how long is it gonna be till October? Like, we don't need cobwebs around here 24/7, right? Like, that's what I'm getting at. Like, hello? What? Okay, well, I need a filter and I need another piece so I can get the cobwebs off the ceiling. It's a little, the edge corner piece. It'd be way easier if I had one of those first. What? The corner piece. Just give me the phone. Just give me the phone. Whenever you're done, just give me the phone. I want to see what I can do really quick. But it needs to be on your phone. Just the vacuum. Can I see? I need to see. I need to get the pieces. I need to get to see how much it is. Let me see.
The art of the deal, threatening to nuke your country back into the Stone Age, threatening to end your civilization, destroy all power plants and bridges, and open the effing straits from Donald Trump straight to the peace deal.
Well, I
is
mean,
exactly what just happened here. U.S. and Iran expected to
what
close
was it?
a peace deal tonight, Junior. Senior Iranian official told me the proposal that was floated for a temporary ceasefire is effectively agreed to and signed. The U.S.-Iran peace deal expected to be reached tonight, according to CNN reporting and according to now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, posting this on his X account, Donald Trump's Truth Social. Let's go ahead and read, shall we? Based on the conversation with Prime Minister of Pakistan and Field Marshal of Pakistan, wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight into Iran, subject to the Republic of Iran agreeing to a complete and immediate safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I agreed to suspend the bombings and the attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we will have already met and exceeded all military objectives, very far along a definitive agreement concerning a long-time peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran, and I believe this is a workable basis for which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points in the past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but the 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. Oh no. How's Trump going to consummate this? Oh my goodness. On behalf of the United States of America, United and representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have a long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald Trump has posted this. There it is, live on Truth Social. Oh baby, here we go. The Pakistani Prime Minister, who's been doing this, I think getting his orders from the U.S. because he included draft Pakistan PM message on X. Okay. Well, the B-52s are turning back. We can proudly report to you that the bombers are, well, turning around. Long your longs, right? Very, very big deal. Here, 6:07 at the White House has declared a lid, meaning no further media events. And the press corps left a little bit later. The Marine sentries at the West Wing are still on duty, meaning that Donald Trump is inside of the Oval Office. No doubt he will be there all night. Pakistani Prime Minister reached out to American counterparts' 2-week extension of the ceasefire to stop the end of civilization in Iran. I earnestly request President Trump extend the deadlines for 2 weeks.
That's
Pakistan,
okay, babe. We
in
can't
all
do that
sincerity,
to
request the
ourselves.
Iranian brothers to open the Strait of Hormuz corresponding period for 2 weeks for good
Trust
gesture.
me, I know what you're
Will
doing. I do it
urge
often,
the
but it's not
warring
good for you.
parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks for diplomacy. This is the post. It was edited, which I find really funny. The edit history includes draft Pakistani Prime Minister message on X, which means it was written by Americans, right? Pakistani Prime Minister asking President Trump to extend a deadline.
Vote on a resolution to open the Strait of Hormuz has failed. The exact language of that was it strongly encourages states interested in the use of the commercial maritime routes in the Strait of Hormuz to coordinate efforts. Now, who could possibly be against this? Well, they technically had enough votes for this to pass. However, 2 permanent members of the Security Council issued a veto, and that is enough to strike this down. I wonder who those permanent members were. China, Russia, the predictable actors in Russia speaking at this moment as they vote to down that resolution to protect the Strait of Hormuz. More on that as it develops. But we've been following this hour the story of human chains that are being formed in front of several power plants in Iran. You are looking at these images. They're jarring to look at, Lisa, because I think Emily made a very key point here. At least in one video that we've seen, we have 2 that we've been playing. This is entirely women. This is children. These are the most vulnerable members of Iranian society and those who are targeted most. And that is who you are circling around your plant, your women and your children.
Well, Kaylee, think about the juxtaposition between what we're seeing here and what President Trump and the United States military just did to rescue 2 of our military men behind enemy lines. President Trump said no man left behind. The Iranian regime, they're willing to sacrifice their own people. They're willing to put them out to slaughter. And then you look at the contrast here in the United States, the lengths that the United States military went to get our people behind, because we don't leave a man behind. We value human life, so much so that even former Obama Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson said that that mission was probably more daring and complex than the Osama bin Laden raid. So that's what we're willing to do in the United States of America. So contrast that with what these sick, evil, you know what, are willing to do. I can't say the word on national TV, but you know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. And let's be exceedingly clear. The power committing war crimes is the Iranian government, is the terrorist regime that is recruiting child soldiers as young as 12. But the great irony here is the UN takes great joy in targeting Western democracies and targeting countries like Israel while turning a blind eye all too often to regimes like this one.
Yeah, where's the UN been relative to the 30,000 to 40,000 Iranians killed by their own government? Where are they now as the Iranians put out human shields, which is just such a stark contrast to the mindset difference between us and them? Think about the mindset there. What they're counting on is the idea that we have a level of morality, let's call it wartime etiquette, whatever term you want to put on it, that we won't attack anything that could endanger women and children. Reverse that now. Could anybody imagine a circumstance wherein the Iranians would care about American women and children somehow or other during an act of war? When you consider what they did, for instance, to our hostages and what happened, by the way, on 7 October relative to Israel, it's very hard to imagine that that is in any way, shape, or form commensurate. But of course, that's a little bit too much for the UN to recognize. That whole thing is a complete scam. We pay for it, for them essentially to take a stick to us. I have to tell you, Donald Trump's looking at NATO. UN needs a look too, because UN has really, really, I think, outlived its usefulness.
And make no mistake, the terrorist regime wants to see civilian casualties. That is what they want.
Of course they do. So do the Democrats, so that they can go at Trump and say, look at what you did.
It is sick.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Now at noon, we are following breaking news from Ontario. An employee has been taken into custody on suspicion of starting this massive warehouse fire. Thank you for joining us on the KTLA 5 News at noon. I'm Samantha Cortese. That fire raged for several hours, tearing through the 1 million square foot building. Officials believe that was set intentionally. KTLA's Chip Yost is live in Ontario with more information. Hi, Chip.
Yeah, this is a massive fire because the warehouse this was in was massive. We're in the car here so we can show you a live look from the roof cam. Look over here. You see firefighters still on those ladders trying to fight this fire. As we pull out here, you can just see how big of a task that is. This is a warehouse for Kimberly-Clark. They are a company you might not know by name, but you definitely probably know some of their products and have used some of their products. As we tell you about that, let's take a look at some video from earlier. This was an intense fire in part because of what was inside that warehouse. Kimberly-Clark owns brands like Kleenex and Scott paper towels. So this warehouse, this 1.2 million square foot warehouse was full of paper products like that. We don't know exactly what was in there, but we know Kimberly-Clark owns Kleenex. They own Scott paper towels, Cottonelle toilet paper. So those kinds of products, just think how quickly they can go up, and they went up very quickly according to firefighters. They got a call here. This is on Hellman Avenue here in Ontario. They got a call here to this warehouse at around 12:30 this morning. When they got here, they initially thought it was maybe a small isolated fire and that the sprinklers would help them get it under control. They quickly realized it wasn't the case. There was fire spread out through the whole warehouse, so they had to retreat outside of the warehouse, get firefighters out of there because it was too dangerous. At the time, they thought somebody or heard somebody might be missing. There were 20 employees working at the time. They thought one might be missing. Later turns out that person wasn't missing. That person was a suspect. They believe this was a case of arson. Here is more on that.
Anyway, I was wondering, like, how much would another hose be?
Located the subject of interest. They were detained. They were taken into custody, and they have been interviewed by the Ontario Police Department and the Ontario Fire Department's arson investigators. That individual was, in fact, our original missing person that was originally reported by the occupants of the building.
So it's like,
now this is some of the assistance they've been getting. Look at this. This is a robotic firefighting tool from the LA City Fire Department. They've had more than 140 firefighters on this from multiple departments. LA City sent that robot firefighting device you see there over to help out. Here's more on how that thing could help.
That way when we're doing the cars or something.
It is a fire suppression resource that we can send into a dangerous area where it is not safe to deploy a firefighter to make a better, more pinpoint attack on the seat of the fire inside of the structure, again, to where we can't place a firefighter in danger.
Like I wouldn't need to bring it inside.
Now here's another issue going on. This is a live look. Look at that plume of smoke over this fire. That smoke is going throughout the entire area. When I first got here, stopped at a shopping center a couple of miles away, and you could smell the smoke. Ashes were everywhere, and that's the case for the surrounding community. So they're obviously trying to get this fire out, or at least get the smoke out. It's contained. The fire is contained, but trying to do what they can. As we go back over here and look at some of the water being put on the fire, do what they can to get that smoke out, because it is causing some air quality issues here in the surrounding community, as you might expect. For now, reporting here in Ontario, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
That way, my work on that.
It's been quite a long while since we've discussed Mars. So, here's your Mars update. And as always, let's start with the rock, an unusual rock discovered not so long ago. And so in this case, NASA discovered a unique rock now referred to as Phipsaksoa. And by the way, if you're wondering, the name in this case refers to a location in Norway, originally discovered on November of 2025. And so here this alien title refers to the fact that this is not from Mars. It's actually a meteorite, an 80 centimeter wide meteorite, or approximately 30 inches across, which looks very different from anything else in this region. And so by using the supercam in order to determine its composition, researchers discovered it's rich in iron and nickel that's extremely common in metallic cores of large asteroids, which basically confirms that this came from somewhere else in the solar system. But by itself, this is not as surprising because quite a few have been discovered in the last 5 years, except that by other pros or in other locations. And so one puzzle here was why Perseverance has not found these meteorites sooner. We actually should have seen quite a few because the Jezero crater, where it's currently exploring, is the same age as other regions with other space rocks. And so I guess the answer is that maybe it was just not very lucky. But it finally found one, and here this is also important because one day we might have humans living on Mars. And by using these metal-rich meteorites, this can actually serve as a source of raw iron used to build various tools or shields on Mars. And so definitely a cool discovery. But I guess also let's talk about some bad news. And unfortunately here we have two. Here we have to address some unfortunate news in regards to the ongoing mission and the mission that was supposed to launch. First, NASA lost contact with the Maven orbiter. This was back in December of 2025, and in the last 4 months, so far nothing has been heard. The spacecraft abruptly went silent after passing behind the planet. And this is a significant blow because Maven was one of the primary tools for studying Martian atmosphere. And it also was used as a kind of a data relay for many different rovers on the surface. And so, for now at least, this mission seems to have been lost. But what's worse is that turns out that the Mars sample return mission has now been almost certainly cancelled. This was the mission that was supposed to bring back 33 separate samples collected by the Perseverance, which by the way it's still doing, it's actually still leaving these samples on the surface, but due to massive budget cuts and ballooning costs, now estimated at almost $11 billion, the mission has effectively been cancelled in its original form. And right now we have no idea what's going to happen to these samples. And while China is still planning a kind of a grab-and-go mission that's very likely going to happen in 2032, what's actually going to happen to the Perseverance samples right now is unknown. There is a very high chance they're just going to basically stay on the surface for many years to come. And so despite all of these cool animations NASA made over the years, unfortunately we're not getting these samples back anytime soon. Okay, let's discuss something more positive. Let's talk about some of the scientific discoveries in regards to water. And here for a very long time scientists knew that Mars once upon a time was very likely a kind of a blue planet. But some of these new findings actually show us how extremely Earth-like it potentially was. Although here we're talking about the modern Earth, not the Earth back then. And some of this comes from recently identified kaolinite, a white clay mineral discovered in Jezero crater that you can see imaged right here. And while we know that on Earth, kaolinite is only formed in environments with millions of years of extremely heavy rainfall, usually tropical rainforests. And that's because it's produced by weathering what's known as feldspar. And we actually know a lot about this particular mineral because it's used in a lot of different industries: ceramics, paper coating, pharmaceuticals, and even cosmetics. But deposits of this mineral are only located in very warm, moist climates. And so as you can imagine, finding this on Mars implies that at some point the planet was extremely humid and contained an active water cycle. Now obviously we have no idea when exactly this was because we would have to collect these samples to date them, but it had to have lasted for at least several million years. Furthermore, mapping of river deltas on Mars, and especially in the Valles Marineris Canyon, suggests that a northern ocean once existed on the surface of this planet, and it seemed to have been roughly the size of our own Arctic Ocean. In other words, based on the visual analysis of these ancient river deltas, here it only makes sense if there was a huge ocean that was actually relatively deep as well. It would be extremely difficult to explain these formations unless this was formed by relatively large rivers. But the obvious question is, okay, so where did this water go? Here we're talking about a lot of water. And here at least one study suggests that there might be a surprising culprit: regional dust storms. Now, previously, scientists actually used to think that only planet-wide storms could be powerful enough to affect the atmosphere and stuff on the surface. But here researchers found that smaller intense storms during the northern hemisphere summer can easily pick up water vapor into the upper atmosphere, where then the solar radiation breaks the water apart, creating hydrogen and oxygen. And this actually allows the hydrogen to escape into space almost 3 times faster than normal. And so with a lot of these storms happening on the surface, and because Mars doesn't have enough gravity, eventually all of this water that was evaporating, instead of producing additional rains, basically got broken apart by the solar radiation, with hydrogen and oxygen combining with something else. But at the same time, in regards to the modern situation when it comes to water, here scientists also discovered that we might have been a little bit overly optimistic. A lot of liquid water under, for example, the southern ice cap may have been slightly incorrect. And specifically based on recent high-frequency radar scans, researchers identified that a lot of these bright reflections that at first were believed to be possibly deposits of water were most likely just smooth ground mixed with layers of dry ice and clay. In other words, it makes the presence of actual water that was previously reported years ago somewhat unlikely. Now, dry ice and clay is obviously still exciting, but not as exciting as water. But beyond water, we also had a lot of research on the potential signs of ancient life, or maybe even modern life that left these signs in a lot of different chemical elements and a lot of geological samples. And so a few months back in 2025, one team of scientists identified relatively long-chain organic molecules referred to as alkanes. This was found inside mudstone referred to as Cumberland. And here you can actually even see how the sample was retrieved. And here this refers to a chain of 10 to 12 carbon atoms that, at least on Earth, are most commonly produced by some kind of a living organism, usually as fragments of various fatty acids. And so here these saturated acyclic hydrocarbons, mostly composed of carbon and hydrogen, mostly come from various natural fossil fuels, and especially things like petroleum and natural gas. And all of this is of course formed by millions of years of decay of various prehistoric marine organic matter, with some of them even being synthesized by actual organisms even today. And what makes this particular discovery somewhat unusual is actually the concentration. Based on the amount of radiation this sample should be receiving, mostly because Mars doesn't really have a lot of atmosphere to protect itself, researchers found that the original concentration of these molecules was probably between 120 and 8,000 parts per million. And when they modeled non-biological ways to create this much organic material, none of them could explain its abundance. And so, for example, some of it could be produced by meteorite collisions, or even atmospheric haze, or like on Earth, in various deep-sea hydrothermal vents, but it would not be produced in these amounts. Here, a more likely explanation is basically some kind of an organic matter. And while this is obviously not a definitive proof for existence of life on Mars, it is, as researchers suggest, a reasonable hypothesis. And so basically here we have another unusual clue for a possible existence of life sometimes in the past. And by the way, we'll actually discuss the previous clue that was from a different sample and involved a different chemical reaction in one of the videos in the description. And last but not least, we also have some really exciting discoveries about various electric effects on the surface, which actually presents us with some really unusual discoveries that scientists just did not anticipate. This of course involves the current Martian weather. And here, for the first time ever, scientists detected whistlers on Mars. These are basically radio signals produced by lightning strikes on the surface. And well, you can see the data itself in this image. This essentially shows us a typical whistler that has been seen many times right here on our own planet, which of course confirms the existence of lightning on Mars. But because Mars lacks a global magnetic field, a lot of these signals seem to travel along small localized magnetic patches inside the crust. In other words, they seem to propagate in an entirely different way from how we usually detect them on Earth. But even more interestingly, Perseverance, and specifically its microphone, even recorded sounds of electric sparks, but in this case happening inside dust devils. And by the way, we're going to discuss more discoveries about dust devils in a video that's coming out really soon. But basically here, as these dust tornadoes form, the dust grains rub together and create a lot of static electricity, which then starts to create these tiny sparks. And here, this is not just some kind of a curiosity, because they seem to be powerful enough to physically trigger chemical reactions and to oxidize compounds close to them. Not to mention that they probably are also damaging to any kind of an electronic device on the surface. And so, at least in this case, this might actually explain why methane, a gas that's often linked to life, seems to completely disappear from the Martian atmosphere during certain periods. And though previous studies suggested that it could be a sign of life, here a much better model suggests that it's possibly due to massive amounts of storms that then create a lot of static electricity, which basically destroys methane. Not to mention that it very likely causes a lot of additional reactions that we just do not have on Earth because we don't have these electric tornadoes and so much static electricity. Actually, the moon probably does, but definitely not planet Earth. Which also means that cats are probably going to hate living on Mars. And then we have this somewhat strange and actually really unexpected discovery when it comes to the length of the Martian day. And that's because in the last decade or so, researchers measuring the rotation of Mars noticed something super strange. Mars is spinning faster and faster every year. Not by a lot, only 70 microseconds annually, but something was shortening the Martian day, and exactly what, nobody knew. And to explain this, researchers had to rely on some of the older data from the InSight mission that stopped working a few years back. They essentially wanted to model the planet's interior. And by doing this, they discovered a massive plume of relatively buoyant, less dense rock that was stirring deep beneath the famous Tarsus volcanic region, with at least one volcano visible right here. And here this plume is moving upwards toward the crust, shifting the mass of the planet. So kind of like a figure skater pulling their arms inwards to spin faster. And as this lighter mass moves toward the surface, the planet's rotation accelerates. And this is actually a pretty big discovery because it suggests Mars is definitely not geologically dead, but still seems to have enough internal heat to drive motion of its mantle and to maybe even one day wake up again and produce additional massive volcanoes. And so for all we know, one day, millions of years in the future, its climate and its surface may change again. And so in summary, Mars still manages to surprise us pretty much every year. From ancient tropical storms to the unusual electrical sparks inside its dust devils, it remains one of the most complex worlds in the solar system. But on that note, check out the links for all of the studies I mentioned in the description below, and watch out for that next video that's going to discuss additional discoveries from 2025 and 2026. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
I guess they piled.
The art of the deal, threatening to nuke your country back into the Stone Age, threatening to end your civilization, destroy all power plants and bridges, and open the effing straits from Donald Trump straight to the peace deal is exactly what just happened here. U.S. and Iran expected to close a peace deal tonight, Junior. Senior Iranian official told me the proposal that was floated for a temporary ceasefire is effectively agreed to and signed. A U.S.-Iran peace deal expected to be reached tonight, according to CNN reporting and according to now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, posting this on his X account, Donald Trump's Truth Social. Let's go ahead and read, shall we? Based on the conversation with Prime Minister of Pakistan and Field Marshal of Pakistan, wherein they requested that I hold off a destructive force being sent tonight into Iran, subject to the Republic of Iran agreeing to a complete and immediate safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I agreed to suspend the bombings and the attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we will have already met and exceeded all military objectives, very far along a definitive agreement concerning a long-time peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We've received a 10-point proposal from Iran, and I believe this is a workable basis for which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points in the past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but the 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. Oh no. How's Trump going to consummate this? Oh my goodness. On behalf of the United States of America, United and representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have a long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald Trump has posted this. There it is, live on Truth Social. Oh baby, here we go. The Pakistan's Pakistani Prime Minister, who has been doing this, I think getting his orders from the U.S. because he included draft Pakistan PM message on X. Okay. Well, the B-52s are turning back. We can proudly report to you that the bombers are, well, turning around along your longs, right? Very, very big deal. Here, 6:07 at the White House has declared a lid, meaning no further media events. And the press corps left a little bit later. The Marine sentries at the West Wing are still on duty, meaning that Donald Trump is inside of the Oval Office. No doubt he will be there all night. Pakistani Prime Minister reached out to American counterparts 2-week extension of the ceasefire to stop the end of civilization in Iran. I earnestly request President Trump extend the deadlines for 2 weeks. Pakistan, in all sincerity, requests the Iranian brothers to open the Strait of Hormuz, corresponding period for 2 weeks for good gesture. Will urge the warring parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks for diplomacy. This is the post. It was edited, which I find really funny. The edit history includes draft Pakistani Prime Minister message on X, which means it was written by Americans, right?
You got guests tomorrow.
Pakistani Prime Minister
And,
asking
it took so
President
long
Trump
clean
to
both of
extend
the
the
vacuums.
deadline
They're
in
broken,
Iran
basically. But I
by
cleaned them.
2 weeks.
And now I will be
and
back.
it's happened.
Sorry, I'm
ladies and
not
gentlemen.
checking any
Just
chats.
had a short
I'm
call
not
with
checking
President of the
anything.
United
I'm being
States.
very, very poor
He
streamer
declined
right
to say
now,
how
but at
he's
least
feeling
you
about
get to see some news.
negotiations, but he says, I can
And
tell you now they are
you guys
heated
got an
negotiations.
opportunity to get your ammo
He
over here
declined to
from
weigh in
my
on
ammo
Pakistan's
vendor
2-week
if you're on
deadline
Xbox
extension
One.
request, saying
For Fallout
he's about to be
76.
briefed
So thank you
fully on it,
guys
but he
for
says, I
bearing
can
with
tell
me,
you this.
and I'll try to get back to you as soon as I can.
He's a
Thanks.
highly respected man about the negotiator. The president has been made aware of the proposal, and the response will come soon, says Caroline Levitt. There was a couple of airstrikes already in Iran. This is an aluminum company going up in smoke. Tick tock, tick tock. Obviously, we are just 1 hour right now at time of recording away from the actual deadline for the oblivion of all of civilization in Iran. But here we have peace in the Middle East. Here is the deal effectively to be closed. Breaking, a deal is expected to be closed between the U.S. and Iran tonight. Here's what the details included for the deal. A regional source has informed CNN. Good news expected on both sides. Discussions are being steered by the Pakistani Prime Minister. The White House said that Trump has been made aware of Pakistan's proposal. In response will come oil prices are falling. On the news, the U.S. stock market futures are now green. We expect to receive more details shortly. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Here are the further details. Look at this. U.S. oil prices extend losses. They're now down below $100 a barrel. They're down 20% in 8 hours. 20% drop. Goodness gracious. Okay. And look at this. Bitcoin now surging, Bitcoin flying. Look at that red candle straight into the center of the earth. Crazy. So here we go. Here are some of what will happen inside of this 2-week ceasefire deal. The 2-week pause is subject to Iran agreeing to complete an immediate safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump describes this as a double-sided ceasefire. Trump says the U.S. has already met and exceeded all expectations, and the U.S. and Iran are far along definitive agreement of long-term peace. Trump says Iran's 10-point proposal is a workable basis. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we will have our agreement tonight, and we won't have the end of civilization. It looks like Israel intensifying attacks in an event of a temporary pause. Oh no. Will Israel ruin this for all of us? Again, there has been a massive air bridge that's been happening across and over into Iran. We are happy to see some of these planes have turned around. And more importantly, we're happy to see, hopefully, that a lot of these a lot of the American forces will hopefully be out of harm's way very, very soon. So the U.S. and Iran have agreed to the 2-week ceasefire. Trump has agreed to suspend all bombing for 2 weeks of Iran, and Trump has now announced the ceasefire. President Trump makes the announcement on Iran. There we go, up on the White House stationery as well. Whew. The president threatened the regime. They got the message, and they begged for the ceasefire. Well, I mean, it's hard to. I mean, listen, it hasn't been the easiest ride, but I can tell you that, like, I think in the end here, isn't Trump getting what he wants? He's getting oil flowing through the Straits of Hormuz again. Iran's lost all of their ability to make war or make anything really. They've kind of like bent to Trump's will. Trump gets peace in the Middle East. I mean, presumably, hopefully for the long term, maybe the short term, I don't know. And then Trump gets to claim, I mean, most likely what will end up happening is Iran will start looking to the United States of America for help and assistance in, their economy and things. Maybe they'll, maybe this will just open up control of the world's oil for America. This is sort of seems to be the point, is controlling the world. And well, to do that, you need to control the world's energy. And to do that, you need to control the world's oil. I just didn't want America to be bogged down inside of like the Middle East. I just didn't want America to be bogged down inside the death of civilizations, which is to be in the Middle East, stuck in the Middle East in a forever war. And as this thing began to careen, sort of semi out of control, that's what was the biggest fear. And here we are. So who can argue? I don't know. Who can argue? This is my entire timeline. The ceasefire has been confirmed. And now look at this. The futures are skyrocketing. Oil benchmark plunges 20%. 20%. Incredible. Ceasefire. And there it is. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, all good news. Good news. Good news. That's why you tune into this channel. It's your boy Betty. Here at the end of the world as we know it. See ya. And I feel fine.
We're just getting some breaking news here about the war. The president has just issued a truth social from the White House saying this: based on conversations with Prime Minister Sharif and Field Marshal Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Again, just seconds ago, before the deadline for attacks on Iran tonight, and it seems like a deal is in the making. There had been talk long about maybe this was happening. How do you see this, and how does it play politically here at home?
Well, I think the president had to do it if he could get terms that include an unconditional opening of the strait, which
because
it sounds
the markets
like he's gotten.
had to look at that and say
He has to do it because, look, people are, in my latest poll, 51% support the war. 54% said it was justified, but 57% said should take it. So I think it's a risky 2-week period because it enables them to regroup. But on the other hand, the president, if he thinks he has a real opportunity to come out with a negotiated victory, then I think he had to do it.
A lot of people got, really energized about some of the things he posted about, annihilation, civilization. But now he's coming with this deal, Kellyanne. How do you see this big
it's
picture?
It's the 11th straight year of them in high dudgeon about everything he writes and says. He said he doesn't care about his critics, but he does care about getting peace and a just cause here. He does care about oil flowing again. If he gets a deal, the ultimate deal maker, part of how he wins these elections, Brett, then that will matter to people. There's one group that they're called Europe and NATO. It's really fascinating what's happened there in a short amount of time. You even have Vladimir Zelensky running around in these Gulf state countries saying, I'm not getting weapons, I'm giving them to you and giving you our intelligence from the last couple of years in this war with Russia. It's really fascinating what's happened there in short order. NATO's coming to the White House tomorrow. I think Mark Rutte, the Secretary General himself, has forged a good relationship with Trump, but the NATO countries have not, and he's not even mentioning them as part of this deal. This is all about the countries around Iran. Look, this is what we expect from presidents. You're not going to get a good deal unless you pressure, and they think that you're serious. And the same country that sent 155 aircraft in to rescue one of our airmen, if not two, just this past weekend, is a country that is going to do what it takes to keep everyone safe and to push back on the largest state sponsor of terror, but also to tell the people who are relying on the Strait of Hormuz, like Europe, for its energy. We need you to help as well.
We just did this. We're just getting some breaking news here about the war.
It's been quite a long while since we've discussed Mars, so here's your Mars update. And as always, let's start with the rock, an unusual rock discovered not so long ago. And so in this case, NASA discovered a unique rock now referred to as Fypsaksla. And by the way, if you're wondering, the name in this case refers to a location in Norway. Originally discovered on November of 2025. And so here this alien title refers to the fact that this is not from Mars. It's actually a meteorite. An 80 centimeter wide meteorite, or approximately 30 inches across, which looks very different from anything else in this region. And so by using the SuperCam in order to determine its composition, researchers discovered have these electric tornadoes and so much static electricity. Actually, the moon probably does, but definitely not planet Earth. Which also means that cats are probably going to hate living on Mars. And then we have this somewhat strange and actually really unexpected discovery when it comes to the length of the Martian day. And that's because in the last decade or so, researchers measuring the rotation of Mars noticed something super strange. Mars is spinning faster and faster every year. Not by a lot, only 70 microseconds annually, but something was shortening the Martian day, and exactly what, nobody knew. And to explain this, researchers had to rely on some of the older data from the InSight mission that stopped working a few years back. They essentially wanted to model the planet's interior. And by doing this, they discovered a massive plume of relatively buoyant, less dense rock that was stirring deep beneath the famous Tarsus volcanic region, with at least one volcano visible right here. And here this plume is moving upwards toward the crust, shifting the mass of the planet. So kind of like a figure skater pulling their arms inwards to spin faster. And as this lighter mass moves toward the surface, the planet's rotation accelerates. And this is actually a pretty big discovery because it suggests Mars is definitely not geologically dead, but still seems to have enough internal heat to drive motion of its mantle and to maybe even one day wake up again and produce additional massive volcanoes. And so for all we know, one day, millions of years in the future, its climate and its surface may change again. And so in summary, Mars still manages to surprise us pretty much every year. From ancient tropical storms to the unusual electrical sparks inside its dust devils, it remains one of the most complex worlds in the solar system. But on that note, check out the links for all of the studies I mentioned in the description below, and watch out for that next video that's going to discuss additional discoveries from 2025 and 2026. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
The art of the deal, threatening to nuke your country back into the Stone Age, threatening to end your civilization, destroy all power plants and bridges, and open the effing straits from Donald Trump straight to the peace deal is exactly what just happened here. U.S. and Iran expected to close a peace deal tonight, Junior. Senior Iranian official told me the proposal that was floated for a temporary ceasefire is effectively agreed to and signed. A U.S.-Iran peace deal expected to be reached tonight, according to CNN reporting and according to now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, posting this on his X account, Donald Trump's Truth Social. Let's go ahead and read, shall we? Based on the conversation with Prime Minister of Pakistan and Field Marshal of Pakistan, wherein they requested that I hold off a destructive force being sent tonight into Iran, subject to the Republic of Iran agreeing to a complete and immediate safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I agreed to suspend the bombings and the attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we will have already met and exceeded all military objectives, very far along a definitive agreement concerning a long-time peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We've received a 10-point proposal from Iran, and I believe this is a workable basis for which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points in the past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but the 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. Oh no. How's Trump going to consummate this? Oh my goodness. On behalf of the United States of America, United and representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have a long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald Trump has posted this. There it is. Live on Truth Social. Oh, baby. Here we go. The Pakistani Prime Minister, who's been doing this, I think getting his orders from the U.S. because he included draft Pakistan PM message on X. Okay. Well, the B-52s are turning back. We can proudly report to you that the bombers are, turning around. Long your longs, right? Very, very big deal. Here, 6:07 at the White House has declared a lid, meaning no further media events. And the press corps left a little bit later. The Marine sentries at the West Wing are still on duty, meaning that Donald Trump is inside of the Oval Office. No doubt he will be there all night. Pakistani Prime Minister reached out to American counterparts 2-week extension of the ceasefire to stop the end of civilization in Iran. I earnestly request President Trump extend the deadlines for 2 weeks. Pakistan, in all sincerity, requests the Iranian brothers to open the Strait of Hormuz, corresponding period for 2 weeks for good gesture. Will urge the warring parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks. for diplomacy. This is the Post. It was edited, which I find really funny. The edit history includes draft Pakistani Prime Minister message on X, which means it was written by Americans, right? Pakistani Prime Minister asking President Trump to extend a deadline in Iran by 2 weeks. And it's happened, ladies and gentlemen. Just had a short call with President of the United States. He declined to say how he was feeling about negotiations, but he says, I can tell you now they are heated negotiations. He declined to weigh in on Pakistan's 2-week deadline extension request, saying he's about to be briefed fully on it. But he says, I can tell you this. He's a highly respected man about the negotiator. The president has been made aware of the proposal, and the response will come soon, says Caroline Levitt. There was a couple of airstrikes already in Iran. This is an aluminum company going up in smoke. Tick tock, tick tock. Obviously, we are just 1 hour right now at time of recording away from the actual deadline for the oblivion of all of civilization in Iran. But here we have peace in the Middle East. Here is the deal effectively to be closed. Breaking, a deal is expected to be closed between the U.S. and Iran tonight. Here's what the details included for the deal. A regional source has informed CNN, good news expected on both sides. Discussions are being steered by the Pakistani Prime Minister. The White House said that Trump has been made aware of Pakistan's proposal. In response will come oil prices are falling. On the news, the U.S. stock market futures are now green. We expect to receive more details shortly. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Here are the further details. Look at this. U.S. oil prices extend losses. They're now down below $100 a barrel. They're down 20% in 8 hours. 20% drop. Goodness gracious. Okay. And look at this. Bitcoin now surging, Bitcoin flying. Look at that red candle straight into the center of the earth. Crazy. So here we go. Here are some of what will happen inside of this 2-week ceasefire deal. The 2-week pause is subject to Iran agreeing to complete an immediate safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump describes this as a double-sided ceasefire. Trump says the U.S. has already met and exceeded all expectations, and the U.S. and Iran are far along definitive agreement of long-term peace. Trump says Iran's 10-point proposal is a workable basis. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we will have our agreement tonight, and we won't have the end of civilization. It looks like Israel intensifying attacks in an event of a temporary pause. Oh no. Will Israel ruin this for all of us? Again, there has been a massive air bridge that's been happening across and over into Iran. We are happy to see some of these planes have turned around. And more importantly, we're happy to see, hopefully, that a lot of the American forces will hopefully be out of harm's way very, very soon. So the U.S. and Iran have agreed to the 2-week ceasefire. Trump has agreed to suspend all bombing for 2 weeks of Iran, and Trump has now announced the ceasefire. President Trump makes the announcement on Iran. There we go, up on the White House stationery as well. Whew. The president threatened the regime. They got the message, and they begged for the ceasefire. Well, I mean, it's hard to. I mean, listen, it hasn't been the easiest ride, but I can tell you that, like, I think in the end here, isn't Trump getting what he wants? He's getting oil flowing through the Straits of Hormuz again. Iran's lost all of their ability to make war or make anything really. They've kind of like bent to Trump's will. Trump gets peace in the Middle East. I mean, presumably, hopefully for the long term, maybe the short term, I don't know. And then Trump gets to claim, I mean, most likely what will end up happening is Iran will start looking to the United States of America for help and assistance in, their economy and things. Maybe they'll, maybe this will just open up control of the world's oil for America. This is sort of seems to be the point, is controlling the world. And Well, to do that, you need to control the world's energy. And to do that, you need to control the world's oil. I just didn't want America to be bogged down inside of like the Middle East. I just didn't want America to be bogged down inside the death of civilizations, which is to be in the Middle East, stuck in the Middle East in a forever war. And as this thing began to careen, sort of semi out of control, that's what was the biggest fear. And here we are. So who can argue? I don't know. Who can argue? This is my entire timeline. The ceasefire has been confirmed. And now look at this. The futures are skyrocketing. Oil benchmark plunges 20%. 20%. Incredible. Ceasefire. And there it is. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, all good news. Good news. Good news. That's why you tune into this channel. It's your boy Betty. Here at the end of the world as we know it. See ya. And I feel well.
We're just getting some breaking news here about the war. The president has just issued a truth social from the White House saying this: based on conversations with Prime Minister Sharif and Field Marshal Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Again, just seconds ago, before the deadline for attacks on Iran tonight, and it seems like a deal is in the making. There had been talk, Mark, all day long about maybe this was happening. How do you see this, and how does it play politically here at home?
Well, I think the president had to do it if he could get terms that include an unconditional opening of the strait, which
because
it sounds
the
like he's
markets
gotten.
had to look at that and say.
He has to do it because, look, people are, in my latest poll, 51% support the war, 54% said it was justified, but 57% said if he could get a good deal, he should take it. So I think it's a risky 2-week period because it enables them to regroup. But on the other hand, the president, if he thinks he has a real opportunity to come out with a negotiated victory, then I think he had to do it.
A lot of people got, really energized about some of the things he posted about, annihilation, civilization. But now he's coming with this deal, Kellyanne. How do you see this big picture?
It's the 11th straight year of them in high dudgeon about everything he writes and says. He said he doesn't care about his critics, but he does care about getting peace and a just cause here. He does care about oil flowing again. If he gets a deal, the ultimate deal maker, part of how he wins these elections, Brett, then that will matter to people. There's one group that he's not mentioning at all. They're called Europe and NATO. It's really fascinating what's happened there in a short amount of time. You even have Vladimir Zelensky running around in these Gulf state countries saying, I'm not getting weapons, I'm giving them to you and giving you our intelligence for the last couple of years in this war with Russia. It's really fascinating what's happened there in short order. NATO's coming to the White House tomorrow. I think Mark Rutte, the Secretary General himself, has forged a good relationship with Trump, but the NATO countries have not. And he's not even mentioning them as part of this deal. This is all about the countries around Iran. Look, this is what we expect from presidents. You're not going to get a good deal unless you pressure and they think that you're serious. And the same country that sent 155 aircraft in to rescue one of our airmen, if not two, just this past weekend is a country that is going to do what it takes to keep everyone safe and to push back on the largest state sponsor of terror, but also to tell the people who are relying on the Strait of Hormuz, like Europe, for its energy. We need you to help as well.
We just did this breakdown of how much flows through that strait. It's remarkable. Our oil does not as much, but fertilizer does. It's a big part of the world economy.
Well, it's a big part of the world economy, but the U.S. could sustain a 60 or 90-day war because there's about 20 million barrels a day that we consume. $50 extra, it's about $1 billion a day, a small amount relative in a $30 trillion economy. So we could have withstood it, but on the other hand, I think the markets are going to react very well. And I think, remember that scene from Patton, where Patton goes crazy, and his aide says, you know, the men don't know when you're kidding or when you're not. And Patton says, it's not important for them to know, it's important for me to know. Yeah. So I think we see that today, that the president was tough, he put pressure on Iran, and it looks like they're caving.
So just to reiterate, for viewers who may just be tuning in, the president has just put out a Truth Social saying that there is a deal in the works with Iran, a 10-point plan, negotiating a settlement that includes the immediate opening of the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know what the other 10 points include, but if it matches previous negotiations, that includes nuclear material, it includes a missile program that would not continue. And we don't know what it means for the neighbors, but this has to be a real breath of sigh of relief for Gulf Arab allies, especially.
That's right. And the president said this will be a 4 to 6 week war. We're still within that zone. He also last week reminded us all, Brett, Vietnam 19 years, Iraq War 7 or 8, World War II and Korea 3 years apiece. 4 to 6 weeks. I know we're an impatient country with pace of change and pace of conclusion these days, but he can claim victory. And I think the negotiated 10-point settlement, whatever it ends up looking like, this is news, as you say, starting with the Strait of Hormuz just shows everybody is serious here. And I think that this will be part of his security and affordability agenda in ways that are very important.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
The most surreal scene in the ongoing Middle East conflict isn't on the front lines, but at Iran's doorstep. A widely circulated video on X shows an Iranian missile losing control right after launch. One missile detonates at the base, another crashes into a civilian area. Instead of hitting Israel, it blew up its own people. But the truly deadly part wasn't Iran's mishap, it was the two words attached to the public discourse China supplied. Immediately, the accident wasn't just Iran's anymore. It dragged Beijing's military export chain into the spotlight. The castrated psychology of broken goods, now tested by reality. Why did the global online community, the media, and even the Middle Eastern elites immediately blame the Chinese Communist Party when the missile crashed into the residential area? The CCP constantly shouts about fighting against American imperialism and supporting the anti-hegemony alliance, yet it dares not to openly sell complete missile systems and fighter jets to Iran. Why? Because it's afraid of angering the US and getting its economic lifeline severed. What's the state of China's economy now? Local debts are collapsing, foreign investment is leaving, it's all being held up by foreign trade and the dollar system. If the CCP openly armed Iran with complete weapon systems, the US would immediately impose secondary sanctions. So it won't make direct transactions. It resorts to gray area tactics. The US Treasury, the Wall Street Journal, and numerous international think tanks have already exposed this method. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is solid evidence. The CCP specializes in dual-use materials funneled through underground networks to supply Iran. Let's focus on the most critical item, rocket fuel. What powers Iran's ballistic missiles that can reach Israel? Solid propellants. The key ingredient in these propellant is sodium perchlorate. As night falls, several old oil tankers quietly dock at Gaolan port in Zhuhai city, known for handling dangerous chemicals. These ships are no ordinary vessels. They belong to Iran's shadow fleet, including the ships called names such as Jaran and Golbon. As soon as these ships enter the port, they immediately turn off their AIS tracking signals, becoming ghosts at sea. Then, chemical factories in China secretly load thousands of tons of sodium perchlorate, enough to make hundreds of missiles, into these ships. What does the shipping manifest say? Civilian chemicals. The ships then set sail directly for Bandar Abbas, Iran. In April 2025, the U.S. Treasury sanctioned 6 entities and 6 individuals involved in this network, all buying fuel for Iran's Revolutionary Guard. This is the CCP strategy. I'm selling chemical materials. Iran uses them to make missiles. What's that got to do with me? In addition to fuel, there are precision parts, CNC machine tools, and chips. The Iranian Ministry of Defense doesn't directly handle buying these items. Instead, they register shell companies in Hong Kong and Taiwan, such as one named Clifton Trading in Hong Kong. Then Chinese manufacturers receive orders, package the machine tools, and label the custom documents as exporting Southeast Asian civilian processing equipment. After several handoffs, the goods quietly make their way into Iran's military factories. As for the most critical part of the missile, the guidance chips, it gets more ridiculous. In recent years, the US has tightly controlled high-end chips. Even the CCP itself faces shortages. How can it provide Iran with military-grade cutting-edge chips? Beijing's shell companies roam the world smuggling Western commercial chips, mobile phone chips, and even chips from cars and washing machines, taking them apart, repackaging, and reselling them. SMIC, Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, has even sent people to Iran for technical training, teaching them how to make substitutes. As for navigation, it's even simpler. They just hand over a Beidou satellite module as a backup. How is payment settled? Not in US dollars. The CCP buys cheap oil from Iran. Iran, with the money from selling the oil, directly purchases these lethal parts in China. This messy transaction is all processed through underground banks and cryptocurrencies. After hearing all this, don't you think the CCP's underground smuggling network is running pretty smoothly? But remember, the physics law don't play along with you. You can use hundreds of shell companies, piece together parts, and smuggled materials to build a strategic ballistic missile. But when that missile launches, it's subjected to tens of Gs of extreme overload, severe vibrations, and high temperatures. You're putting a commercial chip meant to control a washing machine drum into the missile's guidance system. You're using a smuggled chemical material with purity levels far below military standard as solid fuel. The results? The massive explosion over Tehran. As soon as it launched, the intense vibrations and electronic interference caused the dishwasher chip to crash. The low-quality fuel burned unevenly, and the thrust went out of control. The missile spiraled in the air and turned black, crashing into the rooftops of its own people. When the missile fell back into Tehran and exploded on the streets, the CCP had no way to deny it. Years of carefully crafted diplomacy had backfired. While they didn't gain much in peacetime, they made a fool of themselves on the battlefield. The first to blow up their own people, disaster is now firmly blamed on Beijing. The military cleanup and the naked run of undergarments. The Iranian missile incident is almost inevitable within the CCP's system. Remember the Beiyang Navy of the late Qing dynasty? Before the first Sino-Japanese War, the Qing dynasty boasted of having Asia's #1 fleet, but when the battle began, their shells failed to explode when they hit Japanese ships. When opened, the shells were filled with sand. Why? Because military funds had been embezzled by officials who used the money to repair the summer palace. History tends to repeat itself. Today's CCP military system is no better than the late Qin dynasty. Take a look at what happened to the CCP military over the past 2 years. The rocket force responsible for nuclear weapons and strategic missiles has seen senior officers arrested or eliminated at an alarming rate. Former Rocket Force Commander Li Yuchao was dismissed. Former Defense Minister Li Shangfu and Wei Fenhe were expelled from the party and handed over to the judiciary. At least a dozen generals and lieutenant generals have been taken down. Why such a harsh crackdown? Bloomberg in January 2024 quoted a US intelligence report saying that the fuel tanks of CCP missiles were filled not with fuel silos built in the Western Desert, are poorly designed with serious flaws. Some of the covers won't even open when needed. Xi Jinping originally countered on these major national weapons to deter the US and intimidate Taiwan, but then realized that his generals were all busy with corruption. Even the strategic nuclear weapons meant to protect his own life were being tampered with by these corrupt officials and their white gloves. How reliable will the parts selling to Iran be? This raises a realistic issue. Right now, China is facing a domestic debt crisis, a real estate bubble burst, and severely reduced domestic demand. Military enterprises are eager to find export to earn foreign currency. But will they sell the best weapons to others? No. These military enterprises' heads are calculating carefully. The highest standard items are already in short supply. They need to be kept for upper level inspections and for personal use. As for the outdated solid fuel, substandard inventory, and downgraded parts in the warehouse, they're perfect to unload onto Iran. War is coming soon. Everything's mixed together. Just sell it. Make quick cash and deal with the rest later. But the battlefield will put these products to the test. The so-called military-grade guidance chips, pieced together through power and money deals, fail instantly when faced with US electronic warfare. The low-quality solid fuel sold to Iran burns unevenly, causing thrust imbalances as soon as it's ignited. How could the missiles not veer off course? It's not only the missile, which fell back on a residential roof. Look at the disastrous performance of Chinese weapons in the Middle East over the past few years. One disaster after another. Iran spent a fortune buying China's most advanced export version of the HQ-9B air defense system. Then, in the first hour of a joint US and Israeli airstrike, the HQ-9B couldn't even lock onto the enemy. It was destroyed in an instant, reduced to scrap metal. The same happened with the CM-302 supersonic anti-ship missile, which veered off course during actual combat and performed terribly. Iran, armed with the CCP's subpar weapons, acted as the vanguard against the US, yet instead of reaching the enemy's front lines, they incinerated their own people. This is a grotesque tragedy, turning the CCP's military equipment quality into a global spectacle of failure. The aftermath of this incident will be incredibly damaging. The doomsday jump, Saudi Arabia and the UAE stunned. Let's dig deeper. This incident's impact on the CCP isn't just the embarrassment of the foreign ministry spokesperson. It directly severed Beijing's financial lifeline. The CCP spent over a decade, even decades, investing heavily in arms manufacturing. But now, in a poor economic environment, it is desperate to expand its arms market, especially to the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Egypt, these are all target customers for Beijing. The CCP aimed to exploit the discontent of Middle Eastern oil-rich countries with America's arms sales tied to political conditions, seizing the chance to sell drones and air defense missiles for the life-saving foreign currency Beijing urgently needs. The plan was simple. The CCP hoped to use Iran, which has caused chaos in the Middle East, as a live billboard to showcase its military technology to the world. But what happened now? That billboard has turned into a terrifying disaster film. When Iran, this live billboard, ran into trouble, the Middle East oil-rich elites were stunned. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the Emir of the UAE were sitting in their opulent palaces sipping coffee while watching the live broadcast. They saw it. Iran launched a saturation attack on Gulf countries and Israel with missiles. Then they saw, to their horror, that missile didn't even cross the border. It looped in the sky and turned back, crashing into the streets of Tehran, hitting its own people. Guess what the Crown Prince felt at that moment? His heart must have skipped a beat and cold sweat must have trickled down his back. Why? Because Saudi Arabia had just spent hundreds of billions on over 50 Wing Lung 2 drones from China, signed a deal for local production of the Wing Lung 3, and even reviewed China's HQ-9B air defense missiles. This is the ruthless reality of the capital and arms market. Buying clothes and getting a fake is one thing. Buying defective weapons could cost you your life. The crown princes of Saudi Arabia and the UAE don't dare for excuses. The conclusion they draw is simple. The system, which relies on Chinese technology and materials, failed dramatically once it reached the battlefield. This has severely damaged the CCP's arms export. These outdated, defective products are no longer easy to sell. No matter how sleek the models look at the Zhuhai Air Show or how polished the promotional videos on CCTV, buyers will think chances are it won't perform well on the battlefield. Once this doubt takes root in the minds of potential buyers, Beijing's carefully crafted geopolitical strategy in the Middle East will collapse in an instant. The incident's ripple effect is catastrophic. Not only has it cut off the CCP's financial lifeline, but it has also handed the West a powerful tool for action. The US and Europe are now constantly calling for de-risking and global supply chain from China. Before, the CCP was defiant, saying it could pursue self-reliance. Now Iran has provided the world with a real-time live-fire demonstration. Iran's bloody reality has proven a hard truth to the world. China's self-reliant alternative supply chain without the core technologies from the West is not only inefficient but also dangerous and deadly. Now watch as the buyers in the Middle East back away from the CCP's new round of billion-dollar arms sale. Even if they have to pay more for US weapons with more conditions, they won't risk their lives with faulty Chinese arms. The CCP hopes of swapping defective weapons for foreign currency and capitalizing on Middle Eastern geopolitical dividends has been shattered by these missiles. It's a setback of at least 3 years. Final judgment. Physics laws do not obey the party's orders. Iran's most embarrassing moment this time wasn't the missiles failing to break through Israel's air defense system. It was that before the missile even reached the enemy, it hit its own residential area. Beijing's most humiliating moment wasn't being confirmed by the UN investigation team for directly signing the export agreement. It was that as soon as this thing went wrong, global public opinion placed the blame on the CCP. What this shows is clear. Everyone already knows what the CCP has done. If the world concludes that this regime fails at everything and is untrustworthy in all it says, the next logical conclusion is inevitable. Invading Taiwan, that won't be a war for China. It will be a signal flare. The world's reaction will be, all right, we've been waiting for this day. Sanctions, decoupling, and trade blockades, options that were highly controversial, will suddenly become the easiest thing to agree on because everyone already knows the score. They've just been waiting for the right moment to act. Artificial intelligence, stolen. High-end chips, blocked. Military equipment. When used in real combat, it falls far short of expectations. It looks good on the surface, but doesn't stand up to real-world test. This is no longer a secret. It's just that people didn't speak up until now.
This preliminary racial equity plan is the first step in developing a whole-of-government approach to tackling that reality. It is a plan that lays out these first steps to solve decades of neglect and discrimination, and it places the work of 45 city agencies within a singular framework. Too often, the story of black and brown New Yorkers is one of being forced to stretch that same dollar that little bit further. Every year, as wages stagnate, as well as an exodus and exclusion continues to take place. Now, as we finalize this plan, we will continue to tackle our city's affordability crisis without turning away from the decades and, frankly, centuries of disinvestment in black and brown New Yorkers. Now, we will need New Yorkers' help with this work. The plan we are announcing today is a preliminary one, and to complete it, we are opening a 30-day public comment period. Now, I know one thing we love about this city is we have no shortage of opinions. And we are asking New Yorkers to share them with us.
This plan was born during a defining moment in our city's history, when New Yorkers were in the streets in the midst of a global pandemic, calling for justice, demanding accountability, and bearing witness to brutality unfolding on our streets and on our screens. In that moment, our city was asked to reckon with the deep systemic inequities that have long shaped life here and to do better. New Yorkers across all 5 boroughs answered that call. Their voices, their advocacy, and their persistence are what brought us to this moment. The release of the preliminary citywide racial equity plan is a reflection of that collective mandate. It is not just a document, it is a commitment.
Namdani is on the brink of quit his own party, and the reason why is worse than you think. He pushed New York's wokest policy yet, a preliminary racial equity plan, locking 45 city agencies inside one government framework. All because he claims skin color is why New Yorkers can't afford rent. His words, not mine. And it blew up in his face. And what's coming next? The legal exposure, The budget fallout, the agencies already pushing back, is going to make this look like the warm-up. Stick around, because what happens to Mamdani from here gets ugly fast.
It's happened in South Williamsburg, like I said. These teens, 17, 18-year-old individuals arrested over this. How do you see this going forward?
First of all, it's heartbreaking to watch this, to be a New Yorker my whole life, to see this, to see what this city has become. And what's really sad about it is the fact that we just hear this on the news and we just become sensitized to this, right? To the effect where we accept it and it's tolerated. We have a new mayor who's essentially talking about defunding the police as we know it. Not saying it directly, but indirectly in terms of creating different departments, a Department of Community Affairs or whatever he's going to do to take resources away from the police. I think we need more resources for the police dedicated on the street. And I think at this point right now, we need to address this directly. I'd like to mention that this unfortunate circumstance happened during a press conference between the mayor and the police commissioner saying that crime in New York went down.
Yeah.
Crime in New York went down, and at the same time, there was another shooting. There were actually 2 shootings in the same day. This is horrible, and we cannot accept this. We need more from our leaders.
More Gen Zers are ditching college for trade jobs as university sticker prices surge and AI threatens the value of some traditional degrees. And joining us now is someone who knows that firsthand, and his name is Mike Rowe of Micro Works Foundation. It's so good to see you. I guess one of the reasons that everybody's talking about this again is that it's what's being spoken at dinner tables all across America. When you look at this, George Mason University, so I'm thinking George Washington University, the cost to attend in 26 is $98,165. The median household income, Mike, is $83,000. And that gave everyone a little sticker shock. What do you think?
Well, the math ain't mathin', right? I mean, this is so typical of virtually every cycle in every industry that I know of that just comes right up against the inescapable truth that your widget's just too damn expensive. You don't need to be persuasive with the argument anymore. You just need to show that graphic and let regular people add and subtract.
For anyone who doesn't know, Zohran Mamdani, Mayor Malmdani as I've started calling him, he's the new mayor of New York City. He ran on an affordability platform. He was the guy who was going to fix housing, make it livable, stop the bleeding of working families fleeing the city. He had the full socialist movement behind him, the whole machine, and he won. New Yorkers handed him the keys. Now his flagship policy, a massive citywide racial equity plan, complete with a brand new chief equity officer position he invented and filled, is in pieces. The city missed its budget deadline. The city council and the mayor can't agree on where the money's coming from. The state is counting on tax revenue that might never materialize. And while all of this is unraveling, a 7-month-old baby got shot dead in South Williamsburg. That's the story at its core. A city that needed real leadership got a racial equity plan and a 30-day comment period. Because it costs, not just in dollars, in lives. Here's where it started.
Of Gen Zers will pursue blue-collar work this year. I mean, that's a number that I wonder how that compares to how when you started Micro Works Foundation. But also I want to show you this because AI and whether people see that as a threat to their job prospects. No threat at 23%, a threat at 59%. So that's almost the exact same number, Mike.
Hand in glove. This is all going to go in lockstep, you know, and it's like, on the one hand, you're turning a tanker around, and to your point, I've been watching this thing turn for 18 years at MicroWorks, and people kind of patted me on the head 18 years ago and said, it's a nice idea, this whole notion that you might be able to prosper by learning a skill instead of assuming the debt. It takes time. You know, all great truths, if I can speak that immodestly, have to go through this period of absolute denial and sometimes ridicule. But look, I literally sat across from Larry Fink at BlackRock, weirdly enough, last month, in front of a room full of grown-ups. And he's literally saying, Dana, that we are looking at a $10 trillion new infrastructure in this country. And that build-out is happening now. People talk about the scam of college. It kind of misses the point because it suggests that there are a bunch of people trying to figure out how to how to soak the American public with crazy student loans and so forth. But I think the real thing going on here is that for a very long time, we thought about college the way we think about gyms. You know, like you join a gym, you pay a lot of money for the right to go into a building where there's a lot of equipment, and then maybe you use it or maybe you don't. Maybe you get a great trainer or maybe you don't. But at some point, we can do that calculus and then ask ourselves, well, you know what? Is $100 a month too much? Is $50 too much a month? That's what's happening here, except the stakes are much larger. And we're realizing that the act of paying for your degree and attending the school itself is in no way commensurate with the speed with which you might attain enlightenment. It's just the way it is. And now you throw on this preponderance of real opportunities in the real world that don't require that 4-year degree or that crushing cost. The way is clear. The way forward is obvious.
Ladies and gentlemen, so this chief equity officer, she walks up there and she's giving this speech about New Yorkers in the streets during a global pandemic calling for justice, reading right off the page. And you can see Mamdani standing right next to her just nodding like a man who just got told his Venmo payment went through. Just the most satisfied, serene little nod in the entire world. Sir, a child is dead. Not about that one. And you guys heard it. Crime was announced as going down. 2 shootings happened the same day. 2. In one day. Not a statistic. It's a family that doesn't get to come home whole anymore. Now here's the thing about systemic inequity as a governing philosophy. Stay with me because this matters. When you lead with race, you're not addressing the problem. You're addressing the feeling of the problem. A real equity policy looks like better schools in lower income zip codes, more police in high crime areas, economic zones that give local businesses a reason to hire locally and pay people. Instead, what New York got is a chief equity officer and a 30-day comment period. $200 million toward things that weren't addressing the actual shootings. You could put serious law enforcement resources into South Williamsburg with $200 million. Instead, it went toward, I'm assuming, very nice posters, probably laminated. And here's what's wild to me about the Gen Z angle. 60% of them are moving toward trade jobs completely on their own, without the equity plan, without the officer, because someone told them there's $275,000 a year electrician work coming in data center construction, and they believed it because it's true. While Trump is pushing a $10 trillion American infrastructure rebuild, real jobs, real paychecks, real future, Gen Z figured it out without being asked to. And Mayor Mamdani is up here holding a comment period. The contrast practically writes itself. So you guys want to know his actual plan for the people who are already leaving? Because here's where it gets really interesting.
Amidst being in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we already see an exodus of working and middle-class New Yorkers. So I don't have a hesitation in asking those who make the most amount of money in the city or the most profits in the city to pay a little bit more so that everyone can actually stay in this city. It's also something not just about justice or the ability for working class people to live here. It is also actually about ensuring that corporations can continue to attract the top talent to this city. Because in a city where childcare costs more than $20,000 a year, I've heard from corporate leaders about how difficult it is for them to attract individuals who would work at their companies but want to raise a family, because you could be making $300,000 a year and you will feel that $20,000 a year because of the fact that we have allowed for the absence of affordable childcare to become reality here in the city.
Ladies and gentlemen, he said it right out loud. I'll ask those who make the most amount of money to pay more so everyone can stay in this city. Let me walk through why this is crumble. It crumbles almost immediately. I actually just fumbled that whole sentence. It doesn't matter, the point stands. This falls apart so fast. New York already has one of the most progressive tax structures in the country. The wealthy there are already paying enormous amounts, and they are already leaving. He said it himself. We already see an exodus. So his answer to an exodus driven by high costs is to raise costs on the people funding everything? Here's what actually happens. A billionaire who gets hit with a new surcharge doesn't sit there and pay it. He files in Florida. He keeps the Manhattan apartment for weekends. He still eats at the restaurants, still goes to the shows. But the city sees zero of his income tax. Zero. The revenue evaporates. And the burden shifts. It always shifts. Onto the people who can't just change their address. The middle class. The exact people Mamdani says he's there to protect. You've taxed away the engine and handed the bill to the passengers. Will this work? No. Has it ever worked in any major American city? I honestly cannot find an example, and I've genuinely been thinking about it. Should he push it anyway because it polls well with the base? Apparently, yes. And that is the whole story. Now the budget, because that's where all of this finally fully breaks open.
Local and state lawmakers missed today's New York State budget deadline, and it's been pushed back. News 10 NBC's Chris Fortune shares the new deadline and what local lawmakers think about it.
I reached out to several lawmakers in the area to see if they were available to comment about the budget process.
What email should I send that to?
Assemblyman Josh Jensen joined me from the Assembly chamber. He told me the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act and auto insurance rates are part of the negotiations.
Certainly myself and families across New York, including right here in Monroe County, see their auto insurance rates going up. And the question that we're discussing as part of the budget process is how do we bring those auto insurance rates down?
Last year's state budget was late by more than 5 weeks. Assemblyman Brian Mankdalo said the final budget was adopted in May.
Are you concerned about similar delays this year?
I am. You know, last year and the previous years, we've heard from our constituents, from our local communities, from our local municipalities, our schools, that, you know, we really do need an on-time budget, especially for our schools.
Jensen said the longer a budget negotiation takes, the more time it takes away from other issues people care about.
I think we should be here. We should be debating the budget and true bipartisan negotiations, not just three people in a room who all share the same party, but having Democrats and Republicans together, because that's what makes up our state.
Governor Kathy Hochul's proposed fiscal year 2027 executive budget totals more than $260 billion, with most of it going toward the Department of Health and the State Education Department. I reached out to Governor Hochul's office by phone, and the person who answered directed me to email its press office. I have not heard back yet.
Our responsibility is to try to identify areas of savings.
The City Council says it's found the necessary savings to plug the city's fiscal hole. City Council Speaker Julie Menon unveiled a $6 billion savings proposal as an alternative to Mamdani's doom and gloom approach that calls for possible increased property taxes and dipping into the city's savings.
We can find the savings in the way that we did without cutting services. So our position has been clear. We have been a hard no on the property tax. We also are a hard no on raiding the rainy day fund.
The plan aims to plug the hole by re-estimating the city's costs and revenues. $3.5 billion would be achieved through things like increasing the Department of Buildings revenues by $80 million for permits and late fees, and re-estimating the cost of city salaries to not fund vacant positions that could save $860 million. Meanwhile, another $2.5 billion will be saved through things like auditing education department contracts that would save $175 million, and re-estimating debt services savings to include an additional $204 million. It's a plan that got a failing grade from the mayor.
Cherry-picking specific expense items that have a surplus without accounting for the fact that those are the very kinds of surpluses that are typically used to address individual deficits within departments and agencies, it does not present an honest picture of what this budget is.
Mayor Mamdani called the council budget unrealistic because of its lack of a revenue source. At an unrelated press conference, Mamdani criticized some of the council's proposals, like the vacancy savings.
That kind of a plan puts the city on the hook for money that will not actually appear. It will force the city to cut services elsewhere in order to find that kind of funding.
And so you know that your boy, he was elected on an affordability agenda. So a reporter asked him, hey man, like where the jobs gonna come from? Like it costs $120,000+ to raise a family of 4 in New York City, like on the low.
All right, hi. I was texting with you. Good. How are you, sir?
Doing well.
I was texting with your team because I wanted kind of a real number on this 62% you've been mentioning. They say that it costs $159,179 for a family with children to live in the city. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to figure out that's a pretty eye-popping number, well above the poverty line. So now that you have that data in hand, 2 questions. How does this inform what, if anything, you'll do different now that you realize in hard data the scale of the affordability crisis? And also, you have a number of partners in government, including the governor, the comptroller, and the speaker, saying that the job situation in the city is really starting to look very, very troubling. So looking at this data, looking at the jobs numbers, what are you doing to bring jobs to the city right now?
So I'll start with the first question and then go to the second. You know, we as New Yorkers, have long suspected in our bones that this cost of living crisis was affecting far more people than typical indicators would show. And what today's true cost of living report illustrates is that this is something which is affecting the lives of millions. I mean, 5 million New Yorkers do not earn enough to match the true cost of living in this city. It inspires us to redouble our commitments in two ways. One is to ensure that as many New Yorkers in this city as possible can earn a living wage so that they can actually keep up with the cost of living in the city. And two is to tackle the costs that are pushing that cost of living so high. So some of those costs we know in this city are housing costs. Some of those costs are also childcare costs. Part of the reason why we've been so focused on delivering universal childcare in this city is that we know that if a family has a child in this city, for them to find childcare, it's considered a good deal to pay $20,000 a year. If you can tackle that cost and you can bring that down to zero, that is a transformative impact on working class New Yorkers' ability to live and to dream of a future in this city. That's why we're so excited about delivering 2,000 seats for 2-year-olds of free childcare this fall, 12,000 seats next year, and a seat for every single 2-year-old by the end of year 4. Now, to your second question, we are looking to continue to grow not just jobs, but also industry in this city, and to ensure that that growth reaches every single New Yorker. Now, I say reaches because what we've seen in this city is an economy that has grown, and we celebrate that growth, all amidst working class New Yorkers being pushed out of this city.
Okay, you guys, just making sure I'm following this correctly. The city missed the budget deadline. The state missed the budget deadline. They're running on a temporary stopgap. The city council found $6 billion in savings. The mayor says those aren't real savings. The mayor wants to hike property taxes and raid the rainy day fund. The council says hard no on both. And the entire structure is sitting on projected economic growth that the Iran war and current market conditions may have already made completely unreachable. That is genuinely insane. The state's April 1st deadline? Gone. They punted it a week. And the people supposedly negotiating this aren't even debating the actual budget. They're arguing about auto insurance rates and environmental review processes while the fiscal hole gets bigger and nobody's looking directly at it. And that reporter asking Mamdani where the jobs are going to come from, I keep coming back to that moment because that is the question. It costs over $120,000 a year just to raise a family of 4 in New York City on the low end. And his answer, his actual answer, was childcare seats. 2,000 seats for 2-year-olds this fall. Look, that's a real thing. I'm not mocking childcare. But how do you fund it when the city council won't approve your budget, the governor's office isn't returning calls, and the people you plan to tax are halfway to Miami? How do you promise universal childcare when you can't agree on a budget with your own city council? Where does that money actually come from? He was elected on affordability. He is now presiding over the most expensive, most fiscally tangled version of New York City in recent memory. The people he promised relief to are still paying $20,000 a year for childcare, while they wait on those 2,000 seats that might not get funded because the budget is in pieces. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it looks like when democratic socialism meets a budget deadline and a tax base that has the ability and the motivation to walk out the door. It's not a revolution. It's a missed deadline and a very sincere press conference. He quit the party. I almost want to say good for him. I genuinely almost said that out loud. But walking away from a label doesn't fix the philosophy that's driving the policy. New York is going to feel that gap for years. New York's a tough city. It survives things. I think it survives this too. I do. But every year you run it this way, you're losing families, losing businesses, losing the tax base, and losing a generation before they ever get started. All reversible in theory. In theory. God, I hope it's reversible. Thank you all very much for watching. Goodbye.
Renee good! Renee good! Renee good!
Okay, so as many of you are aware, on January 18th, we saw scenes like this. protesters entering City's Church St. Paul, where they claim they were simply protesting. However, many of them have been arrested and charged for their actions. So here's what's going on. Very recently, a woman has been arrested after protesters disrupt Easter service at St. Paul Church, the same one. However, her charges were dropped. So in this video, I figured we cover that story and some new updates as far as what's going on in Minnesota right now. I mean, how many of you heard about this? Leave your comments down below. The Minneapolis field office, they're about to get a surge of federal agents, FBI agents. Or what about this? Recently, the DOJ has announced they're going to start surging prosecutors around the United States to crack down on fraud. And when it comes to fraud, we know the Trump administration typically talks about Minnesota a lot as far as trying to look into fraud and different types of investigations involving fraud. Okay, so before we start this video, make sure to please like the video. It helps out a ton, and if you are new here, make sure to please subscribe to my channel because we cover federal operations and different types of events just like this. Okay, so like we always do on my channel, let's start with the raw footage so we can sort of see what it looked like on the ground at the time. So this is the raw footage.
Sidewalk over there, right? All right, thank you. All right, well, go to public sidewalk? Yeah, go to public sidewalk. Guys, I get kicked off on blue. But if you're playing...
I do want to point out you can literally see people going to church in the background. Again, this is Easter.
Stand on the sidewalk, you won't be able to if you're blocking the sidewalk. There's the city ordinance. Right in front of the sidewalk. Stand on the land right in front of the sidewalk and not be blocking anything. That's be the mayor. Be the mayor. Tell the mayor to come out here. Tell the mayor to come out. Tell the mayor to come.
I also want to point out in the background, somebody is saying, bring the mayor out here, bring the mayor out here. Keep in mind, when it comes to the mayor of St. Paul, you don't hear much from the mayor of St. Paul, even during Operation Metro Surge, and I have always pointed that out. But one thing I do know is that the mayor of St. Paul did claim to be a Christian and that places of worship, they are protected, but at the same time, she did suggest that protesting is totally okay as well. So we really got mixed messaging from the mayor of St. Paul.
On a lie, you gotta give me the scapular. You suck at being a cop. That's number one. We're not number five. This fire is from the megaphone. This is not a megaphone. I'm not a megaphone. Jesus would have loved his neighbor. Your parents should be embarrassed. They're worshiping pedophiles. State statute 609.
Did Jory get arrested already? Where'd she go? I don't know. Girl, I didn't even know she was. Oh.
A religious meeting or a
What? Okay, so that's the raw footage we get right here. Let me know how you feel about this. Do you think it's okay because technically they're across the street and they're protesting? Do you think it's disgusting as far as what they're shouting at the children and the people, allegedly? You guys can leave your comments down below. Let me know how you feel about this. Again, this is confirmed on Easter. And just for education purposes, for those of you that are not Christians, Easter is like the pinnacle of Christianity, regardless of denomination, Catholic, Orthodox, Protestant. This is Christ proving he is God by resurrecting. So this is a very big moment for Christians, not just like the whole Easter Bunny thing. Keep that in mind as far as the context.
Good morning, Tom. Well, yesterday's arrest happened at that same church that made headlines earlier this year after the group of protesters stormed inside during a religious service because of the church's pastor who works for ICE. Well, within just the last hour, the woman arrested yesterday for again protesting, this time during an Easter church service, was just released from jail, the judge dismissing the charges because she ruled the case lacked probable cause.
Okay, so a lack of probable cause, and it turns out others almost got arrested, so let's dig into it. Police say several officers were working contracted overtime Sunday morning at the church located off Summit Avenue and South Saratoga Street, where a group of protesters was using a blowhorn and yelling loudly. Around 8:35 a.m., police say all but one protester complied with officers' numerous announcements to stop disrupting the service under threat of possible citations and arrest. Police say the woman, who was not identified, was arrested by officers for interference with religious observance. So again, keep in mind, disclaimer, the person we are talking about today, the charges have been dropped, she is not guilty, she's free to go. But again, as far as the technicalities of this case, does the church service have to have begun, like during the church, or does it still count if they're going to the church? I'm not too sure, but I do know, this is what the audio suggests, that protesters were across the street and they are yelling things towards the people going to the church.
This firing from the megaphone. This is not megaphone.
Jesus would have loved his neighbor. Your parents should be embarrassed.
Enjoy your Easter baskets, kids. I'm not too sure how else I'm supposed to interpret what's being yelled here or protested, but it appears as if the wording and the yelling is being guided towards the children. So again, you guys can let me know how you feel about that. Let's continue. Okay, so moving forward, this protest has been going on for a while now, as far as protesters sitting across the church. You probably haven't heard too much about it because mainstream media is not talking about it, the local news is not really talking about it, and I haven't made a video about it, but I have been trying to track it. Protesters have regularly gathered outside the church during services since January 18th. When several demonstrators and journalists, including former CNN host Don Lemon and Georgia Fort, entered the building during Sunday services in protest against one of its pastors, David Easterwood, who is the acting field director of ICE's St. Paul office. So keep in mind, this has been going on since January 18th. We've seen many protests across the street, also known as a fixed protest.
I am out. The charge has been dismissed, and let's go.
Yeah, that is Emily Phillips from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. She was initially charged with 4 misdemeanors in connection with yesterday's anti-ICE demonstration. The 34-year-old made her first court appearance this morning, where she was joined by a pretty substantial group of protesters who showed up to follow her case. Well, police say that Phillips was among a group.
I do want to point out, it looked like some of them were actually arrested with the famous protest, and they will be facing some sort of trial. Again, they are not guilty as of right now, but I did recognize some faces.
Demonstrators who were gathered outside of City's church. They say they were disrupting the Easter services by yelling into bullhorns. Officers warned those protesters to stop or face arrests. Most of the demonstrators complied with those police orders to leave, but when Phillips refused to stop, she was arrested for interference with religious observance.
So my question is this. I am curious if maybe we can get an interview with them or try to figure this out. I'm curious why that group of protesters decided to stop. What told them, I'm going to stop and walk away? Was it compliance with the police? Did they just decide to walk away? Or was there an acknowledgement that they might be disrupting the service? I have no idea, but that is a notable part of the story, that a large group of protesters apparently decided to stop, except for one person allegedly.
I think Trisha Poland and James Cook.
Yeah.
And it was, I was cold and I was uncomfortable, but nothing happened. I am out. The charge has been dismissed. And let's go. And by the way, fuck David Easterwood.
Okay, so let me know how you feel about this. Again, quite the roller coaster, but you get some insight as far as what this looks like. Let me know how you feel about protesting across the church. Do you think it's okay, but you might feel a type of way about it? So as of right now, she is good to go. The charges have been dropped, not guilty, but again, for the other protesters, we are covering that case. So make sure to please subscribe to my channel. We are covering it very closely. Okay, let's move on to this story. So this was posted by FBI Minneapolis. FBI Minneapolis is one of 11 FBI field offices which will have a surge of federal resources sent to Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota to help solve violent crimes and improve safety across tribal lands in the upcoming months. Now, a disclaimer, this FBI surge is not necessarily uncommon. This is all part of Operation Not Forgotten, which has been going on for a while now. This is not like a brand new operation, but it is notable that more federal agents are going to Minnesota after we just saw a massive federal surge involving over 4,000 federal agents. Just to show you how big this mission is, the FBI's Indian County program currently has 4,100 open investigations across the country since the start of 2026 fiscal year. It's been a very busy year for the FBI. I am curious how you guys feel about Kash Patel and if you guys think he's doing a good job. Okay, so speaking of federal surges, this basically just got announced like a few hours ago. This is what the DOJ is going to be doing as far as looking into fraud.
This re-energized fight against fraud. This means in pure numbers that there will be an additional 93 prosecutors in every district across the country devoted to the mission of combating fraud with the National Fraud Enforcement Division.
And quick disclaimer, although Minnesota is not going to be specifically mentioned, or Minneapolis or St. Paul or any jurisdiction of Operation Metro Surge, I think it goes without saying, Minnesota has always been one of the targets as far as fraud. That was one of the big reasons for Operation Metro Surge. It wasn't only for deportation operations, that was just one aspect of this huge operation. So keep that in mind. Minnesota, not specifically mentioned, however, it is indicated there will be attorneys sent to Minnesota.
To the attorneys and staff who join this new division, you will have the entire department's support as you work to protect the financial integrity of our entire government and the tax system that supports it. We will spare no resources in giving you the tools that you need to bring strong cases and do justice. The new division will bring together data and investigators from across the entire government so that you can track down even the most sophisticated fraudsters and hold them accountable. For example, today I am directing the department to establish the National Fraud Detention Center.
Wow.
This Fraud Detention Center will be a permanent, prosecutor-led, multi-agency data analytics team working to ferret out the most harmful actors defrauding federal government programs.
Okay, so as I was doing research for this video, this article popped up from just an hour ago. Minnesota woman embezzles $1.2 million from employer to fund gambling pull tab addiction charges. Now, maybe this is not the type of fraud the Trump administration is looking into, maybe it is, but one thing I will say is, I don't think there's any denying for some reason this topic seems to be super prevalent coming out of Minnesota because of all of the cases happening. In fact, I can even point out, Governor Tim Walz does acknowledge that there is fraud, and he will claim he's trying to crack down on it, but he will say it's over-embellished. It's not as bad as people are saying. The Trump administration gives people two options. Here's what the Trump administration typically says. They say, number one, either the governor knows about it, or number two, he has no idea what's going on. That really seems to be what the Trump administration keeps accusing the governor of, but I do want to say the governor of Minnesota does say he acknowledges there is fraud and they are trying to crack down on it.
Our PIQC is accused of $300 million in fraud as significant assets, yet no charges and no attempts to recover taxpayer money. I'll remind y'all, $19 billion. I was a state legislator, and I can remember when our state budget was $19 billion. This is money that's been stolen, and it will not be recovered, and you all are to blame, and every dadgum one of you all ought to step down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so again, I will be letting you guys know what's going to happen here if we do see more federal agents going into Minnesota or prosecutors to specifically focus on the fraud. I don't know if you guys are paying attention, but the J.D. Vance Fraud Task Force, they have been very, very active and actually very successful. It's not really being reported too much. You may have seen some clips about a raid at a hospice center over in California, but the current numbers right now in California, 220 hospice centers have been suspended and are being investigated for potential fraud or red flags. Keep that in mind in just 4 months in one state. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I hope I was able to report this as fair as possible. Let me know how you feel about this protest. I am very curious. And thank you guys again for everything. Make sure to please subscribe to my channel. Make sure to please like the video. It helps out a ton. And please pray for peace. We do need that right now. God bless all of you, and we'll see you all later. Thank you guys. And please seek Christ.
Let's see what's inside a pizza MRE. I remember when these first came on out, people thought they were going to be the next greatest thing next to buffalo chicken and chicken tomato feta. To be honest, that couldn't be further from the truth. Now, what we like to do as tankers with our pizza MREs and less desired menus is we create a false bottom for our coax. What we do is we stack them on up in the ammunition bin here, and then we take a piece of cardboard, typically from the MRE case itself, and then we layer a 7.62 ammunition on it. That way, there's less strain on the weapon as it has to pull rounds over the breech of the main armament. That way, you can have smoother operation. Quick cool fact, during my time in the military, I met a lot of interesting people, some of which have served in foreign militaries in different parts all over the world. Now, they all say the same thing. Americans complain way too much about the MREs that they're given. Heck, this is a 5-star meal compared to what they used to get in their old country. They'd just be tossed on out with a sack of rice or a can of meat and a loaf of bread and just be told to make it last. And if you want more food, you need to go out in the wilderness and find it yourself. Inside, we have a cardboard sleeve for the heater, a little cardboard nutritional fact for the pumpkin and fruit puree squeeze, the pizza itself, an oatmeal cookie, chocolate protein drink powder, vegetable crackers, cheese spread, a banana pumpkin puree, accessory pouch, spoon, heater, cranberry beverage base, and our water bag you always typically put your cell phone in. Our oatmeal cookie, damn it. We got our chocolate protein drink powder. One thing I used to do when I was a younger service member is I wouldn't add all the recommended water because to me it would taste like cake batter. In all honesty, who really does this? Lastly, we have our pepperoni pizza slice, our cheese spread with jalapenos, and our vegetable cracker, our accessory packet, and our heater. Now, you can use the heater for this, but I choose to use my trusty jet bowl that's been serving me dang near for almost 10 years now at this point. Take your cheese spread packet, knead it. Oh, quick MRE riddle. What are 2 things that you need out of an MRE? The peanut butter and the cheese spread. Get it? Let your cheese spread get nice and hot. And the main star of the show, the pizza slice. I don't know about you, but this reminds me of the pizza they used to give us in school when I was a kid. But it's a lot smaller, less delicious, and full of a lot more preservatives. Now we take our hot cheese spread and add it to our pizza and crackers. Bon appetit.
どうですか。どうですか。
It is about 43 minutes past the hour, and Fox News Alert reports now surfacing that Iran's cutting all communications with the U.S. The White House is reacting to those reports, saying this: the Iranian regime has until 8 p.m. Eastern time to meet the moment and make a deal with the United States. Only the president knows where things stand and what he will do.
Earlier today, though, Sandra, President Trump giving his most dire threat yet to the regime, writing, quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again."
In moments, Brent Sadler will weigh in on the major threats from President Trump as the clock nears zero on a potential peace deal. But first, to our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Yingst. He's tracking the latest regional developments. He's live from Tel Aviv for us at this hour. Hello, Trey.
Sandra, good afternoon. The clock is ticking just over 6 hours until the deadline laid out by President Trump for the Iranian regime expires. The president warning of severe consequences if an agreement is not reached. And it comes after new strikes conducted by U.S. jets overnight targeted Iran's Karg Island. This is an island responsible for 90% of Iran's crude oil exports. We understand amid those dozens of strikes, Fox's Jennifer Griffin reports bunkers were targeted, radar stations, and ammunition storage. U.S. officials say landing docks were not intentionally targeted. As this moves forward, we expect more strikes to continue against the Iranian regime tonight. Now, the IRGC has warned it will target U.S. oil interests in the region and make it so that the United States and its allies will be deprived of Middle East gas for years. The president speaking yesterday from the White House about the situation.
Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
As it relates to the negotiations, the president told me over the weekend that Iran isn't even negotiating anymore about their nuclear program. He said, quote, "The big thing is they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They're not even negotiating that point. It's so easy," the president added. That's already been conceded. Most of the points are conceded. With talk of diplomacy, we're also learning more about the daring rescue that happened over the weekend to save a stranded U.S. airman in Iranian territory. High-level U.S. sources told Fox News that while the airman rescue was ongoing, CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper directed a strike on an IRGC headquarters in an underground facility near Tehran. That strike was conducted with B-2 bombers using bunker buster bombs, the same weapons used during Operation Midnight Hammer. We also have some new video for you, Sandra. I want to show you here. These are images out of Iran today where Iranian regime officials sent civilians to the streets of their country around nuclear power plants and energy infrastructure, forming human chains with women and children right next to the facilities, following the threats from President Trump to target those facilities. We should note this is a war crime under international law to use human shields on the battlefield. Moving forward, the Iranians are expected to continue these conversations in the hours ahead with U.S. negotiators. But again, just about 6 hours, and we will find out more information from the president as to whether or not a diplomatic option is prevailing or he's going to move forward with those strikes against Iranian energy infrastructure. Sandra?
We are watching for any and all updates. Trey Yingst live out of Tel Aviv for us. Trey, thank you.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Kane podcast for full episodes right now.
से गेट्स का
Politico White House correspondent Dasha Burns, White House Bureau Chief Dasha Burns. Dasha, you're with us. What about this and how this developed and your reaction to this Truth Social post?
Well, look, Brett, I was hearing just before I got to the studio here today that the president was very serious about the diplomatic efforts, that he felt he had the right people negotiating, that they were negotiating in good faith, both on the U.S. side and on the Iranian side, which was very different from earlier this year, just before he really started this conflict, when you had Witkoff and Kushner come back from those negotiations and say, you know what, this doesn't feel quite right. That is not the tone that I've been hearing from the officials that I've been speaking with over the course of the last 12 to 24 hours, which have just been so incredibly critical. Plus, you had the brokers of Pakistan involved here, which is a country, and the army chief in Pakistan, the president does have a very good relationship with him, and he's built great relationships with Witkoff in particular. And so all of these pieces sort of coalesce to bring this from the brink, which, I've been hearing that more and more resources had been moving into the theater. I mean, he could have pressed go at any moment here. And his rhetoric, Brett, I mean, what I'd been hearing from the president in the briefing room yesterday and his phone calls today, and of course on Truth Social, I mean, I have not heard the president speak in this way, either first term or this term. So he really laid it all out here, and potentially that is what brought everyone to kind of a surprising conclusion, because a lot of folks thought that this could go a different way.
Yeah. Bring in the rest of the panel, Fox News political analyst Juan Williams, as well as Fox News contributor Hugh Hewitt. Hugh, your reaction today, I did your radio show earlier, and there was a thought that this was maybe getting to this 8 p.m. I did talk to the president this morning. He was going to hold the line on that, but said that negotiations were heated late in the afternoon, and obviously they got to a point where he is ready to take this deal.
Well, he was very serious with you, Brett, and I took that as confirmation that the B-52s that had taken off were going to deliver the ordnance. I think this is a big win for President Trump. I think Iran blinked. His truth post, the most recent one, says, subject to the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. If they don't open the strait, we'll be doing this again tomorrow, but if they do open the strait, big win for the president. As he said in his first post this morning, he wants the best for the people of Iran. He wants this 47-year reign of terror to be over. Looks like he won a big step today.
There was all this talk, Juan, about how there may not be negotiators on the other side in Iran, that this may all be made up and this is all dragging, just to make the markets feel good. This is something real that is tangible, and it looks like it's being acted on.
Well, to your point about the economy, I think a lot of this, the question is, was he bluffing, the president, in talking about ending a civilization, to drive the markets and to drive down oil prices, to let them know that there was some end in sight? The market was down a little bit today. We'll see what the reaction to this is. But to the big question, both on the economic front and the political front, was who was bluffing. The Iranians clearly want to prolong this war. They are losing militarily without a doubt, but they are of a mind that they are gaining some sense of resistance and pride in taking on the United States and the big military outfit. That's why the Iranians said they were going to put their civilians around their infrastructure. And the sense is that if they are able to prolong what the president had hoped would be a 2 to 3 week war, now 6 weeks, Now then it's going to be 2 months with 2 more weeks added. If the Iranians keep going from there, where does President Trump go?
Yeah, I don't know, Juan. Kellyanne, I see it differently. I see the Iranians saying, we got to get out of this mess.
Definitely, yes.
I mean, that's what I read from this.
No. That is the only fair reading, objective reading, frankly, because if you don't believe me, believe Iran. I mean, they're negotiating the settlement now, and it sounds like, and they're not winning this war by any account. Their navy, their military capability, we know they killed 45,000 protesters at the very least. I think outside of the South Sudan, there's probably nowhere in the world where women were brutalized worse, maybe at least in the top 5, Brett. And of course, what they've done with Israel. But I do think it's fascinating that we're just having this realignment of geopolitics. I don't think this could have happened, let alone successfully for President Trump, had he not done the Abraham Accords and so much else with the Gulf states in the first term, had both Obama and Biden not screwed up so royally in Iran by giving them pallets of cash, by mollifying them, by not being more aggressive with Iran and allowing the JCPOA and looking the other way. And so I think this is Iran honestly doesn't have a lot of leverage here, and we just learned that tonight.
Mike Tobin getting up in Tel Aviv, even though this is announced a double-sided ceasefire, this has not gotten word to the people firing missiles, Mike?
Well, it seems that way. Just about 5 minutes from the time we got the announcement that we had that Truth Social post, and you read it on the air there, then the phone started lighting up, indicating that more missiles were inbound. From looking at what we get over the rather sophisticated phone alert system that they have here in Israel, looks like these missiles will fall probably somewhere between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, or possibly south toward the area of Ashkelon. And what we have seen mostly in recent days is these cluster bombs that come through. That way, even when the interceptors get them, you get them, they break up into dozens of bomblets, each of them with about 10 pounds of explosives in them, so they can still be quite lethal. And there have been situations where people have been out in the street, they didn't get into the bomb shelters, and those bomblets are enough to kill people. But clearly an act, either the message didn't get through, or what we often see in the Middle East here, when there's an agreement, someone just tries to be defiant one more time before the agreement goes through. Brett.
Yeah, where do you think the Israelis are on all of this, as far as how involved in some of this negotiation, or where they stand about what their targeting is going to be or might not be for the next 2 weeks?
Well, I think that particularly Prime Minister Netanyahu has been happy to let President Trump take the driver's seat on this one and ride shotgun. I think that he is very interested in an outcome. I think that the Israelis ultimately have the same goal as the United States. I think the Strait of Hormuz is of less importance to them as regime change. I think if regime change happens, you could change the dynamic out here where you don't have the proxies menacing Israel as they have done now for decades. But that is their position, and we're watching the skies now out to the east to see if some of these missiles appear in the sky. As they do, the ballistic missiles, unlike the kind of things that we see fired out of Lebanon or the Gaza Strip, the ballistic missiles will appear like shooting stars in the sky when they arrive in the area, Brett.
All right, Mike, we'll head back for any more breaking details out of Tel Aviv. Back to the panel. Hugh, there was a lot of reaction to the president's early Truth Social about annihilation, the wiping out of a civilization. There was all kinds of reaction and talk about that. But that forceful positioning may have gotten us to where we are here?
Look, it may have worked. Number one, we don't know who is running Iran. We don't know what they read. We don't know what the Farsi translation is. But anyone in the United States who read the civilization to be destroyed as the whole people of Iran is acting in bad faith, because he said explicitly, we're bringing to an end the 47-year regime, that's the IRGC, and God bless the people of Iran. So people can act in bad faith. The president didn't. He was threatening the regime. They got the message. They begged for the ceasefire.
Is there a concern, Dasha, inside the circle that giving them a ceasefire for however long, to Mark's point earlier, gives them a lifeline? I think General Keane said something similar earlier today. And how loud is that voice inside the administration.
I mean, that's the challenge of this position for the president. You know, if he were to go full force tonight, there were serious consequences and serious risks involved. There are consequences and risks to this as well. It is now a bit of a high wire act for these next 2 weeks that he has laid out, because it is all going to depend on how this ends up. Either it's art of the deal and he wins something for the United States that is historic and unprecedented and he takes a massive victory lap, or he winds up with something where people can say, well, why did we do all of this just to get back to some sort of status quo? So everything depends on how this ultimately ends, and this is a moment where really the hard work begins for his team.
Yeah. You know, I had Economist One earlier today on Stuart Varney's show talking about the price of oil and how much this has affected the overall feeling of the economy, saying that getting back to where it was may take some time. Take a listen.
Getting back down to, let's say, $65 a barrel may take a little bit of time. It may take 6 months. You know, for the entire year, you're probably not going to see another year where the S&P 500 is up by a double-digit percentage amount. It's going to do well. It's going to hang in there. Again, no gloom, but no boom.
So at oil prices now, you've got it at crude at 114 tonight. Your thoughts on how much that factored in to this? I mean, this operation had a set of objectives at the beginning, but clearly the world oil market and how people are feeling about their gas prices factors in.
I think it's a huge political quotient as we look at what's going on with the calculus on both sides. And I think that, you know, by constricting the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranian regime, or what remains of it, understood that that was their ace in the hole. That's what they were controlling. It's the reason they had any hope of saying that they were holding off President Trump. And on President Trump's side of the table, I think he was concerned increasingly about the high cost of oil and the impact even on gas prices here at home. You know, the thing about it, as we enter this new period, this new 2-week period, we still don't know exactly if the Iranians are trustworthy. So how long will this last? Will they live up to their promises? And two, the American people don't know. We don't know how long this is going to last. We don't even know who is in charge in Iran and if we've had any success in possibly bringing in more reasonable people to what's been a monstrous regime.
Yeah. But Hugh, part of that is why we're in this in the first place. We knew the Iranians were not trustworthy. We knew they had missiles that could go farther than they said they could go, and then we saw them fired at Diego Garcia. We knew that they had nuclear material, and then they put it on a piece of paper to Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff and said 60% enriched uranium, 900 pounds of it.
For 47 years, they have been lying. For 47 years, they have been exporting terror. For 47 years, they've been killing Americans. President Trump has brought them to heel if they keep their pledge to open the Strait of Hormuz. If they don't, we'll go back to whatever is the highest level of attack that he had planned. It will not be a war crime. It will be a campaign against the regime. I note that we dropped massive ordnance penetrators on a gathering of about 50 IRGC people in the middle of that amazing rescue on Easter Sunday. We don't know who's in charge, but they have that mosaic defense. So it'll take a while to see if the Iranians are really committed to this, but if so, those oil tankers are going to flow tomorrow, and we'll see oil drop down to, I think, below 3 figures tomorrow.
Mark, how does this play? If it works out in President Trump's favor, does this factor in, this whole thing, does this factor into November?
Well, absolutely. I think the whole question is, Americans have been pessimistic for such a long time. And here they see, wow, the plane is shot down. We actually can get somebody out. Wow, we actually can get people to the moon again. We actually can kind of capture those bad guys, right?
Yeah,
and
it's an American exceptionalism story, and it's ahead of the 250th.
I think it comes back, and I think the notion that we also have advanced technology, that we're the world leader in, if he gets some good economic news and he could marshal these 10 other positive events, then will people want to keep moving forward with him and his leadership? That's really his opportunity here. That's what he has to do to be successful.
I mean, the volume and velocity with which Donald J. Trump operates defies all kinds of political gravity.
Trust us.
Yes,
we know.
and he, for sure. And he is also benefited by his opponents. They really bring nothing except criticism and negativity and naysaying. Where's their plan? Why did they look the other way? You know, Hugh said 47 years, this, that, and the other. I'll add one to the list. For 47 years, we had presidents from both parties look the other way on everything Iran has been doing. I also want to remind people on the right, of which I'm a very proud member, peace through strength does include the strength part too sometimes. And I think the president's going to have facts and figures on his side after this for his affordability, security, fairness, energy agenda. And he's very good at explaining why he's doing something. The transparency, I think, benefits him, Brett. I know it's exhausting for news folks, but it benefits him because the people will never go back to a presidency that is not full-facing, public-facing, transparent, and bringing us along, informing us. The man who gave us a primetime address last Wednesday turned around in the briefing room yesterday on Monday, all weekend long and all day today, also communicating with us on social media.
Well, not only that, but also picking up the phone and talking to reporters and anchors. And but at the same time, Dasha, not saying some things, like holding back on the things that he said he was never going to talk about, like operations and where things really stood behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the White House has been very quiet today, and I'm told that that was purposeful. The president knew the whole world was watching. White House officials were not answering a ton of questions, certainly not on the record, because they wanted to give the president that time and that space. And look, for the American people, I had been told throughout end of last year and into early this year that the White House wanted Americans to feel the benefits of the big, beautiful bill right now. This is tax season. This is when they were hoping that Americans would feel what the president has been doing for the economy. This conflict has changed that calculation a little bit, and I think that's part of the reason why there's such a feeling of crunch time right now, of hoping that the American people can see how this is going to come to an end. Again, this 2 weeks now is really critical, not only for the world order, but also for folks understanding what might happen to their pocketbooks here going forward.
Yeah, and let me just read a piece of this again. This is from the Truth Social just moments ago. Subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. A 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. One, you wonder where the allies that maybe have not gotten into this, where they are now, and what happens with them in this 2-week period as well.
Well, it's very important because imagine if you own a boat that's going through the Strait of Hormuz. You're going to want to know that you can have some assurances that your boat's not the one that's going to get blown up. And that the Iranians are trustworthy. And so the allies, and they have much larger dependence on oil coming through that strait than the United States does, will have an additional reason to want to offer some support. But this is a tricky 2-week moment. I mean, you know, it's easy to start a war. What we're seeing is it's hell to get out.
Hugh, last word.
Big win for the president. I want to repeat that. All subject to those boats moving through the strait without being molested by Iran. If Iran breaks the deal, the president will not hesitate to use that peace through strength that Kellyanne referenced. But for tonight, everybody should take a big, deep sigh of relief and watch the oil move.
Well, I think a lot of prayers were answered. Panel, thank you very much. Rolling with the punches. Breaking news here on Special Report.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Early on in this term, President Trump promised that we have weapons that nobody even knows what they are, and that they are so powerful that nobody should ever F with us. Here's President Trump.
Let me tell you, it's far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and it is the most powerful weapons in the world that we have. More powerful than anybody not even close.
So Donald Trump followed up that commentary by using the discombobulator to discombobulate Nicolas Maduro. Trump reveals to the Post the secret discombobulator weapon that mysteriously made all of the enemies that were protecting Maduro fall to their knees and start vomiting blood. The discombobulator, I'm not allowed to talk about it, Trump said during an Oval Office interview. It made all of the enemy's equipment just not work. I would love to, said the president. They never got their rockets off. They had Chinese and Russian rockets. They never got one off. We came in, they pressed buttons, and nothing worked. They were all set for us. The CIA was, of course, part of the Maduro raid and took their discombobulator in and used it. Apparently, it was a sonic weapon that was also used. This sonic weapon, again, caused the guards, allegedly, to fall down in a fetal position and to bleed from the ears, eyes, and mouth, rendering them totally incapable of defending Nicolas Maduro. This is how they were able to snatch him up. Anyway, new weapons on the battlefield. The top tweet in my timeline right now is unthinkable that this, like, just a couple of years ago, when we were dead set on losing the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, seemingly to goat herders by not using American tech. Now we have Fox News here bragging that we're using suicide drones. It's unthinkable. Today, hundreds of U.S. drones are fully integrated in the offensive and defensive operations in Iran. CENTCOM's Admiral Brad Cooper bragging that the U.S. forces are launching one-way suicide drones into Iran as part of Operation Epic Fury. This is now a multi-drone campaign war, and 90% of the casualties in the Ukraine war on both sides are because of drones. The future is horrifying, because the future is going to be which drone army can use your AI to kill you the fastest, and which drone army can survive the longest using AI. And now we're finding out that AI is how we actually knew that the pilot was alive and hiding, and exactly where they were hiding, using ghost murmur. You ever heard of ghost murmur? Yeah, here we go. The secret, never before used CIA tool that helped find airmen downed in Iran. If your heart is beating, we will find you. The CIA used a futuristic new tool called ghost murmur to find and rescue the second airman who was shot down in southern Iran, the Post learned. The secret technology used long-range quantum magnetometry to find the electromagnetic fingerprint of a human heartbeat and pairs the data with artificial intelligence software to isolate the signature from background noise, two sources close to the breakthrough said. So, okay, so they're finding people based on their heartbeats using this long-range quantum scope and scrape of the information and data. This is insane. It was a tool first used in the field by the spy agency. So this was first used in the finding of the downed airman from the F-15E that crashed. It was alluded to Monday afternoon by President Trump and CIA Director John Ratcliffe at the White House briefing. It's like hearing a voice in a stadium, except the stadium is 1,000 square miles of desert. A source briefed on the program told the Post. In the right conditions, if your heart is beating, we will find you. Whoa. This source and others with the knowledge of the Lockheed Martin intelligence collection tools told the Post that Ghost Murmur was developed by Skunk Works, the aerospace giant's secret advanced development division, and a company declined to comment. The technology has been successfully tested on Black Hawk helicopters for future potential use, and F-35 fighter jets, second source says. The missing and wounded weapons systems officer, known publicly only as Dude 44 Bravo, was hiding in the mountain crevice. His F-15 was shot down, surviving days in the desolate terrain as Iranian troops scoured and searched for him, a bounty on his head. The relatively barren landscape made for an ideal first operational use of Ghost Murmur, the source said. The name is deliberate. Murmur is a clinical term for a heart rhythm. A ghost refers to somebody who's finding, for all practical purposes, disappeared. Wow. Okay. It was about as clean of an environment as you could ask for because low electromagnetic interference, almost no competing human signatures, and at night, the thermal contrast between a living body and the desert floor, which gave operators secondary confirmation layer. Normally, the signal is so weak that it can't be measured in a hospital setting with sensors pressed nearly against the chest, the source said. Wow. But advances in the field of quantum magnetometry, specifically sensors built around microscopic defects in the synthetic diamonds, have apparently made it possible to detect these signals dramatically greater distances. The capacity is not omniscient. It works best in remote, low clutter environments and requires significant processing time. Okay. Well, there you go. Bragging about a new weapon. CIA used a tool called Ghost Murmur to find the airman. It finds your heartbeat. Donald Trump saying they found a needle in a haystack as he introduced CIA Director John Ratcliffe.
On Saturday morning, we
CIA
achieved our primary objective,
made a hype video
finding
out of it.
and providing confirmation.
Not used to seeing CIA hype videos.
Best and bravest was alive.
The CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck.
Still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA.
So there you go. Invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. We deployed both human and exquisite technology no other intelligence service in the world possesses.
To a daunting challenge.
So this would be it, right?
At the president's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses.
There you go. Ghost Murmur sounds like the next Mission Impossible movie. Okay. I'm glad the pilot is home. I am so incredibly thankful. God is good is his first expression to the Ghost Murmur team, right? And that we robbed Iran of what would be a very, very useful propaganda tool and military tool right now, frankly. You could put the pilot anywhere you don't want to get bombed, parade him through Tehran, do all sorts of unspeakable and horrible things. We saw what happened to Gaddafi. We saw what happened in Benghazi. We saw what's happened around the world. We're extremely thankful. So whatever the hell it was, you'll find me cheering the CIA on in this scenario. What about anyway? Here's some crook. I think we'd all use a little bit of good news right now, so why don't we start with Stephen Colbert's career? This will be uplifting for anybody who actually likes comedy. It's not even really a political question because this isn't comedy. This is, by the way, what passed for prime time Stephen Colbert bit back in the day. Let's listen.
Orange and empty inside. I'd say you're a traffic cone, but I would swerve to avoid a traffic curve. Oh, that's gonna leave a mark, Cuban. Donald, do you know that to be a billionaire, you have to have the billion part in your bank account, not just the air. John, you just fell into the Shark Tank. Donald, I know you have no shot with Hispanics, because there's no way in hell you're getting the Cuban vote.
Okay, you get it, right? It's okay. You don't have to watch you don't have to watch the
$9.5 billion to wash my balls.
That's it. This is what you would get. I know that none of you ever watched the Late Show, but this is the kind of stuff that you would get. You would get the vaccine. You would get this. It's Stephen Colbert dancing around, telling everybody to poison themselves. In fact, this is. There's my production team has come up with hours of this. Look at this. The
vaccine.
Okay, so anyway, So as you know, this has all been canceled. Stephen Colbert had his on-camera meltdown, which always makes me like laugh every single time that I watch it.
How dare you, sir? Would an untalented man be able to compose the following satirical witticism? Go yourself.
Stephen Colbert's meltdown needs to be studied. Crash Out needs to be studied on the show that he didn't build. He was handed and then he destroyed on CBS. Of course, he limps towards the end. Stephen Colbert's final show will be in just 1 month, and CBS has announced this replacement, and it is so funny. You have to hear about it, because what CBS is going to try and do is, which is revolutionary, is replace Stephen Colbert's show, The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, with comedy. In the final insult to Colbert's pathetic and woke career, which spiraled wildly into effectively just Trump derangement, lecturing and muling on camera, feeling like you're getting scolded the whole time. It's not comedy, right? I just played you some examples. It's like less than 1% of the examples we have of Stephen Colbert using his show as a propaganda arm for the DNC. It's not comedy. It's not funny. And now the replacement is, well, actual comedy. 2 consecutive episodes of Brian Allen's Comics Unleashed will air in the late night program's stead, starting on May 22nd, CBS announced. The coveted 11:35 p.m. time slot, once belonged to David Letterman, will now return to trying to make viewers laugh, instead of lecturing them about the evils of Donald Trump. Please tell me that that isn't the actual release. The CBS is replacing The Late Show with an actual comedy show. Colbert's stint, set to conclude on May 21st, was marred by a drop-off in linear ad revenue. Showrunners made the call to do away with the franchise altogether in July after it recorded an annual loss of $40 million. The decision to tap Allen comes as nearly half a century from his TV debut on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, where he was the youngest comedian ever to grace the stage. I got to tell you, I don't really know much about this guy. I don't watch like TV news and stuff, but apparently he has like a Comics Unleashed talk show where comics go and like
coming to you from Hollywood, most live, it's Comics Unleashed with your host Byron Allen.
Here we go. Let's go ahead and watch it.
With your host
here it is on
tonight. Byron welcomes David Brenner.
Here it is on.
Hey, yeah, you ready to have some fun?
Okay, so it's kind of like a late night. So it's live audience.
We almost got the show started late tonight because I was at home waiting for the phone company, and the phone company.
So he does like a little the guest
minutes
coming
later,
out.
they come back. Can I work doubles for the next 2 months?
Okay, just the day truck, right? Like, right? Got some sharks behind him. Okay, cool. You ever seen it? I don't know. Comics Unleashed. Is this a YouTube channel? It's only got 3,000 subscribers. Okay. That just goes to show you how things work in network TV, right? Versus the real world. It's got 5,000 views. This is from 5 months ago. Okay, cool. I like Dane Cook, right? So it's kind of like a late night talk show. It's oh, I remember this guy, right? Remember this guy? Yeah. Okay. So they're doing something remarkable. After Gutfeld destroyed the late night show in the ratings, they're choosing an apolitical replacement. They try very hard on the Comics Unleashed, according to the write-up here, to completely stay as far away from a divisive politics as possible. And a noticeable split from Colbert, obviously. If they're looking for a young show, my hand is already up. New York Advertising Week. 50 years, I've been waiting for this moment. Definitely, I'm going to go for it. I have 620 of the greatest comedy writers on planet Earth today. They've written all the material. They performed it everywhere. They've perfected it. He added no topical humor, no political humor, nothing. I don't want anything that's racist, sexist, anti-Semitic, homophobic. I don't want anything near that. enormous amount of support from the advertising community. Okay. Well, that doesn't sound any fun, but whatever. Whatever. It's like the opposite of the Joe Rogan comedy mothership, right? Live stream. Kill Tony, which I think is hilarious. I love it. All right. So they have the final insult on the way out. The final insult is they're replacing Stephen Colbert with an actual comedian. This is what everyone's saying. CBS signs deal with Brian Allen to lease all of the late night after Stephen Colbert exits. This is the show. This is their IMDb. 4 out of 10 stars. Okay, so we'll see what happens. The ultimate insult to Colbert on the way out is Comics Unleashed is basically televised press junket, a bunch of audition tapes strung together with uncharismatic billionaire narrating the transitions. CBS is going to introduce comedy to their 11:30 time slot once Colbert vacates. Bold move to replace Colbert with something that is intended to bring laughter to the world. This is what everyone is saying online. Yeah, remember that one time that Stephen Colbert apologized to Donald Trump?
A few things about you over the years that apologize to you, apologize to you, because I've said a few things about you over the years that are, in polite company, perhaps are unforgivable.
Almost.
Almost unforgivable.
Some nice things. Some nice things. Not too many.
Okay. Fine. Whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll hope that this is a return to normalcy and a return to comedy. It seems like Hollywood is sort of getting the message with some of its recent original box office hits, staying away from divisive politics and what divides people, and giving us the much-needed entertainment release, with the exception of course, hiring Stephen Colbert to write Lord of the Rings. Just get rid of Stephen Colbert, and you've solved most of your problems. It's my bad. Sure.
Moving along now to the topic of election integrity, there's a sheriff over in California who's in a bit of a Mexican standoff with the state government right now. His name is Chad Bianco, and he's the sheriff of Riverside County, which is directly east of LA. And in February of this year, Sheriff Bianco seized over 600,000 ballots that were cast in a 2025 special election. Quote, Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco, who is running to be the next California governor, has seized more than 500,000 ballots from a November 2025 special election on redistricting, triggering a political and legal confrontation with state officials. Now, the backstory here was fascinating, and so please do smash those like and subscribe buttons, strap in, and let's get right into it. In November of 2025, California statewide held a special election. It was a ballot measure called California Proposition 50, and it asked the voters a simple yes or no question, whether or not the state should redraw its congressional map. You see, at the time, Texas had recently redrawn their map, giving them an additional 5 Republican districts, and so Californians were asked if they should do the same for Democrats. And they did. Proposition 50, it ultimately passed with 64% of Californians voting in favor of it. Quote, the new map was designed to boost the number of seats for Democrats in the 2026 midterm elections. Proposition 50 passed with nearly 64% of the vote and could send up to 5 additional Democratic representatives to Congress. And so, very good. Getting 64% of the vote meant that this was a very popular issue. Even in Riverside County, which is more conservative leaning compared to the rest of California, Proposition 50 got 56% of the vote. However, over in Riverside County, a local watchdog group found something to be amiss. A group of volunteers called the Riverside Election Integrity Team, they looked at the public records at the local registrar's office, and they claimed to have found handwritten intake logs for only 611,428 ballots being received. However, the county, they reported 657,322 votes to the state. That was a gap of nearly 46,000 more votes reported to the state than ballots allegedly being received. And so, This watchdog group reported their findings to the local sheriff's office, led by Sheriff Chad Bianco, who in turn took these allegations seriously and opened up an official local investigation. Quote, Bianco announced the investigation at a press conference on March 20th, saying it stemmed from a complaint by a local citizens group that reviewed public records from the county registrar of voters. Sheriff Bianco rejected the registrar's explanation that official machine counts showed only a minor deviation attributable to human error. Calling the probe a fact-finding mission, Bianco said investigators plan to physically count ballots and compare the total with certified results. And the whole thing was actually on the up and up because as a part of this probe, Sheriff Bianco obtained a legal warrant from a local judge to seize all the local ballots, over 500,000 of them. He then began a process of doing a hand recount to see what the true vote tally should be. He then also obtained another search warrant, and he was able to seize an additional 426 boxes of ballot-related materials from the November 2025 election. So far, so good. However, when this probe was made public, the local election officials, they came out in opposition, and they said that the watchdog group, who initially reported the anomaly, simply misunderstood how to interpret the raw data. Quote, local electoral officials have dismissed those concerns, saying the citizens group misunderstood how to interpret the raw data, including the lack of precision of hand-counted tallies. According to state officials, the actual difference was only 103 votes. Now, Sheriff Bianco did not accept that explanation for such a large disparity of 46,000 votes that were reported to him. However, the California Attorney General did. He took the side of the local election officials, and the Attorney General basically began to work to shut down the investigation ASAP. Quote, county election officials and California Attorney General Rob Bonta, a Democrat, dispute Sheriff Bianco's claims and authority to conduct the probe. Sheriff Bianco said the Attorney General sought to halt the probe, arguing that law enforcement officers are not authorized or trained to conduct election recounts. The sheriff noted that representatives of the Attorney General had asked him to pause the investigation until after March 6th without providing a valid reason. A judge later ordered that counting resume under the supervision of a special master appointed by the court. Also, and this next part was a bit ironic, because the Attorney General said that this type of a probe might jeopardize public confidence in future elections, to which the sheriff responded by saying that not conducting this probe, at least at this point, would actually be what jeopardizes public confidence in future elections. Quote, Attorney General Bonta has characterized the seizure as unprecedented. In letters sent to the sheriff's office over the past 2 months, he wrote that the action was unacceptable and that it sets a dangerous precedent and will only sow distrust in our elections. To which Sheriff Bianco responded by citing a University of California San Diego study that found that about 40% of Californians distrust election systems, and added that what does sow mistrust in our system is failing to conduct an investigation, or worse, attempting to stop or interfere with a lawful investigation to sweep it under the rug so evidence can possibly be destroyed. Now, regardless of the back and forth rationale battle, the Attorney General wound up filing motions with the state Supreme Court to stop the investigation immediately, saying that the sheriff lacked legal authority to conduct this type of a probe. UCLA's Voting Rights Project, they filed a lawsuit as well against the sheriff, and the cavalcade worked, at least for now. Just a few days ago, Sheriff Bianco came out and he said that he is voluntarily putting a pause on his investigation while he deals with this onslaught of legal challenges that have been filed against both him as well as his office. Quote, we are on hold because of the politically motivated lawsuits and court filings. And so there you have it. As of right now, the investigation is on hold while the legal challenges play themselves out in court. Also, it's worth mentioning that the clock is ticking here, given the fact that under California state law, the ballots from the November 2025 special election, they only need to be preserved and retained until May of this year, after which they can legally be destroyed. And so we'll just have to wait and see what comes of this case, or if the clock just runs out before the legal challenges can be settled. All right, just to pause here for a super quick moment, I'd like to introduce our sponsor and my own personal gold dealer, American Hartford Gold. Now, as soon as the latest round of tariffs hit, almost immediately, the stock market hit some serious waves, we could say. It became super turbulent, very volatile, and of course, these conditions don't just affect Wall Street, they affect all of us with our investments and our retirement accounts. That's why I want to introduce a company that I trust and I use myself to help secure my own savings, American Hartford Gold. They specialize in helping Americans move their assets into something tangible, something you can actually hold, physical gold and physical silver. Two precious metals that help me sleep better at night, knowing that I have a hedge against all those brilliant decisions being made over in Washington. Now, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They have thousands of 5-star reviews, and they make the whole buying process super simple. Your metals can be shipped directly to your doorstep, or you can transfer your current retirement account to a tax-advantaged gold IRA. And the best part is that right now, American Hartford Gold is offering an exclusive buy one, get one deal for my viewers. When you call them and mention my name, Roman, for every 1 ounce of gold that you purchase, you can get 1 ounce of free silver. And so take advantage of this special offer. Either call 866-242-2352 or simply text Roman to 65532. That's again, 866-242-2352 or text Roman to 65532. I'll also throw their information. It'll be down in the description box below. If you want to dig deeper into the specifics of this case, I will throw my research notes down into the description box below, which is of course that description box right below those like and subscribe buttons, both of which I hope you've already smashed, but if not, here's another opportunity. And also, I'd love to know your thoughts regarding this case. Do you think an investigation like this causes mistrust in the system? Or does not doing the investigation cause mistrust in the system? Or maybe if both of those are true, if both cause mistrust, at this point where we are now in the story, what is the better path to take to minimize the amount of mistrust in the system? Leave your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to know, and I will be reading them tonight as well as into the week. And then lastly, I'll mention that over on Epic TV, we just published a phenomenal documentary called Healthcare Decoded. Basically, it's a series of great interviews with doctors, and in the film, it exposes some of the actual problems with America's healthcare system, because we all kind of like feel it intuitively that the US is pretty much the best, most advanced healthcare system in the world, but at the same time, the system is complicated, it's convoluted, and because of years of government patchwork solutions, the whole thing is just a maze to navigate. I know a story of a guy. He went to the hospital because he needed some emergency work done. And when he came out, he was billed something like $4,000 because they assumed that he didn't have insurance. But he did have insurance. So he called up the hospital and he said, oh, hey, you billed me $4,000, but I have this insurance plan. And so they said, okay, no problem. What's your insurance? They took down his information, got his account number. And afterwards they said, okay, no problem. You owe us $5,000 out of pocket. And he said, how could that be? When you thought I didn't have insurance, you said I owe $4,000. But now that you know I have insurance, you're saying I owe $5,000? And they said yes, because $4,000 was the price that you have to pay when you don't have insurance. When you do have insurance, the actual price is something like $18,000, but your insurance company has negotiated it only down to $5,000 that you would pay. And so the guy was on the phone flabbergasted, and he said, okay, well, can you just forget that I have insurance? I'd rather just pay the $4,000 as if I didn't have insurance. But he said, no, we can't do that because legally you did have an insurance policy in place during that period of time when you got the services. So now you have to pay $5,000 rather than $4,000. And so it's a story like that that just elucidates how broken the system actually is, that such a thing could even take place. And so anyway, the documentary, it lifts the veil about how the system actually operates behind the scenes, why this actual system is in place, and perhaps more importantly, it actually provides practical real-world tips on how you can navigate the complexities of the system in a smart way. And so, yeah, it's a great documentary, and you can find a link to it. It'll be right there at the top of the description box below. Just click on that link, check out Epic TV, and you can watch the documentary right away. And then, until next time, I'm your host, Roman from the Epic Times. Stay informed. Most importantly, stay free.
Of all the Founding Fathers, I think Benjamin Franklin has to be one of the coolest. He was witty, he was wise, he was quite the flirt, and one time he even tried to electrocute a turkey. And he also liked to eat, and his Parmesan cheese was one of his favorites. I am making Dr. Franklin an 18th century recipe for anchovies with Parmesan cheese. So thank you to Saley Easom for sponsoring this video as we eat like Benjamin Franklin. This time on Tasting History. With this year being the semi-quincentennial, that is 250th anniversary of the United States of America, I figured I would do a bit of a series on what our founding fathers and mothers ate. And who better to start it off with than Benjamin Franklin? Now, like so many of our founding fathers, Franklin wrote a lot, and one of the topics he liked to talk about was food. While he was living in London, he wrote about lodging with an elderly widow who suffered from gout. But she was an amusing conversationalist, and so he didn't mind having dinner with her even if the meals were rather meager. Our supper was only half an anchovy each, on a very little strip of bread and butter, and half a pint of ale between us. But the entertainment was in her conversation. So I figured that I would make this meal, but it's a little too simple, so I wanted to add in one of Franklin's favorite ingredients, Parmesan cheese. In 1769, he wrote a letter to a friend who was traveling and said that while a lot of people are really interested in the inscriptions on old stones and on old churches and whatever, I confess that if I could find in any Italian travels a receipt for making Parmesan cheese, it would give me more satisfaction than a transcript of any inscription from any stone whatever. Eventually, in 1773, he would receive a very detailed receipt or recipe for making that cheese, and he published it in Lloyd's Evening Post. But for most of his life, he was unable to make his own Parmesan cheese, so he had to, of course, buy it. So don't feel bad if you have to buy your Parmesan cheese for this recipe from William Verrill's Complete System of Cookery, published in 1759. Des anchois au parmesan. Anchovies with Parmesan cheese. Fry some bits of bread about the length of an anchovy in good oil or butter. Lay the half of anchovy with the bone upon each bit, and strew over then some Parmesan cheese grated fine, and color them nicely in an oven or with a salamander. Squeeze the juice of an orange or lemon and pile them up in your dish and send them to table. This seems to be but a trifling thing, but I never saw it come whole from the table. I thought this recipe was perfect because it was published in London in 1759, which is actually when Franklin would have been living in London. Not the first time when he was there with the widow, but a second trip where he was there for like 15 years. Also, because the author includes a French name for the dish, kind of ties into the fact that Franklin spent a long time, almost a decade, living in Paris. He was actually quite well traveled, and I'm sure if he was around today and had a cell phone, he would really appreciate an eSIM from today's sponsor, Saley eSIM. Saley is a new eSIM app that gives you a convenient and very affordable way to get internet when you are traveling internationally. It can really save you on those exorbitant roaming fees. And they have plans for almost everywhere in the world. I, of course, used it when I traveled to Egypt last month. And I like it because it's easy to use. I am hopeless when it comes to pretty much everything tech. But here you just download the app, choose the country that you're heading to, then choose the data plan you want, and check out. And that's it. It's really convenient. In just a few minutes, it's on your phone so you can make phone calls or order an Uber to your hotel or look up where your hotel is. It works on iOS, it works on Android, and they offer regional plans in case you're going to multiple countries. Also, it comes with a whole suite of security features, like being able to change your virtual location and blocking malicious ads. And right now, when you use my code TastingHistory, or just click this QR code that you'll see on screen, you can get a 15% discount on Saley eSIM plans. Just download the Saley app and use code TastingHistory at checkout, or scan the QR code on screen right now to get started. And I am going to start on this recipe. So for this recipe, what you'll need is 1 loaf of good bread, something French or Italian, I'd say, then a quarter cup or 60 grams of clarified butter or olive oil, and a couple dozen anchovy fillets. In the 18th century, while you would find fresh anchovies in parts of the world, in England they were mostly preserved, packed in salt. So if you have them packed in salt, you need to wash them to get most of the salt off. If you have them packed in oil, which is usually how it's done today, then most of the salt has already been removed, so you don't actually have to wash them, but they're still going to be really salty. Then a hunk of Parmesan cheese, enough to make about a half cup when finely grated. Then lastly, you will need a lemon, or the recipe says you can use an orange, but the orange that they were probably referring to was something like a Seville orange, which is kind of sour and bitter. So I'd probably go with a lemon, but if you want a sweet orange, go right ahead. So we need to start by slicing the bread, and you want the slices to be nice and thin so that when we fry them, they will get crisp. And while you can leave the crusts, it's nice to trim them to about the size of 2 anchovies laying side by side. Then heat the oil or butter in a pan. I'm using ghee because it has a higher smoke point than just butter. And once it's quite hot, set a few pieces of the bread in and let them fry for about 45 seconds on one side, then flip them over and fry for another 45 seconds. You want to make sure that they're nice and crisp and well browned, so you may need a little more time or a little less time depending on the heat of the oil. Once they're done, you can take them out and put them on a wire rack to drain, and then take that wire rack and put it on a baking tray and place 1 or 2 anchovy fillets on each piece of bread, and then sprinkle some of the Parmesan cheese on top. Now, the amount of Parmesan that you want to use is really up to you. I will say it is a very pungent flavor and quite salty, as is the anchovy, so, you know, Just maybe sparingly? I'm not sure, honestly. It's kind of up to you. Then we need to brown these and kind of melt the cheese over the anchovy and the toast, and the recipe gives you 2 ways to do that. One says it can be done in an oven, and that's what I'm doing, under the broiler at 350 Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius. But it also says that you can use a salamander. Now, this is not talking about the amphibian, but rather a tool that was popular in the 18th and 19th century that you would stick into the fire and get really hot and then hold it over the food and it would brown the food. And while it is not actually an amphibian, it's something that's made out of iron, it is named after the amphibian, partly because of the way that it looks, but also because going all the way back to the ancient Greeks, it was believed that salamanders were immune to fire. And they're usually depicted either walking through flames or even breathing flames in old images. But unless you have an 18th century kitchen at your disposal, like they do on Townsend's, you're probably going to want to stick with the oven. Now, as soon as the cheese is melted and browned on top, you're going to want to take those out of the oven and immediately squeeze some lemon or orange juice on top. Then before I actually try these, I wanted to ask you what other founding fathers or kind of founding stories you'd like me to cover over the next 6 to 9 months while I do this series. I'm really having trouble deciding. In fact, the only one that I have decided on is Benjamin Franklin, and that's why we're here, and that's why I'm going to tell you a bit more about what Benjamin Franklin had to say about food. Born in 1706, Benjamin Franklin was one of the oldest founding fathers. He was already 70 years old when the Declaration of Independence was signed, and he lived to be 84. So with a life so long, it's no wonder that his eating habits changed considerably as he aged. Now, the first time that he seems to have had any real feelings about food was when he was about 16, and he read a book by the then famous vegetarian and early advocate for animal rights, Thomas Tryon, a man who really deserves an entire episode all of his own. After reading Tryon's writings, Franklin was persuaded that vegetarianism was not only healthy, but also a morally right way to eat. Unfortunately, in 18th century Pennsylvania, being a vegetarian was difficult. My refusing to eat flesh occasioned an inconveniency, and I was frequently chid for my singularity. See, he was an apprentice printer to his brother James, and he lived with James, but James didn't cook. Rather, he spent money to have their meals made for them every day, and those meals usually contained meat. So, Benjamin asked James if he could give him half of the money that he was spending on food, and he would then cook for himself. That way he could eat what he wanted, and James would save a little money. Most of what he seems to have eaten at this time was boiled potatoes, rice, and hasty pudding, but eating this simple fare did give him time to get more work done, because while James and all the other printers would go out to eat during the middle of the day, Benjamin stayed at the printing house, and dispatching presently my light repast, which often was no more than a biscuit or a slice of bread, a handful of raisins or a tart from the pastry cooks, and a glass of water, had the rest of the time till their return for study, in which I made the greater progress from that greater clearness of head and quicker apprehension which usually attend temperance in eating and drinking. And I have to agree with him on that, because frankly, after I eat lunch, I'm pretty much useless for like the next 2 hours. Now, he was a vegetarian for a while, but it was rather short-lived, because he talks about sailing on his first voyage from Boston, where he witnessed many people on board catching codfish. This was something he considered a kind of unprovoked murder, since none of them had or ever could do us any injury that might justify the slaughter. However, he admits that he was previously a lover of eating fish, and as soon as he smelled the fish being fried in the pan, his resolve started to falter. And then they sliced open one of the codfish, and he saw smaller fish inside. Then thought I, if you eat one another, I don't see why we mayn't eat you. So I dined upon cod very heartily, and continued to eat with other people, returning only now and then occasionally to a vegetable diet. And I love that he admits that because he is a man of reason, he is able to reason himself into pretty much whatever he actually wants to do. And don't we all? But even as he gave up being a vegetarian, at least full-time, he did still continue to eat rather sparingly and, very odd for the time, drink almost not at all. And his printer friends, co-workers, when he later lived in London, thought that this was very odd, as they were great guzzlers of beer. But even though all he was drinking was water, he was still able to lift heavier things than his co-workers, and they found this baffling. They wondered to see that the water American, as they called me, was stronger than themselves, who drank strong beer. And he says that the beer drinking in this London print shop was pretty much constant. They actually had a dedicated boy who would bring beer back and forth from the nearby alehouse. My companion at the press drank every day a pint before breakfast, a pint at breakfast with his bread and cheese, a pint between breakfast and dinner, a pint at dinner, a pint in the afternoon about 6 o'clock, and another when he had done his day's work. I thought it a detestable custom, but it was necessary, he supposed, to drink strong beer that he might be strong to labor. Franklin tried to reason with him, saying that there is more energy in just eating bread than there is in drinking all of that beer, which is made from bread but is watered down. And he says that it would also be a lot cheaper to do this because the man was spending half of his day's wages just on the beer that he was drinking at work. So maybe that's the origin of the famous Franklin adage, "A penny saved is 2 pence clear." And yes, that's the actual saying, not a penny saved is a penny earned, but the gist is the same. Now, in those early years, he doesn't seem to have been an adventurous eater at all. In fact, he doesn't seem to have given a lot of thought to food in general. I was quite indifferent to what kind of food was set before me, and so unobservant of it that to this day, if I am asked, I can scarce tell a few hours after dinner what I dined upon. He considered his simple dining habits a sign of his lofty principles. Frugality was his watch cry. But as he got older, and more importantly, as he got richer, things started to change. A change which he either credits or blames on his wife, Deborah. My breakfast was a long time bread and milk, no tea, and I ate it out of a 2-penny earthen porringer with a pewter spoon. But mark how luxury will enter families and make a progress in spite of principle. Being called one morning to breakfast, I found it in a china bowl with a spoon of silver. They had been brought for me without my knowledge by my wife, and had cost her the enormous sum of 23 shillings, for which she had no other excuse or apology to make but that she thought her husband deserved a silver spoon and china bowl as well as any of his neighbors. And so what started as a china bowl of bread and milk soon became a lot more eating and a lot more drinking. For there can't be good living where there is not good drinking. Hear, hear. Of course, this is a bit in conflict with his earlier admonishment that there is nothing more like a fool than a drunken man. And he even took it upon himself to compose a little tome called The Drinker's Dictionary, which was 228 different 18th century euphemisms for being drunk. These included, he's busky, he's drank more than he has bled, he's crump-footed, he's swamped, and my favorite, he has taken Hippocrates' grand elixir, which is a reference to the spiced wine known as Hippocras. Now, even when Franklin did begin drinking, he does not seem to have liked to get drunk and preferred wine. In a 1779 letter, he wrote, "Behold the rain which descends from heaven upon our vineyards. There it enters the roots of the vines to be changed into wine, a constant proof that God loves us and loves to see us happy." It's interesting that so many of his earlier quotes are about temperance in drinking, and then as he gets older, you find quotes like, "You will say my advice smelled of Madeira." You are right. That is, he's only giving out this advice because he's been drinking a little bit of Madeira wine. Now, while he does start to branch out in the food and drink that he enjoys, he does still usually stick to eating pretty healthy. In fact, one of the only times that he seems to admonish his wife was when she failed to send him apples when he was living in London. While he was there, he was able to get some apples, but he preferred the apples of America. Goodies I now and then get a few, but roasting apples, seldom. I wish you had sent me some. And I wonder how you, that used to think of everything, came to forget it. Newton Pippins would have been the most acceptable. Newton Pippins were an apple that were first grown in Long Island, New York, and Benjamin Franklin was an absolute advocate of foods grown in the future United States. He wrote a lot about corn and potatoes, and was thrilled in 1782 to receive a box of cranberries while in France. In a letter to his friend Jonathan Williams, he wrote, "I have lately received some cranberries from Boston, especially in contrast with the bald eagle. For the truth, the turkey is, in comparison, a much more respectable bird, and withal a true native of America. He is besides, though a little vain and silly, a bird of courage, and would not hesitate to attack a grenadier of the British Guards who should presume to invade his farmyard with a red coat on." Also, it's often said that Franklin was arguing to have the turkey on the Great Seal of the United States in that letter, but actually he was saying it would be a better seal for the emblem of the Society of the Cincinnati of America. But he clearly lost that argument, seeing as it is on their emblem, and it is on the Great Seal of the United States. But that doesn't mean that he ever stopped enjoying turkey. He even tried to electrocute one in 1750, since birds killed in this manner eat uncommonly tender. Unfortunately for Franklin, and maybe fortunately for the turkey, he accidentally touched the wire when he was getting ready to electrocute him, so he ended up just shocking himself, and it hurt a lot. And he wrote about it to his brother, but at the end of this letter, he says, "Do not make it more public, for I am ashamed to have been guilty of so notorious a blunder." So here I am making it public to, hundreds of thousands of people. Now, while he was particularly fond of American foods, partly as a way of ending dependency on Great Britain, he was also interested in foreign foods. He actually sent a box of soybeans from China to a friend of his, and in the letter he writes one of the earliest Western descriptions of tofu. It was Father Navarette's account of the universal use of cheese made of soybeans in China which so excited my curiosity. I have since learned that some runnings of salt, I suppose rennet, is put into water when the meal is in it to turn it to curds. These are what the tofu is made of. He got to know a lot of other foreign foods when he was on a diplomatic mission to France in the 1770s and 80s, and it does seem that that is where he finally gave up on trying to eat sparingly and healthy all the time. I mean, it's France. And that is where he starts eating much more rich foods and gets a bad case of gout. In 1780, he wrote a dialogue between himself and his gout where, despite his protestations, the gout chastises him for eating a bit too much meat, not exercising enough, and perhaps having a bit too much to drink. But I don't think that I need to worry about gout getting me as long as I only have a few bites of these anchovies on toast with Parmesan cheese. And here we are, an 18th century recipe for anchovies with Parmesan cheese for Benjamin Franklin. So here's the thing, they smell a lot like Parmesan and a lot like anchovies. To be expected, I don't like anchovies. I don't know why I chose this recipe, but I did. Here we are, and I'm about to eat them. The thing is, I don't like salty things, really, but let's give it a try. Crunchy. That is really salty. Takes a second to hit you. Too salty for me. Oh my gosh. Need some water. It really just soaks all of the moisture out of your mouth. So I know a lot of people who really like anchovies, and I like anchovy paste when it's made into like a Caesar dressing or something, but whole anchovies are just a little bit too strong for me. Partly it's the fishiness, but really it's the salt. I'm just not a huge salt guy. Yeah, I think the richness of the toast, which is, soaked in butter essentially, that does help. And then that lemon juice on top does kind of cut through a little bit, which is necessary. Could probably use more. Maybe the orange juice was the way to go, I don't know. But frankly, it's just too salty for me. That said, if you like that flavor of anchovies and Parmesan, because a lot of people just love it, then I could see you absolutely loving these. They're not unpleasant, they're just not my taste. So another thing about Benjamin Franklin I wanted to say was, since it is the 250th anniversary of the United States, it's interesting that Franklin had expressed a desire to see America when it was 100, though he actually wrote this when he was in when it was 1773, so wouldn't have been quite the centennial. And of course, he wasn't going to make that because he would have been like, I don't know, almost 170, something like that. But he actually had a plan for that. He said, "I should prefer to an ordinary death the being immersed in a cask of Madeira wine with a few friends till that time, to be then recalled to life by the solar warmth of my dear country. Drowned in sweet wine, and then revived to see the centennial." With his friends in the cask with him. I love that. Obviously it didn't happen, but that just makes it all the more important for us to appreciate being able to be around for the 250th anniversary and appreciate all that people like Benjamin Franklin did for us. So make some anchovies and Parmesan if you like them. Don't if you don't. And I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Looks like it's finally over. All right, after all the crying, all the yelling and screaming about forever wars, it looks like the forever war is ending in 35 days. So Donald Trump dropped an actual nuke, it seems. Literally. Tucker Carlson kind of went mad. He went insane. He said, "How dare a president of the United States insult Islam?" Speaking of Islam, they're all falling apart. Alex Jones is talking about impeachment, which is pretty wild, I'm not gonna lie. We got leftist media running absolute defense for the Iranian regime, crashing out and lying about literally everything. And if you didn't hate the media enough, they are just straight up canceling people now for even being remotely aligned with Trump. They do all this while, of course, they glaze Europe, while Europe, of course, charges all of their old soldiers with war crimes. That's a real thing that just happened in Australia, by the way. We have a lot to talk about. We got to dive into it. Lock in, boys and girls. Crazy ride today. Here's the daily deep dive on all the things that everyone should be talking about that no one talks about, right? But that's why I'm here. As you can see, the Goblin Kingdom is reacting with complete confusion as Gondor mounts a massive rescue mission for a pair of puny hobbits. Do you know how many horses they could have lost to rescue those hobbits? You probably can't even imagine it. The goblins are truly baffled by this. Now, Donald Trump made a tweet, and to say that this tweet didn't shake the world is a lie. Saying that this is just a little bit of a tweet is an understatement. This one's insane. "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again." Just to be clear, everyone's freaking out. They're saying this is genocidal. Obviously, this is referring to the Islamic regime. It is not talking about the Iranian people. That said, holy crap, he is not holding back. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe someone revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So, I see a lot of people being like, what do you mean, God bless the people of Iran? You just said a civilization will die tonight. This is obviously referring to the Islamic regime that's been torturing and oppressing Iran for the last 47 years, hopefully giving rise to a new regime that could come from the Iranian people themselves. Regardless, it looks like it's ending today. Will Iran capitulate on literally everything, or will they be exterminated? Now, a lot of people see how strongly worded this tweet is, and they're all crashing out, they're freaking out, they're losing their minds. The Eurocucks can't fathom this level of based. This is brazen pre-admission to genocide! Dude, these people love screaming about genocide. I don't know, it's like, do they get off? Do they get off on accusing other people of genocide to make themselves feel better against the Iranian people? He literally said, God bless the great people of Iran at the end of the tweet. He's obviously not threatening a genocide against the Iranian people, which would obviously be a war crime. Oh no, a war crime? You should call the International Law Police. Wee-woo, wee-woo. Maybe they'll put Donald Trump in jail for committing a thought war crime. You see, in the libcuck mind, I have to express something to you. Piers Morgan is a British guy. Over the last 10 years, the rape of the British people has been absolutely diabolical, where 6.5% of the population are Pakistani Muslims, and they make up 97% of the rape gangs. They raped a million girls. It seems like the actual information from the rape gang inquiry is coming out over the next couple of weeks. The reality is, what we saw in England was nothing short of an unbelievable travesty that the government inflicted upon their own people, the rape of a generation of white children. And the reality is, that's not a war crime, because they just let them into the country illegally, and they just gave them citizenship, and they just didn't arrest them when they were doing when they were raping a generation, and that's technically not a war crime. Therefore, Piers Morgan has no issues with it. Now, Donald Trump threatening to obliterate a regime that massacred 40,000 of their own people, where the actual people of Iran are begging Trump to actually go ahead with it, where these people, this Iranian regime, killed millions in the region, thousands of Americans, and also tons of British people, by the way, launching multiple attacks on British soil from Iranian terrorist proxies. Now, the reality is, the lip cuck mind cannot fathom that actually fucking annihilating an evil regime is awesome, actually. Dude, I get so much shit for this take, but the reality is, I'm not afraid to say the thing that needs to be said. This is a terrorist regime that would kill us if they ever can, and therefore, it's fucking awesome if we kill them first. And your buzzwords mean nothing. But it's a genocide. But it's a war crime. None of these words mean anything to us anymore. We know it must be done. We know it needs to happen. And the reality is, I'm sorry if this offends you in advance, but it's gonna happen, whether you like it or not. Either they capitulate to our demands and they are no longer a threat to our nation, or they die. We are very, very benevolent to give them the option. They literally could make the right choice. You know, Venezuela made the right choice. Venezuela is literally in a much better place than it was for the last 50 years right now because they made the right choice. Iran is a death cult, and it looks like they are making the wrong choice. And every bit of shit that gets flung their way is on their own heads. Sorry, bro, skill issue. Don't be a terrorist next time. So, Donald Trump went super viral with this little post, telling everyone how impressive my first gay bareback orgy was.
They came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to do. Let's go, come on, get in, let's go, blah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room.
Yeah, tweet of the year. Anyway, I just felt like that had to be said. Now, Justin, both U.S. and Iran reject peace plan proposed by mediators. For the record, this is a skill issue on their part. If they refuse to actually do some sort of meaningful peace deal that will make us satisfied that these people won't kill us, we're going to kill them first. And if they don't get it yet, then they're going to find out the hard way. And Donald Trump, honestly, this tweet is going wild.
Targeting Iran's energy infrastructure, power plants, and bridges. He was very serious. If the Iranians are unwilling to make a deal, there will be extremely heavy consequences. The president in this post on Truth Social, though, says a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. And so certainly questions to ask the president today about the context of this post on Truth Social and possible plans for the United States and what the list of targets may look like and the type of munition that would be used against the Iranians if he moves forward
what happens
with strikes against the regime. Again, this is the final moment here, an off-ramp for the Iranians. The president...
I think it's a benevolent position. The Iranian people have directly stated their goal of obliterating us, and not the Iranian people, but the Islamic regime have definitely threatened us with nukes, with ballistic missiles, with all sorts of terrorism. They tried to assassinate Trump multiple times. The reality is, the fact that we're even, offering them a deal, offering them an off-ramp, is an absolute sign of benevolence on our part. And we are such fucking good people that will only blow you up if you literally force us to blow you up. Right, that just goes to show that we're actually superior morally and also, militarily. Iran is being eviscerated nationwide, and currently they are saying that, you know what? You want to blow up our bridges and infrastructure? We are going to take children and put them in those places so that if you blow up that infrastructure, you're also killing children. Again, the human shield strategy. We're against terrorists here.
Again, I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight, one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran.
Hey, Trey, also, Iran is urging, this is what
Get ready.
I had heard from another agency, a news agency.
Get ready for this.
Urging their youth to gather
Look
as
at
human
that.
shields and form these
Isn't that
human
amazing?
chains around the power plants.
Isn't that incredible? Isn't that absolutely incredible? Trump threatens to blow up the power plants. Iran, instead of actually surrendering and capitulating because they're absolutely and totally militarily defeated, they decide, you know what, we're just going to take children and we're going to put children in the power plants. So if you blow up the power plants, you're also killing kids. Oopsie, I guess that makes you a war criminal now. Ha ha ha, got him. This is the sick fuck regime that we're dealing with. And if they're willing to do this, they're willing to do anything. The reality is, they've proven this in the past. They had their own children walking through minefields to blow up the mines so that their actual military could walk through the, empty minefield after it already blew up, hundreds of children. But you understand what we're dealing with here. We're not dealing with rational people that have a different ideology than us. We are dealing with irrational, psychopathic retards that are part of a death cult that want us dead. We cannot coexist with these people. They either capitulate and kneel or they fucking die. This is the moderate position. The radical position is just nuking them and being done with it. The moderate position is giving them the option.
Yeah, I saw those reports as well. If they do that, that is illegal under international law.
Wow! What? You mean Iran might violate international law? That's crazy. The entire world's screaming at Trump about international law, international law, international law. War crimes, this, that, genocide. Iran is literally responsible for multiple genocides. They funded the Syrian Christian genocide, the Yemeni Christian genocide. All right, they funded all that shit. Right, through Hezbollah, through the Houthis. Like anyone that actually opens their eyes and looks around understands exactly what the good and evil is, and you would think it's not the case if you just read the news or look at the media. Watch the entire world scream and condemn Trump for shit that Iran does daily.
Can't use human shields on the battlefield. But we should note here a few...
But literally, of course they will. Hamas is a proxy, and they use human shields. Why would we not believe Iran when they say they're planning on doing it?
Two things as it relates to the president's post on True Social. What the president knows and what the public knows are two very different things.
True.
There are a lot of conversations and preparations going on behind the scenes. Even as we are talking right now, a very high-ranking source just sent me a screenshot of the president's post here and is typing...
So yeah, anyway, crazy shit is actually happening, and a lot of people are too retarded about it. So now Iran is threatening to, put actual children in the power plants. Hassan Piker being like, yeah, Iran would be violating the Geneva Convention here. Eye roll. Get a grip, man. Yeah, of course. They're my favorite guys. They're terrorists. Of course they could violate the Geneva Convention. We need to condemn Trump, actually, for fighting against an Islamic terror regime that's been killing their own people and thousands of our people. That's right. That's the real issue. I absolutely love it. I love watching the hypocrisy every single day on my timeline. This is like your based Chungus moral leftist constantly screaming about international law because, oh my God, Israel killed children that Hamas literally duct taped to their chest. I can't believe Israel would do such a thing. Oh my God, America's doing war crimes when they're killing terrorists that have been killing us for the last 47 years. Oh my God, it's war crimes, Geneva Conventions. And then we have Iran literally sending children into power plants to die. Right? You have to understand here that there is no moral equivalence between collateral damage happening in war, which happens in every single war, and Iran literally directly sending children to their deaths so that they could use them as propaganda to blame the United States. Understanding that there is a chasm of moral difference between these two, and Hassan Piker still finds a way to side with the Islamic terrorists. Now, the reality is, while everyone's waiting for that big 8 o'clock deadline tonight, there are strikes going on as we speak.
Official confirming to Fox News that the Israelis have started strikes against Iranian rail infrastructure. Remember earlier today, the Israelis warned civilians to stay off the trains in Iran.
Wait, you mean to tell me that the Israelis warned the civilians to stay off the trains in Iran a few hours before they bombed the trains in Iran? It's almost like the United States and Israel are doing everything in their power to minimize civilian casualties. But I was told by Hassan Piker we were doing war crimes.
They have started to target the bridges of the rail system in Iran as we speak. Additionally, you have these strikes overnight against Karg Island, the largest export facility in Iranian...
That's right. I think Trump has a plan here that he's not telling us. I mean, obviously he has a plan that he's not telling us. I have a feeling Trump might be walking away with some oil. He might be conquering an island. I would not be surprised if that happens. You know, he's just threatening them with power plants and shit, and in the midst of all the chaos, he just takes Karg Island. I would not be surprised at all. That seems like such a Trump move. He's been consistently honest and simultaneously lying to these retards the entire time.
territory, accounting for around 90% of Iran's oil exports, and you have ongoing U.S. and Israeli strikes against Iranian military infrastructure. What we are looking at right now is a staging operation. The United States and Israel are preparing. If a deal is not made, there will be an increase in strikes against the Iranian regime. The president described it as Power Plant Day and Bridge Day to go after this critical
Happy Bridge Day, motherfuckers.
But what's very interesting here, I spoke with a high-ranking source last night, and I asked what happens next if the president orders these strikes. And they said, again, this is the Achilles heel of the regime, targeting energy infrastructure. And what it may actually do is force their hand at the negotiating table. Because, again, the president has time and time again, even before Operation Epic Fury began, preferred a diplomatic option. But
look, he's trying even now. Hours before the strikes, he's still telling them, listen, guys, it's not too late. We could do diplomacy. And these retards don't want to take the bait, and that's fine. And they'll die. Anyway, these are strikes pummeling Iran's nearby Tehran Mehrabad airport. All right, as you can see, this is fucking crazy. Right, they actually hit an airport. Look at this shit. Now, obviously, everyone's favorite leftoids are, dude, look at this. Holy shit, dude. This is diabolical. Look at this. That's incredible. Anyway, obviously, here we got communist retard over here saying, breaking, the United States and Israel are bombing Mehrabad International Airport in the heart of Tehran. Bombing a civilian airport is a war crime. 80,000 likes from Pakistan. 3.4 million views. And the reality is, Iran has been bombing airports since this war started. They bombed Dubai's airport. They bombed Riyadh's airport. They bombed Qatar's airport. They tried to bomb Israel's airport. It was deflected. But they bombed Israel's airport last time Iran had a fight with Israel, 8 months ago. Like, it's absolute insanity watching the American communists. For some reason, they exist, and they're not all immediately jailed for being communists. And the reality is these guys are advocating against us every step of the way. They'll condemn everything that we do, and they will greenlight every act of terrorism they do because they hate our fucking country. It's actually that obvious if you look at it. People crying about the 13 Americans that tragically died in this war, and it's a real tragedy that every single one of them died, and they died as heroes to make our country safer and our next generation not need to deal with the nuclear Iran. Now, these people use these 13 Americans that died as basically engagement to say that Trump threw away their lives. The U.S. has been engaged in active military operations against Iran for 38 days. 13 Americans have died. During the same period, 40-plus Americans have died by homicide in the city of Chicago alone, with media silence. Literally, spare me your fake fucking moral outrage. And this is the correct stance. Like, it's unbelievable watching these people try to morally grandstand when they have no morals. And the reality is, crazy shit is happening on our soil too, because we are deporting a lot of motherfuckers.
Look at the nephew of Khomeini, you look at the niece of Rouhani, and you say, why are there so many elites from the Iranian regime being given safety not only here in America, but in European countries for so long?
Great question.
I know that President Trump and Secretary Rubio are working so diligently to revoke the visas of nearly 3,000 to 4,000 Iranian elites who currently live in this country. The double standard not only
3,000 to 4,000 Iranian elites are in our country given green cards by Democrats. Do you understand how insane this is, man? So the Democrats literally are letting Iranian elites, which are terrorist, supporters at the very least, terrorists at worst, terrorist supporters at best, all right? And these people are brought into our country, into the lap of luxury, all right? Literally living the American dream. As you can see, they're out there. They dress like fucking OnlyFans whores while they execute women for having their hair uncovered in Iran, all right? That's not just a double standard. That's satanic as fuck, all right? And as all this is going on and they're supporting terrorism and trying to overthrow our country, the Democrats are literally bringing more and more and more of them in. And finally, it's actually happening. The Trump administration is preparing to revoke 4,000 visas of Iranian elites living in the United States. The first question is, why the fuck were they here? The second question is, holy shit, based. Can we do this with a lot more people now, too? That's awesome, actually. Now, J.D. Vance is currently in Hungary, I believe, and he gave a pretty good speech. We're not going to have time to go through all of it because there's so much happening, and I did way too much research. You have to see all the things, the deep dive into all the things. However, Vance confirmed we are getting a response from Iran.
But we feel confident that we can get a response, whether it's positive or negative. We're going to get a response from the Iranians by 8 o'clock tonight. I hope they make the right response, because what we really want is we want a world where oil and gas is flowing freely, where people can afford to heat their homes and cool their homes, where people can afford to transport themselves to work. That's not going to happen if the Iranians are engaged in acts of economic terrorism. So they've got to know we've got tools in our
War crimes, by the way. Blocking the Strait of Hormuz is a war crime. I don't see anyone condemning Iran for it.
toolkit that we so far haven't decided to use. The President of the United States can decide to use them, and he will
Use the
decide to use them
discombobulator,
if the
Mr.
Iranians
President.
don't change.
We're going to discombobulate the regime. Moving forward with discombobulating all of them. All right, and he dropped another one. Vance dropped another one. Just hope they make the right response.
But we feel confident that we can get a response, whether it's positive or negative. We're going to get a response from the Iranians by 8 o'clock tonight. I hope they make the right response.
Yep, me too. Otherwise, they're all going to fucking die. To quote our supreme leader, that future Presidente of Venezuela and current Presidente of America, civilization might die tonight.
Yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
Is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
I don't care
Close the
about
strait. All
critics.
you need is one terrorist. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. They have no radar. They have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. We're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note.
Are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them. Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We'll charge tolls. We have to have a deal, free traffic of oil. We have a plan because of the power of our military. By 12 o'clock tomorrow night, every power plant in Iran will be out of business, never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours. We don't want that to happen. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. Okay. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call. I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge.
A leaker aided and abetted Iran? Wait.
That's why he knocked out the bridge. Just to show them that he's serious. Oh my God, this guy is a fucking mad lad.
What?
Because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get.
I think that there's a huge problem where people think that they can get away with stuff like this. Whenever they get away with it, then other people do it because they think they can get away with it because the other person got away with it.
Whoever it is, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail.
Okay. Fucking finally. Finally, there's a level of accountability.
Because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me. If a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. I mean, he used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible.
Rare King Jong-un W.
They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. And after that, they're going to have no bridges.
That's
they're going to
tomorrow.
have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah.
So 12 o'clock tomorrow. So the big one is going to be 12 o'clock tomorrow. That's when Trump decides if he's going to blow up Iran or not.
God damn. And honestly, it's pretty scary watching it unfold. No one knows where this is going but God. Glory to God. May it go in the right direction. Kill the Ayatollah that can't get an erection. Now, there is one character in the United States of America that pledged his allegiance to Islam, and he is having a diabolical crash out. So, I'm talking about Tucker Carlson. I would like to take this moment to just basically pat myself on the back for a second here and say, I called this guy out probably a year ago, and I got so much hate for it. Tucker Carlson, we all love him. He was on Fox News. He's such a good guy. He loves America. I got so much hate for calling him out because I realized that this dude was actually kind of a scam. I was vindicated so hard, it's unbelievable. Everyone is on my side on this. I got Nick Fuentes and Asmongold and Ben Shapiro all agreeing with me. Now, if that's crazy, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, man. This is diabolical. So he made an entire video, like a 2-hour-long video yesterday, basically calling Donald Trump the Antichrist for killing terrorists. And this was my favorite part.
Who do you think you are? You're
President of the United States.
tweeting out the F word on Easter morning?
Oh my God! Donald Trump tweeted the F word Oh my fucking God! Holy fuckaloni! He tweeted the F-bomb, guys! You realize we're in a civilizational battle against an existential enemy that's been trying to kill us for multiple years, all right? Like, for 47 years, these people have been trying to kill us. They tried to assassinate Trump twice. Trump dropping the F-bomb. All right, so I actually want to tell you my hardcore psychoanalysis here. Trump saying the F-bomb is basically just to show the seriousness of the tweet. Hopefully, Iran would make a deal. I think he's doing everything in his power, and I think that's why he's making such big tweets. Dropping the F-bomb, calling them fucking crazy, but also saying a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. He wants them to know how serious he is so they can make a peace deal and he can save all their lives. Anyone that doesn't see it that way is retarded and wrong. And now Tucker Carlson is losing his mind that Trump said the F-word. Like, are we being serious? Like, this is the most deeply unserious thing I've ever seen in my life. It gets worse, though.
You'll be living in hell. Just watch.
Yeah, because they'll be dead, and then they'll go to hell. And then they'll be living in hell. And you know why they'll be in hell? Because they're terrorists. Because they're child rapist, goat fucking pedophile terrorists. And they'll be in hell. So this is just accurate.
Praise be to Allah.
That's a glib, sarcastic remark. Because those guys... obviously, Allah did not protect them. So, that's glib, and it's pretty funny. All right, get ready.
So, obviously, you're mocking the religion of Iran.
Yeah. No, obviously, he's mocking the radical, religious, extremist zealots that commit terrorism all the time in the name of their God and their pedophile prophet, and now they're gonna die, actually, and Allah's not gonna protect them. So he's mocking them. He's not really mocking the religion. But anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
If you seek a religious war.
Who said that this is... you're not allowed to make fun of people? Wait, you're not allowed to make fun of Islam's religion unless you want a religious war? Huh?
That's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may...
Oh my God. These are pedophile terrorists that massacred 40,000 of their own people, which Tucker Carlson never condemned, by the way. All right? These people tried to assassinate Trump twice. They've killed thousands of Americans. They've killed millions in the region. And he's having a crash out because Donald Trump tweeted the F word and made fun of Islam, according to his interpretation. Because no decent person makes fun of another religion. First of all, this is retarded and it's anti-biblical, right? The Bible makes fun of other religions. For example, Elijah, literally, after they obliterated the people that worship the Baal, he said, "Where's your God? Was your God gonna protect you?" This is Elijah the prophet, one of the holiest people that ever lived, all right? And he mocked their religion because it's a false religion. So yes, actually mocking false religions is based, actually. All right, what are we even talking about here? Unless Tucker Carlson converted to Islam.
You have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion.
Yeah, they think that if they kill you, they get to rape children in heaven for eternity. I have a problem with that.
You could explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith...
Are we serious?
...is to mock the idea of faith itself.
Are you being serious here? If you criticize Islam, it means you're also criticizing Christianity? Like, that is the worst argument I've ever heard in my entire life. You do realize that Islamists literally genocide Christians across Africa. Like, currently, there is a genocide against Christians in Nigeria and in Syria. All right, and dead silence from Tucker Carlson on all of that. He's angry that Donald Trump tweeted the F word and is making fun of Islam because criticizing one faith is like criticizing all faiths. Are you fucking retarded?
And we should never mock that.
Never.
Because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God.
Yet, I don't think Trump ever mentioned we're God. He just said that he's going to be killing pedophile terrorists.
The message of all faith at the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God. And only if you think you are do you talk this way.
What is he even talking about? This is actually mind-boggling. But you can't criticize Islam because if you criticize one faith, you're criticizing all faiths. That's implying that all faiths are kind of sort of true. They're not. One faith is true. The other faiths are all false. That's just how it works. All right, one religion is correct, and all the other religions are wrong. All right, now, obviously, I do believe personally that, for example, Judaism and Christianity have like a 90% overlap on faith in general. So, you know, I find myself very aligned with Christians and Jews, especially. However, Islam believes that Christians and Jews are the lowest of creatures. That is a literal quote from the Quran. And to slight the kafar at the neck where you find them. All right, like, what are we even talking about here?
But it's not just mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's
How
not
dare a president make fun of a religion where they worship a pedophile?
your job. This is
not your job. A lot of things aren't his job. What, is he not allowed to tweet? Is he not allowed to make comments? Like, what are we even talking about here?
It's not a theocracy. We don't go to war with other theocracies.
He's not going to war with Islam. If he was, we would be warring a lot more. He's obviously not doing that. He's going to war with the terrorist regime that tried to kill him multiple times and tried to kill Americans multiple times and succeeded thousands of times.
To find out which theocracy is more effective.
We're not arguing about that. Obviously, our culture is more effective. That's why we're destroying them.
We are not a theocracy. And God willing, we never will be. Because theocracies corrupt the religion.
Okay.
No. This is a mockery not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity.
That's right. If you insult pedophile terrorists that genocide Christians, you are actually mocking the Christians.
To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning.
The F word! Bring it back, Tucker.
Promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah?
He never promised the murder of civilians. He promised the destruction of, trains and bridges. Again, and power plants. That's not promising the murder of civilians. That's promising the murder of infrastructure literally used by an enemy military. First of all, it's not even a war crime. I just kind of don't care about the whole war crime argument because I think it's all lame and gay anyway.
Without explaining any of it, you are mocking.
Why should he explain it? But you wanted to explain his tactics before he does them in a battlefield?
Mocking me and every other Christian because we're Christians.
No, he's not. No, quite literally by mocking the largest. Are we on the same universe here? All right, Islam for the last 1,400 years has been the #1 killer of Christians. All right, not even exaggerating. There really isn't a second place. All right, I mean maybe communists actually. So there we go. Let's see if Tucker Carlson praises communism in this episode. Spoilers.
Can't support that. That is evil. That is an intentional desecration of beauty and truth, which is the definition of evil. Who do you think?
First of of all, that's not the definition of evil. And second of all, it's not desecrating beauty and truth if you mock a pedophile prophet and his fake religion. Now, even Nick Fuentes, all right, who also hates Trump at this point and is super against this war, even he's crashing out on Tucker Carlson.
I will say the one thing. I saw Tucker Carlson's video about the Post. And listen, like, I commend Tucker in a lot of ways, but in other ways, he's totally lost the plot. So that post from True Social that I just read, Trump does this sarcastic. He says, "Praise be to Allah," which I think is crass. I don't think that's appropriate.
I don't care. I think it's funny. I think y'all need to fucking grow up, and it's funny.
Says how
like this is the Hitler was really fucking cool guy. This is Nick Fuentes. He praises Hitler and shit as like, you know, edgy comedy. What are we talking about? Are we being serious? Like, oh my God.
Dare you mock Islam? How dare you don't mock Islam? And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, whoa.
Everyone is coming to the Nuxenor side of the force.
Is that what's wrong with the Post? Like, look, you shouldn't be saying the F word threatening to kill civilians on Easter. Enough said. Isn't that enough? I saw Tucker's reaction that went viral. He goes, "Hey, you don't disrespect Islam." And I'm like, okay,
that's right,
like,
baby.
That's the problem.
Here we go. Everyone's realizing this guy is just completely bought off by Islamists.
Issue with that he disrespected Islam. And then Tucker does
like Tucker Carlson also says that, you know, the Muslim rape gangs is a Jewish operation to trick people into thinking that Muslims are violent. You know, like this guy is totally and utterly capitulated to these people.
Another one of these convoluted, he goes, if you make fun of someone's religion, it means you think you're God, and you're not God. It's like, what? Like, the fuck? I don't even know. I can't even understand the connection.
Yeah.
We can't mock another person's religion? I agree it's not polite. I agree.
True.
We probably shouldn't be too flippant about it.
Maybe.
But I also think that Christianity is the true religion.
And you also have to realize that this is coming after Tucker Carlson is basically shitting on Jews for the last, like, year. Right? So this dude does a podcast every single day shitting on Jews, right, and the Jewish religion and Chabad and every other Jewish organization he could find. Right? And then he has a complete and utter crash out when Donald Trump, like, vaguely makes fun of Islam as we are at war. Like, this is insane. Like, what are we doing? Anyway.
And we should point out the faults in other religions. And I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing all the time to be mocking. I don't think the president should. I don't think the president should on Easter or during a war. But it's like, that's the part that you took umbrage with? He goes, you don't mock Islam. We are not a theocracy at war with theocracies. I'm like, what is this guy doing? This is a freestyle. I don't know what direction you're taking this
bro.
in, pal.
I love that everyone's realizing he lost the plot.
So I commend him. It was directionally it was good. But I read the post and I said, you definitely shouldn't be threatening to kill civilians and dropping F-bombs and mocking God, like in general, on Easter. But this whole, like, don't you dare mock Islam, it's like, okay, so is he getting money from Qatar? Like,
there it is. There it is. Listen, every single Nuxenor talking point is just a Nick Fuentes talking point in the future. I don't know what the fuck is happening. All right, but don't worry, it gets even better, because in the same little interview, he talks about how he captured Maduro, and that was bad.
Because Trump, at that moment, revealed that the motive was taking something that we wanted. And that's not acceptable for Christians. In fact, that's not acceptable for Americans or any civilized people, because taking other people's stuff by force cannot be allowed. In fact, preventing that is the basis of our legal code.
For the record, we're not taking Venezuelan oil by force. Venezuela is making deals with us because we toppled their dictator and now they love us, or they're scared of us, whichever one. It doesn't really matter, honestly. We took out a narco-terrorist that's been oppressing their own people and killing ours by flooding drugs into our country, and that's actually awesome. All right, for those of you unaware, that's fucking cool. And now they're doing deals with oil with us because they love us now.
If there's one thing that every person knows that is in a civilized country, you can't steal without penalty. It's not allowed. That doesn't belong to you.
Not allowed.
You can't shoplift.
It's not allowed to steal without penalty. I'm sorry, man. Like, this is coming from Tucker Carlson, being absolutely correct, by the way, about saying that we conquered this land, that America is ours, and we should not be giving it back to the Native Americans because we conquered it, and that's awesome, and we settled it, and we created it. But the land wasn't ours, Tucker. Like this is unfathomable levels of bullshit. Like, he's obviously peddling his little agenda.
Can't rob banks. You can't embezzle. You can't invade countries to steal their stuff because they're all varieties of the same theme, which is theft.
Wow.
And theft is wrong.
Wow.
It's wrong under the American legal code, but it's also wrong under the Christian legal code.
Wow.
But to say you're doing it implicates everybody else in the crime. You can't say you didn't know. Your president just...
Oh my God, he said that we did good on oil, so obviously it's bad. The reality is Venezuela stole assets from U.S. companies when they nationalized their oil industry, and all of our people had to flee, and they kept all of our shit, all right, there. So for anyone that's actually paying attention to the geopolitics, Venezuela was the bad guys under the Christian legal code, and they stole our shit. We're getting it back. Like it's unbelievable watching him twist history every single time.
In Iran. It's totally unacceptable.
Oh.
Not under the phony laws of some international body, but under moral law.
Under moral law, you obliterate your enemy. Under moral law, if your enemy is trying to kill you, you kill them first. All right, this is what it says in the Bible. Like, again, he's coming from like a religious perspective, which I respect, don't get me wrong. However, if you actually read the Bible, all right, you read the book of Judges, you read the book of Joshua, you read the book of, Samuel, bro. Samuel, literally obliterate the Amalekites, kill every man, woman, child, and all their animals. All right, that's obviously very brutal, and I'm not, like, endorsing that or anything for Iran. But the reality is, when you actually read the Bible, you obliterate your enemies, right? Tucker Carlson would literally make one of these hit piece videos on King David, when King David obliterated the Philistines and brought back like 300 foreskins of fallen warriors to prove his victory. All right, like Tucker Carlson would be first to condemn that guy, right? And it's honestly unbelievable watching him do this.
God's law, killing non-combatants, people who did nothing wrong, who didn't choose this war.
So, therefore, because civilian casualties are inevitable, we should never actually fight to protect ourselves. I'm sorry, man. Civilian casualties happen in every single war. Every single war in all of human history. But you think there weren't civilian casualties in the Crusade called by the church? Like, are you actually insane? Do you have any idea how many I don't know how the exact numbers, hundreds of thousands to millions of civilians were killed during the Crusades? All right? Does that make the Crusades, therefore, not possibly acceptable morally because they were fighting back against an Islamic invading force? Like, again, this is the Tucker Carlson platitude, and I think he's operating on a much deeper level. I think he's trying to weaponize the retards in the country because I think he's trying to either run for president in 28 or back Vance, who's going to run for president in 28.
We're just people created by God. That is immoral. That will never be moral. That can never be justified. That is always wrong.
It's always wrong to kill people. Therefore, we have to let them kill us. And there's nothing we could do about it. Thanks, Tucker. Very cool. Anyway, he keeps going.
With non-conventional power. So if you reach the end of your conventional power, where does that leave you? Oh, with non-conventional power. What's that a euphemism for? Nuclear weapons.
That's right. So Tucker Carlson says we are going to be using nuclear weapons against Iran. I guess time will tell if that's actually correct. Now, the crazy thing is, Tucker Carlson has explicitly stated in the past that he endorses using nuclear weapons against Iran, and this is only 8 months ago.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now, we should, have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true.
Well, it's been proven, based on the Supreme Court findings, that there were 2 assassins charged with an Iranian terror plot to assassinate Donald Trump. So Tucker Carlson really thought he had a gotcha, saying, well, if there are actually assassins, we should nuke Iran. Well, there were actually assassins.
Don't you think?
No.
If they're trying to assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
Then why are we at war with them?
Well, now we are. Flip-flop Carlson over here.
Well, we are trying to
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president?
God, he's so fucking cooked, man. Like, this is the most damning clip of all time. If they're trying to kill our president, we should nuke Tehran. That is literally the most open and shut, Open and closed. End of discussion. This guy's a phony fucking fraud. He said this when he was certain that it wasn't true, and now we have objective proof that it was true, and, well, now he's making believe that this clip doesn't exist.
There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not
Well, now he's calling Trump the Antichrist. I wonder what changed.
calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm serious.
Well,
If you really believe they're trying
The
to
use
murder
of nuclear weapons. See,
whatever
that's part of the
Isn't that incredible? So here we have Ted Cruz, who's like super pro the Iran war, like mega pro the Iran war. All right, basically saying, "Hold on, Tucker, we don't want to nuke them." And Tucker's like, "No, we should nuke them. If they tried to kill our president, we should nuke them." Well, they tried to kill our president multiple times. There are multiple assassins in American prisons that have been convicted with this. Right? So Tucker Carlson continues his honestly heretical, blasphemous tirade.
leaders who are preaching a religion that bears no resemblance to Christianity. So that's the core problem right there. Who knows what this is? It's not Christianity. It's not what the Gospels describe. Yesterday at the White House, they all show up, middle of Christian Holy Week, 4 days before Easter, and not just the fringe Christian Zionist, John Hagee or these strange people, but the big guys. Franklin Graham, son of Billy Graham, shows up at the White House yesterday to pray over the president so he will have wisdom and restraint. No. To endorse the murder of civilians.
No, to obliterate an Iranian terrorist Islamic regime that killed tens of thousands of their own civilians. Right? No one's endorsing the murder of civilians. Civilian casualties are inevitable, and no one wants that. Like, the framing is so fucking evil.
Which is a war crime.
Oh, war crime.
But more important, it's a moral crime. You can't kill people who have committed no crime, who did nothing wrong.
Yeah, blame the Islamic regime. I see so much of this blame game. It's like, actually, it's Trump's fault for killing civilians as collateral damage in a war that Iran literally forced our hand to get involved in. Well, like, it is, you're right. It's really sad these people died, and it's all the Islamic regime's fault for forcing us to do this. Well, like, where is this actual, like, unbelievable bullshit coming from?
You can't murder the innocent. You can't kill kids and women.
Yeah, you mean like the Islamic regime just did to the Iranian people?
And yet Franklin Graham is up there, standing at the podium, praying for that. Now, how do you do that? Well, by quoting something called the Book of Esther.
Something called the Book of Esther. You might have heard of it. It's a very... book in the Bible. like, what are we doing here?
Which is in the Christian Old Testament.
That's right. Yep, that's right. It's in the Christian Old Testament. It's a book in the Bible. It is the divine...
Can't kill kids and women.
Yeah, you mean like the Islamic regime just did to the Iranian people?
And yet Franklin Graham is up there, standing at the podium, praying for that. Now, how do you do that? Well, by quoting something called the Book of Esther.
Something called the Book of Esther. You might have heard of it. It's a very esoteric book in the Bible. like, what are we doing here?
Which is in the Christian Old Testament.
That's right.
Yep,
that's right. It's in the Christian Old Testament. It's a book in the Bible. It is the divine word of God, right? Isn't that what our faiths say that, the Bible is?
Controversial book for a long time.
Controversial book for a long time. It's the word of God. What are we doing here?
Martin Luther thought it shouldn't have been there, but it is there.
Okay, so Martin Luther was wrong.
And it's the story, among other things, of a genocide.
No, it's not. It's like anyone that read the Book of Esther knows what it's actually about. The Book of Esther is a story about how there was this evil viceroy trying to have a plot to obliterate the Israelites and kill all of them. So Esther ended up being the wife of the king and convinced him that this guy's evil. So the king stopped the genocide against the Israelites. All right, that's the book of Esther. And it was an absolute miracle that God was able to do it and make it look like it was all through little coincidences and human choices, when in reality, God was pulling the strings the entire time. It's a fantastic story and very inspiring. And it's not about the genocide of Persians at all, actually. It's about the failed genocide that the retards over there were trying to do against the Israelites.
Of Persians. Oh,
No.
yeah.
No.
75,000 Persians.
Yeah, that they tried to massacre the Israelites, and they lost, and they died. And that's awesome, actually. I'm really glad that you brought this up. That's a really good lesson here.
Not just people who committed crimes, but people who were Persian.
How do you know? How the fuck do you know? It was literally a war. It was a battle where these people tried to kill the Israelites, and the King Xerxes, stood up to defend them and killed the people trying to kill them.
And that's why they were killed.
No, they were not killed because they were civilians. Just bastardizing books in the Bible now.
And it's in the book of Esther, which you should read because it's interesting.
You should also read it because it's the word of God.
It also happens to be, maybe not coincidentally, the only book in the Christian Bible, Old and New Testaments, that doesn't mention God. There's no mention of God in the book of Esther.
That is correct. And it's literally because the word Esther in Hebrew means hidden. And it's all about the hidden miracles that God does through what seems to be mundane things. God still is putting everything in place to actually perform his miracles. It's unbelievable watching this guy's bastardized religion in order to fit his little agenda. So this is his current guest.
A democratic republic is the greatest government experiment in the history of humanity. I would say
I've enjoyed it. Yeah.
You've enjoyed it. Yeah. So we enjoy it. I love America. You love America.
I do.
Capitalism should not be anywhere near Christianity.
You think?
What?
Christianity is more, and I don't like the word socialist with
what?
The weight it carries, but Christianity is socialism.
What? No, it's not. What, you think Christianity advocates against personal property? Are you fucking insane? Like, this dude is obviously grifting here. Like, what are we even talking about? If you read the Bible, it actually is almost quintessentially capitalism, except for the idea that loans get, forgiven every 7 years or something. And, usury is a crime. Aside from that, it is strict capitalism. Strict. Socialism? What, that all of our money should go to the government to redistribute to people? Are you insane?
At its core.
Non-authoritarian.
It's the marker to build social capital. You look at that early Church of Acts and it transformed.
Anyway, it's unbelievable watching these guys. So now we have Tucker Carlson saying that actually Christianity is socialism. But the reality is, right, Tucker Carlson freaking out about mocking Islam. He had an entire career of mocking Islam.
Iraq is a crappy place filled with a bunch of, semi-literate primitive monkeys.
There it is. That's according to Tucker Carlson. Iraq is a crappy place filled with semi-literate primitive monkeys. All right, very cool. All right, what about this?
Heavily into Islam, he'd need to say, look, I'm a bigot, okay? I'm a bigot. I don't like Islamic extremists. Like, if you are really heavily into Islam, I'm sorry, I don't care for you that much.
All right, so in 2006, he doesn't care for you that much if you're into Islam. Now, of course, it's the biggest moral crime in the world. So, meanwhile, Tucker Carlson is saying that Trump is evil, he's the Antichrist, he's trying to nuke an entire country, even though he also endorses nuking it. This is him saying that, and, obviously Trump is super evil, super fucking evil, he's the Antichrist. That's like what the entire show is about. However, he loves Putin. Putin, who caused the deaths of untold millions. Like, what are we doing?
He's the most popular leader in the world, by the way, by far. I mean, if you travel, unless you're in Western Europe,
pretty insane.
In the
Допустим, вы находитесь в Западной Европе, Канаде, в англоязычном мире, за пределами англоязычного мира, в Азии, на Ближнем Востоке.
You won't meet anyone who doesn't like Putin.
В Восточной Европе.
Right, so this is like straight up glazing Putin constantly, but Trump is the Antichrist. All right, so it's become very obvious that Tucker Carlson has become some sort of operative. Now, Dave Smith, everyone's favorite unfunny comedian, I can't believe how hard Tucker went at Trump. He is legitimately a modern American hero for doing it. He praised socialism and said that Islam is awesome, actually. Are you fucking insane? Like, what are we doing here? This guy doesn't call the pilot that was stranded in Iran for 2 days an American hero. But Tucker Carlson's an American hero for doing a podcast and getting millions of views from third worlders. Now, Tucker Carlson was talking about how Maduro it was a war crime to capture Maduro. Anyway, this is Tucker Carlson in the White House clapping madly at the successful capture of Maduro. Oh, it changed. This was 2 months ago. So, what happened? What happened, man? All right, I can't believe how hard Tucker is clapping and smiling at Trump after kidnapping Maduro in this White House, a meeting of oil executives, and now they're going to pillage Venezuela, right? Like, again, this guy is he's not an innocent man. He's a fucking retard. In my opinion, he is an operative of some sort. And it's going to become more and more apparent that I am correct about everything. I just keep getting proven right. Even Asmongold, who, by the way, previously actually really liked Tucker Carlson, is finally coming to the Nuck side of the force.
I mean, again, Tucker Carlson, I think he's a retard.
Yes!
I think that...
That's correct.
This weird anti-American...
That's right.
...cosplaying as if you're being morally consistent.
There it is.
I think it's just pathetic.
True.
And I do really think that the Iran conflict has, and I think it's Israel really that's driven the wedge between a lot of people. It's not really.
Yeah, I think it's these people that have a wedge already driven and then use Israel as an excuse. But the reality is, it's so incredible watching the mask slip off. Anyway, Tucker Carlson talking about how Iran wasn't trying to build nuclear weapons. This is the deputy speaker of the Iranian parliament saying we tried to develop nuclear weapons but couldn't keep it a secret.
ببینید ما اول که وارد این فعالیت هسته‌ای شدیم واقعا هدفمون ساخت بمب بود دیگه ما.
Our real goal was to build the bomb. No point denying it, right? But of course Tucker Carlson denies it. Tucker Carlson denies it when they don't. Right, dude, it's unbelievable. Like, and Tucker Carlson has and I could keep going forever, by the way. For literally forever. I could show you this. I could spend the next 20 minutes showing you clips of him insulting Islam.
A standard that has long prevailed in the Islamic world, which is that you can be punished for criticizing Muhammad, is now the law in Europe.
Exactly right. And I think this is pretty terrifying because what we are witnessing...
This is an entire segment where he's basically saying we can't let Islam into the Western world. We can't let Islam into America. All right? And the reality is, we are watching the retards fall for this shit. The retards think he's cool and awesome for this. And the retards are getting proven very, very wrong every single day. Unlike me, who's getting more and more vindicated. It's honestly a little terrifying. Another shekel into the Nux was always right jar. Now, we are seeing levels of morons, the likes of which I've never expected. Alex Jones, who's surprisingly correct a lot of the time, he had the worst take I think I've ever seen, all right?
Compared to existential threat, how do we 25th Amendment his ass?
In other words, how do we impeach him and remove him from presidency?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment's harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over.
Literally, what the actual fuck are we doing here?
It literally needs to
this is treason. Like they're just openly, fantasizing for treason.
Be something like that. It's that bad.
I've known you a long time. You've never called for an internal coup before.
Ever. But that's how dangerous this is. That's how risky it is for the whole world.
How is it so risky for the whole world? Like, what are we even talking about here?
Democrats, I'd stop poking Trump and messing with him. That only makes it worse. Like, you guys need to watch out. This isn't a guy acting like he's crazy. This is real.
What are we talking about?
In 2026 or 2028, if this hits the fan, if we get it, he's threatening an extinction level.
And then he accidentally shows this clip. Saudi prince reveals Obama gave Iranian regime $150 billion.
Event.
And Iran did not build a single street. What did they do with that money?
For the people of Iran tomorrow. Does nobody think there'll be any blowback from that? If he follows through on that, the whole world is screwed.
You were saying during the break, there's other ways to do this. People need to not just tell them the truth, like Susie Walsh said. It's time to just not. Say what you just said.
Yeah, well, legally and constitutionally, the vice president is an independent elected official. The same is legally and constitutionally. The only oath any member of the military takes, any member of the State Department takes, any member of the intelligence community
Yeah, so again, we should do treason, guys. We should just do a little bit of treason. But it's unbelievable watching these people fall apart. Now, Sneeko has been absolutely spiraling, and then I'm going to show you why all of Islam is kind of falling apart over this entire war. Why the crash out is so bad. So, this is Sneeko saying that Easter is a pagan religion.
Jesus does return. When the Messiah comes back and he sees that we remember him based off these Roman pagan traditions, how do you think he's going to react?
Oh, Jesus might get offended. This is the Sneeko-based red-pilled Muslim take.
Imagine he comes back and he sees Easter, his remembrance, and he sees like children running around looking for eggs. How do you think he's going to react? Let's maintain real tradition. This is important. In fact,
this is unbelievable levels of like bullshit. It's like, you really think Jesus, the guy that died nobly on the cross for the sins of like all of humans, right? You think he's gonna really get like all offended that children are, you know, having a good time looking for eggs? But like, are we even being serious for like even a half a second here? Like, this is absolute insanity, right? Here's another one of him just basically saying whites should be called out for not knowing more about Islam.
Stupidity, whether it benefits me or not, whether you're black, white, you know, Indian, whatever. Like, even if I'm a part of that class and they do some dumbass shit, I call it out.
you don't
Like,
call
I am
out white
100%.
people. You don't call out white people, bro.
Are you serious?
When do you call out white people?
No, we did just make fun of white people for like 30 minutes the other day on stream. We called them school shooters.
Nobody, it doesn't go viral. Yo, I cook white people all the fucking time, bro. It's just that it never goes viral because white people don't give a fuck.
We should be cooking. Look, most white people in the are very, but we should be cooking the white people who have no idea about Islam.
That's
like,
right.
I call out stupidity.
We all need to come together and make fun of white people that don't know about Islam. Dude, like, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable watching these crash outs. But what if the whites don't know about our pedophile prophet and how we brush our teeth with sticks? Come on. The white people are missing out on so much. So much. Do they realize that they can beat their wife? And in fact, maybe they should beat their wife? Like, Sneeko out here crying that he misses Obama's intelligence and professionalism.
I miss Barack Obama.
Barack Obama did more war crimes in the Middle East than Trump ever dreamed of doing, by the way.
If you're analyzing what's happening today, this is not a controversial statement. Don't you miss?
I don't miss Obama. That guy fucked up America. That guy ruined America. I think that so many of the issues that we have today trace back to Barack Hussein Obama.
The way he presented himself, his professionalism. Trump is publicly saying Somalis are low IQ.
Objectively correct. Obama would never be based like that.
Low IQ.
He's correct. True. True, they are. It's just true.
And he doesn't even...
Obviously, Sneeko's offended. He's also low IQ.
No. He didn't even know that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz. I doubt he...
Of course he knew they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz. An act of terrorism, yeah.
He could even pronounce Strait of Hormuz before Venezuela. Yeah, Obama, he conducted himself like an actual professional, like a president.
And that's why Trump is awesome, because he's not coming from, like, the political class. That's why Trump is great, actually, because he does come from, like, a comedy business background. But this is the real reason why Khomeini's death is actually destroying Islam. David Wood just made this video, or made this video, rather, a little bit ago. I didn't see it yet, but everyone told me I needed to look at this. This is why it's truly broken all of the Islamists that are believing all the hoaxes and fake shit. It's because of this.
Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran and all-around evil terrorist scumbag, whose tentacles reached around the world into the rear ends of puppet groups like Hezbollah and Hamas, and who recently slaughtered thousands of his own people for protesting his demonic regime, was killed in a series of missile strikes by the United States and Israel.
Tucker Carlson crying Ayatollah Khamenei was going to be his next guest on his podcast. Anyway, we have to reschedule that.
Ironic, since he loved reciting the mantras death to America and death to Israel more than he loved reciting the Shahada. Khamenei's assassination has led to endless tantrums on social media.
It's true.
But even if you've been following the hysterics, you probably have no clue how devastating this is to Muslims.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sunnis,
That's why I love this guy. He's like an Islam professional. Like, you see, you have to understand Islam very well to make fun of it appropriately. Because unlike Tucker Carlson, I actually think that making fun of false religions is awesome, actually. You know who else does? God, who talks about how you should be mocking false religions and humiliating them, quite literally, in the Bible. All right, so, like, yeah, anyway.
And Shias. It's almost impossible to overstate how traumatic the assassination of Khamenei is to Muslims. But
all right, let's go.
As usual, everyone is completely missing the big picture.
I'm ready.
So I'm going to break down a few important ideas in Islam and a little bit of forgotten history. And when we put it all together with what's going on
here, you know, basically, I need to make sure that people don't realize that I'm backing down. Like we saw, you know, Tucker Carlson crashing out about insulting Muslims. So I needed to make a special dedicated video insulting Muslims. I think it's very important. Again, if you get offended by this, that's a skill issue.
Iran, you'll
find God. Don't worship a pedophile.
Understand why the avalanche of apostasy is about to accelerate until it absolutely buries Islam. First important idea. Muslims are superior to non-Muslims. In Surah 98, verse 6 of the Quran, Allah declares, Verily, those who disbelieve in the religion of Islam, the Quran, and Prophet Muhammad, from among the people of the scripture, Jews and Christians, and al-mushrikun, mushrikun are people who associate partners with Allah, will abide in the fire of hell. They are the worst of creatures.
That's right. Jews and Christians, the worst of creatures, according to Islam. However, according to Tucker Carlson, if you criticize Islam, you're really criticizing Christianity.
Jews, Christians, and polytheists are the worst of creatures, according to the Quran. What about Muslims? In Surah 3, verse 110, Allah says to Muslims, you are the best of peoples ever raised up for mankind.
Wow, I'm so happy all the
Muslims are the best of peoples, non-Muslims are the worst of creatures.
Wow.
Second important idea. It's built into Islamic thinking that when Muslims win a battle, it's because Allah is on their side. When they lose a battle, it's because Allah is punishing them for some sort of disobedience.
That's why that's why they're making believe they're winning. Oh my God. That's why they're like posting these AI videos of the Abraham Lincoln sinking. Listen, man. Listen, fellows. Listen, Pakistanis. Despite the fact that you literally sunk the Abraham Lincoln 40,000 times, it's still on the water. All right, if that's not a miracle, I don't know what is.
First major Muslim battle with the Meccans was the Battle of Badr. Muslims won, and Muhammad proclaimed, you see, this is the proof. This is the proof that Islam is true. Surah 3, verses 12 to 13.
Here we go.
Say to those who disbelieve, you shall be vanquished and driven together to hell, and evil is the resting place.
So this Khamenei guy, he was like the holiest fucking guy according to these retards, and now he's dead, and now they're coping.
Indeed, there was a sign for you in the two hosts.
To quote Donald Trump, praise be to Allah.
Which met together in encounter, the Muslims and the polytheists, one party fighting in the way of Allah and the other unbelieving, whom they saw twice as many as themselves with the sight of the eye, and Allah strengthens with his aid whom he pleases. Most surely there is a lesson in this for those who have sight.
Wow.
Notice,
looks like
the
Allah
Muslim
wanted us to
victory
win.
is a sign for the unbelievers.
Oh.
The next Muslim battle with the Meccans was the Battle of Uhud, which Muslims lost. And Muhammad proclaimed, you see, this isn't because Islam isn't true, it's because Allah is punishing us for something we did. Surah 3, verse 152. And Allah did indeed fulfill his promise to you when you were killing them, your enemy, with his permission, until the moment you lost your courage and fell to disputing about the order and disobeyed after he showed you of the booty, which you love.
He does love booty.
Among you are some that desire this world and some that desire the hereafter. Then he made you flee from them, your enemy, that he might test you. But surely he forgave you, and Allah is most gracious to the believers.
Wow.
So Muslims were winning at first, but then they broke ranks and started grabbing the spoils, and Allah punished them by making them lose.
So if you're a holy guy, Allah will protect you. And then Khamenei died in like the first 5 seconds of the war.
When Allah is with you,
awkward.
you win.
Oh,
when you're disobedient, you lose. When Allah is on your side, he gives you the victory.
I love how these people are like, we will just inbreed, all right? We will create the lowest IQ, dumbest fucking populations on the planet, but Allah will help us win wars as they sharpen their sticks to fight our fighter jets. They're out there with slingshots riding on camels trying to down our F-35s. It's like, Allah will win.
Not on your side, you suffer defeat.
That's rough, buddy.
As Islam spread west across northern Africa and into Europe and east all the way to India, its victories were proof that Allah was helping the Ummah conquer the world.
Wow.
Third important idea, the Caliphate. A caliph is a successor to Muhammad. A caliphate is an Islamic state under the rule of a caliph.
Yeah.
For nearly 13 centuries, Islam had a caliphate, an Islamic empire governed by some degree of Islamic law. Lots of times there were rival Muslim groups fighting for power, and not all Muslims in all areas were under the control of the caliph. But there tended to be one dominant Muslim
That's largely because, you know, one of the major things that Muslims say to prove that their religion is correct is that the Quran is like untainted for the last however long years, and that's just not true. The Quran is actually, there are multiple versions of the Quran. Like, the Quran is like, if it is the word of God, then y'all made up a lot of different contradicting, conflating words of God, and your God seems kind of lame. I'd find a new one.
Empire being run by a successor to Muhammad. The first caliphate was the Rashidun Caliphate, which began shortly after Muhammad's death in 632 and lasted until 661. Then there was the Umayyad Caliphate from 661 to 750. This was succeeded by the Abbasid Caliphate from 750 until 1517. Lots of caveats with that one, though, because the Abbasid caliphs were sometimes mere figureheads for other Muslim rulers, and they didn't have much real power once the Mongols invaded. But after the Abbasids, we had the Ottoman Caliphate from 1517 to 1924. The Ottoman Caliphate collapsed in 1924. What happened there? Well, after decades of decline,
I didn't consider this. If Allah wanted the caliphate and said that it's a sign that Allah is on your side, then why did the Ottoman Empire collapse?
Muslims allied with the Germans, never a good idea in world wars, against Great Britain, Russia, France, the United States, and others.
They allied with non-Muslims.
The Muslims were defeated. Great Britain and France sat down with a map of the Ottoman Empire and divided it up however they saw fit. Turkey secularized, and a couple of decades later, after World War II, Western nations decided that since the Germans were plotting with...
A lot of people don't know this image. This is Adolf and said that it's a sign that Allah is on your side, then why did the Ottoman Empire collapse?
Muslims allied with the Germans, never a good idea in world wars, against Great Britain, Russia, France, the United States, and others.
They allied with non-Muslims.
The Muslims were defeated. Great Britain and France sat down with a map of the Ottoman Empire and divided it up however they saw fit. Turkey secularized, and a couple of decades later, after World War II, Western nations decided that since the Germans were plotting with...
A lot of people don't know this image. This is Adolf Hitler, everyone's favorite Austrian painter. This is him meeting with this guy who was actually the imam in charge of Palestinian Jerusalem. That is correct. Working together on... they probably had hobbies. The Palestinians and the Nazis. I wonder if they had anything in common. Not religion, obviously. I wonder if there was, like, a specific group of people that they both kind of wanted exterminated.
The Muslims to exterminate Jews in the British Mandate of Palestine. Jews had a pretty solid case for needing some small place where they wouldn't be at the mercy of jihadis. So, a tiny part of the Ottoman Empire was set aside for the Jews. The surrounding Muslim nations were enraged about Jews getting a strip of land that had previously been conquered by Muslims, so they attacked. And the surrounding Muslim nations, much like the Ottoman Empire,
got humiliated.
Lost.
Badly.
This time, they were defeated by an army.
And that's honestly insane. Like, they were defeated by, like, a couple of guys. Like, it's honestly crazy.
Jews. Multiple Muslim nations were defeated by Jews.
But I was told that Jews are the lowest of creatures, and that it's a sign that Allah is with Islam, because Islam keeps winning. How is it possible that, like, 7 Muslim countries working together couldn't beat a couple of Jews in a little tiny territory? I don't know, man. That's pretty weird.
How did all of
IQ gap, or maybe Allah was not on their side?
This affect Muslims psychologically? Let's just say they didn't take it too well.
Well, they're still
Think
doing
about
this shit.
Those 3 ideas I mentioned earlier. Muslims are superior to non-Muslims.
Right.
And yet, Muslims in the 20th century were defeated over and over again by inferior non-Muslims.
True.
When Muslims win a battle, it's proof
I'm an inferior non-Muslim, and I kick I kick ass on my YouTube channel every day. Still alive, thank God.
God is on their side. And yet, in the 20th century, Christians, Jews, and other non-Muslims were winning the battles and the wars.
Diabolical.
For 13 centuries, Muslims had a caliphate, and yet, in the 20th century, they lost their caliphate, and there was nothing they could do about it.
Holy shit, what happened to the Muslims?
Caliphates had collapsed before, but prior to the 20th century, when a caliphate collapsed, it was immediately or eventually replaced by another caliphate. There was just a leadership change from one Muslim group to another Muslim group. But when the Ottoman Caliphate collapsed, it wasn't replaced by another caliphate. It was defeated and divided up by non-Muslims. There have been efforts to revive the caliphate, but you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
Rip.
Hence, in the minds of many people.
Look, man, it's not easy. Here you have a lot of countries. They've been inbreeding for 1,400 years. They have like IQ stunted people. All right, quite literally. Not trying to be rude or anything. Average IQ of below 80, and they're out here donkey pulling cart all the way to the end zone. All right, they're trying their absolute fucking best to kill a couple of pesky Jews in a country the size of New Jersey in the Middle East, and they just can't fucking do it. Well, it's got to be the most humiliating shit in the world. Like honestly, if I would apostate from Islam if I was ever a Muslim just by hearing this. You literally have 2 billion people surrounding a country of 10 million people and you can't fucking win. Like, that is humiliating. Like, if these guys decided to all stand up and walk at Israel at the same time, they would obliterate it. But they couldn't figure that shit out. It's honestly an absolute miracle that our enemies are so fucking retarded.
In the Muslim world, Islam lost. Islam was defeated.
Yeah.
So Muslim nations started modernizing and westernizing. Even in places like Afghanistan, women started dressing like European and American women.
Not for long.
And going to college and pursuing careers in engineering and computer technology.
They just banned that.
Islam had lost, the West had won. If you can't beat them, join them. Time to be more like the West and less like 7th century Arabia. But certain Islamic revivalist movements soon came up with an alternative explanation for why Muslims were losing.
Here we go.
The alternative explanation was that non-Muslims weren't defeating Muslims because the Islamic ideas were false and outdated. No. Non-Muslims were defeating Muslims because Allah was punishing Muslims for disobedience and for not imposing Islamic law forcefully enough.
Not because they were like rapists, pedophile, terrorists or anything, but probably because they weren't raping or pedophiling enough.
And for having corrupt leaders, and for tolerating heresy. Allah was punishing the Ummah for disobedience. Now, if Muslims were losing because Allah was punishing them for disobedience, what was the solution? All Muslims had to do was become obedient and impose Islamic law and have devout leaders and crush heresy.
Execute people and women that uncover their hair and shit, you know.
And if they did, Allah would restore his favor and bless them to continue conquering the world and subjugating non-Muslims. In Sunni Islam, this view gave rise to the Muslim Brotherhood and similar movements, ultimately culminating in ISIS. And in Shia Islam, this view led to the Iranian Revolution.
There it is.
In Iran, Shia clerics seized control of the government so that they could run the nation according to Islamic law. They crushed disobedience. They beat people and imprisoned people and killed people, all to win back Allah's favor and restore his blessing.
And after all that, they die on the first day of the war? It's fucking brutal.
They've been doing that for almost 5 decades now. How are things looking for the hypothesis that Muslims are only losing because of disobedience and that by being more devout and forcefully imposing Islamic law, the tides would turn and Muslims would start winning again? How's it looking for that hypothesis? Not looking good. The United States and Israel just took out the leader of the entire Shia movement.
In like 1 second.
Ayatollah Khamenei was
there's him surrounded by all of his wives.
Allah's agent for cracking down on disobedience and heresy. And look at what just happened to him. Shia clerics have been running Iran for nearly 5 decades, and they just keep getting weaker. Their obedience hasn't restored Allah's blessing. Their obedience hasn't helped them win at all. They're still losing, and it seems like they're on their way out. In other words, their hypothesis that Muslims were losing because of disobedience and that obedience would help them start winning again has been massively, massively disconfirmed. Shias can still believe that Allah has some plan for the future, but the longer they lose, even when they think they're doing everything right, the more the avalanche of apostasy is going to accelerate.
And that's why the Muslims are crashing out.
But that's
why they're making believe they're actually winning. That's why my favorite tweet ever is, on the first day of the war, after this retard was killed, all right, Sneeko goes out and saying, actually, Ayatollah Khamenei dying was part of his master plan. It was a trap for the West. And it's like... No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It's the most unbelievable cope I've ever heard. And that's why they're all losing their mind. Because this symbolized the fact that their faith is bogus. And their religion is actually kind of lame and gay. And I know that Tucker Carlson will probably take issue with me saying that, but I don't fucking care.
Yes. What about Sunnis? Ayatollah Khamenei has been killing Sunni Muslims for decades. He's killed hundreds of thousands of Sunni Muslims through his puppet regimes.
Yeah, he's a bad guy.
So Sunni Muslims could look at the assassination of Khamenei and think that Allah punished him by the hands of the United States and Israel for killing Sunnis. And there are Sunni Muslims who are celebrating the death of Khamenei, but for the most part, Sunnis are losing their minds online and throwing tantrums about the United States and Israel And a surprising number of Sunnis are calling for unity with Shias, in spite of the fact that Sunnis and Shias have been killing each other since the 7th century.
Yeah.
Why are so many Sunnis upset about the assassination of Khamenei?
All right, here we go.
Well, think about it. Khamenei has been killing tons of Sunnis. There are around 1.7 billion Sunnis in the world, and they couldn't stop Khamenei because they're too weak. Who could stop Khamenei?
I didn't even think of that.
United States and Israel.
That's brutal.
From a Sunni perspective, who should crush the Shia regime? Sunnis. But they couldn't. Who's actually crushing the Shia regime? Non-Muslims, both outside and inside Iran. Keep in mind, even though there are Christians and atheists and Jews and Muslims and so on in the United States, Muslims tend to think of the United States as Christian.
And Israel
Even though there are Jews and Christians and Muslims and atheists and so on in Israel, Muslims tend to think of Israel as Jewish. In Iran, there are all kinds of groups as well. There are Zoroastrians and Christians and atheists and Muslims. Most people in Iran are sick of the Shia regime.
Yeah.
So who's wrecking the Shia regime right now from a Muslim perspective?
Jews and Christians.
Christians, Jews, and other non-Muslims.
Oh.
Definitely not Sunnis. Sunnis are too weak, as they have been for a long, long time.
That is so crazy to think about. The only group of people on the planet that couldn't contribute were the other Muslims. They're the only people too weak to actually get involved. Oh my God, that's fucking brutal. That is brutal.
In other words, the assassination of Khamenei is a huge reminder to Sunnis that despite their numbers, they're still weak and getting weaker. The Muslim Brotherhood hypothesis that Muslims were only losing because of disobedience and that obedience would restore Allah's favor is, much like the Shia hypothesis, being massively, massively disconfirmed.
That is crazy.
Muslims are throwing tantrums because they're looking around at the world and thinking, if Islam is true, this isn't the way things should be. And it's suffocating their confidence. And when Muslims are doubting, they tend to compensate by pretending to be more confident.
That's right.
This is why you're seeing so much chest thumping.
The posturing.
But make no
We
mistake.
are actually winning. Blood will flow through the streets of New York tonight. Says some retard dumb fuck on Twitter as his entire regime gets incinerated.
Losing their caliphate, being weak and helpless before inferior creatures like Jews and Christians,
Yeah, true.
and seeing their alternative explanation destroyed is causing lots of them to lose hope. It's eating away at them, and they're doubting their religion.
And that's why they have to make believe they're winning the war on social media. And it's honestly, this is like the ultimate example of just pure and utter convincing themselves, you know? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to witness this. They are psyoping themselves, otherwise they would have to leave their faith. Just an absolutely humiliating and utterly fucking defeat that they've received. And honestly, it's pretty wild watching these people lose their minds. I love it. This is why you have Stico crashing out. This is why you have all these people losing their mind, you know, making believe that they're secretly winning the war. Because they can't fathom a reality where they lose. Because that means that their religion is false. Which it is. Which is why I make fun of it. Just as the prophet Elijah made fun of the worshippers of the Baal. Telling them that, oh, you worship Baal? Where's Baal to save you now? Sorry, bro. Where's Allah? Seems like Allah is really not looking out for your best interest, retards. But don't worry, it's not too late. I'm not an atheist. I'm not a leftist. I actually believe in repentance. I believe every single Muslim man was made in the image of God and is given a path to salvation. I pray you find it before it's too late. Now, Muslims aren't the only ones coping and praying that America gets defeated. Leftists and the entire media is working together, praying and coping that America gets defeated. So first, here we have, Twitch, open advocate of terrorism, Twitch, directly banning Asmongold, the largest, I think he's like the second or third largest streamer on the platform. He's definitely the largest right-leaning streamer on the platform. Banned for an entire week because I said I don't give an F about the opinions of illiterate third worlders. Objectively true. Why should you? Why should you care about what they have to say? Would someone get banned for saying they don't care about an American's opinion on the Middle East? Of course not. Blatant double standard. I didn't break terms of service, and he got banned for a week anyway. As you can see, people are very upset about this. This post got 4 million views, 130,000 likes, and it's honestly insane. And this is just another example of the media ecosystem clamping down on voices while they still can. They don't have Twitter anymore to ban the President of the United States, which in my opinion is still one of the biggest atrocities we've ever witnessed, but there still are social media, that are directly owned by morons that are trying to cripple our country. And the left has just basically become an entire psyop, basically trying to get us to hate our country, allying up with Iranian terrorists. And here we have Asmongold, a pro-America streamer that actually does believe in the idea that the Islamic regime in Iran are terrorists, rapists, pedophiles, and it's really good for the planet if they all get obliterated. So, because this is an incredibly stressful time, and today and tomorrow are probably going to be the most pivotal days of this entire war ever since when the war actually started, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Twitch decided to ban him now. They are trying to shut down every single course of positive perspective to be put on Trump at this time, and they decided to shut down Asmongold for it. I'm not here to cry or anything, but currently both of my YouTube channels are completely demonetized. Hopefully I will be getting monetization back and it's not a permanent thing. But for the last couple of days, I was dunking on terrorists just for the love of the game. If you'd like to support me on Patreon, that would be very appreciated. The link is in the description. You will get nothing in return, but it would be very, very nice of you. That said, this isn't the only example of this. You just don't hate the media enough, actually. This is Gavin Newsom's wife, all right, talking about how she actually is very excited that Gavin Newsom is going to be running for president because she has an idea on how to save America.
Boys, we all know, I think, or increasingly are realizing that boys. Are moving away from sort of the more progressive boys that spend time online are moving a little bit I'm trying not to be political here, but are moving.
I'm trying not to be political. Boys are moving to the right. That's what she's saying. Boys are moving to the right because we're actually waking up to reality. We're actually seeing what's going on in our world. We're actually seeing what largely, liberal white women are doing to our countries, importing rapists and terrorists and not taking accountability for anything, trying to overthrow our democracy, push this, like, transgender, anti-reality, apocalyptic bullshit, abort generations, not get married. We're watching liberal women terminate our civilization, and we're actually tired of it, all right? And yes, boys are moving away from that, correct?
Moving to the right.
And she's trying so hard not to say it.
And being sort of influenced by
reality?
By the Andrew Tates and some of that.
The Andrew Tates? Like, are we even being serious here for a second? Andrew Tate's not influencing anybody right now.
Sort of alt-right socialization online that we know is very...
Alt-right socialization? Like what? Like, for example, you think that you should get married.
Very, very dangerous.
It's so dangerous to not want Muslims to rape your children. I think it's dangerous.
My husband and I were alarmed.
Gavin Newsom, guy running for president, don't forget.
When our kids were watching sports online and my son knew about Andrew Tate.
Oh my God, I can't believe my son knew about a very famous person. Oh my God.
And thought he was pretty cool and thought that his Republican grandfather, who's not a Trumper, but a fiscal conservative, thought that my father would like Andrew Tate. So that's scary.
This is a kid, dude. And by the way, Gavin Newsom's kid was a big fan of Charlie Kirk, for those of paying attention. All right? We are winning the actual culture war where discussions can be had. The leftist ideology is just shut you down wherever you are. Ban Asmongold on Twitch instead of contending with his ideas. It's and that is how the left operated for a very long time, in this pristine bubble where they just banned any form of alternative conversation.
We're like one of the most progressive households, and our son...
We're so woke, it's amazing. That's why I cheated on my husband, and my husband cheated on me.
Is confused and asking all these questions. We're working on legislation to hold tech companies accountable.
Legislation to hold tech companies accountable. In other words, to censor people.
And help them be a force for good in our kids and families.
We want them to be a force for good. Now, good is arbitrary, because it's what I think is good. See, I think that actually gay orgies are good. I think gay orgies are fantastic. I think castrating children is good. To quote my husband, I love to see trans children. I think that's good. And if you don't agree with that, then you're bad, and we should ban you from conversations online.
Families' lives, to really provide all the best-in-class resources and support for youth so that they don't go down this rabbit hole of very, very dangerous...
information. Factual reality. That's what they're scared of. They're scared that children, mostly boys, because boys are the adventurous sort. Boys don't actually give a shit if you call them names. Boys are going to be like, oh, you call me racist? Cool. And then they drop the N-word, Like, that's boys. All right? So the reality is they're afraid that boys are actually going to engage with information that's true instead of the spoon-fed slop, groomer-minded bullshit that they're pushing it down their throats.
And limiting narratives around...
We're trying to eliminate narratives that are true, but they're hurtful.
Ultimately, what it means to be a girl and what it means to be a...
That's right. That's right. People think that men and women are different online. That's crazy. Obviously, men and women are just social constructs, and anyone can be any gender they want.
A boy. We owe it to them and ourselves to kind of heal this.
Heal this by censoring everyone on social media.
This gift of modern technology, but curb it to be a force for good. I mean, look, the Gov and I, we have 3 more years. We're trying to institutionalize our values so that they can
We're trying to make up a value system that'll win an election.
carry on
They don't actually believe in anything
beyond our term.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm really glad that she just said this out loud. So a lesson to be learned: never marry a feminist, or she will destroy your career. Right? This bitch is inserting herself into Gavin Newsom's political run in order to insert herself and make herself important. And in my opinion, this is like an absolute, utter catastrophe. Right? Like, you can't run for president on the mandate of we're just going to ban conversations online that we don't like. And you don't hate the media enough. The media has been constantly calling Trump a war criminal, and it's really nice to see other media actually hold some of the other media accountable.
They're back. The seditious 6 is now 7. They've got a new member, Senator Jeff Merkley. He didn't like Trump's Easter message to Iran, so he's telling our men in uniform to go AWOL. Quote, to our military leaders, remember this: you are legally required to refuse orders to commit war crimes.
And thank you, Senator. Again, it's unbelievable watching senators of the United States directly telling our military to not follow orders.
So what's a war?
And then a leftist will be like, well, it's illegal orders. I'm only talking about war crimes specifically. Well, what's a war crime? It's everything I don't like is a war crime.
War crime? Alyssa Slotkin, one of the original 6, says it's as simple as turning off the enemy's lights. The Times agrees.
Wow.
Are you concerned that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to war crimes?
No, I'm not.
For the record, anyone that actually ever read anything in their life knows that you're being tricked and psyoped, because it's not a war crime to target military infrastructure. All right, if bridges are used by the military, bombing the bridge is not a war crime. If electricity grids are used by militaries, then bombing the electricity grid is not a war crime, even if it does affect civilians. Right? This is just the reality of the actual legal system. But I have an even better statement, all right? I actually don't fucking care if they are war crimes. I don't care about arbitrary rules made by retards to enslave us to their bullshit, while you have Iranian terrorists doing war crimes every day with zero condemnation. I actually don't care.
I hope I don't have to do it. Mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
If knocking out power is a war crime, Bill Clinton should be in The Hague. Slick Willie obliterated Serbia's power grid back in '99.
No one cared.
Both the Bushes did it in Iraq.
True. No one cared.
Lyndon Johnson hit a few power plants in North Vietnam.
True. No one cared.
It was called Operation Rolling Thunder.
No one cared about that. That's
These
weird.
targets are selected as humanely as possible.
True.
Considering dual-use systems and the law of proportionality.
Look, the way I see it, we could nuke Iran, and we're not. And that makes us very nice people. And all these people need to fucking, need to fucking jump off, take a long walk off of a very short cliff.
But the goal of war is to win.
True.
We aren't hitting their...
But that is exactly what the left doesn't want. They want us to lose the war. They want to shackle us down to our desks, and they are trying to do everything in their power to make us lose the war. They are rooting against America openly.
Water, hospitals, or hotels. That's what Iran is doing to our allies. Remember, these aren't civilian power plants. The Guard runs them and gets dibs on the power. So hitting that type of target hurts the military.
True.
And their ability to fight back.
True.
The ceasefire terms are simple. They have to open up the strait and knock off their nukes. But Democrats say Trump's winging it.
This is all embarrassing and juvenile, and it's
They just
people
lie.
trying to act like they're puffed up and
Hi, I'm a Democrat. I'm just going to go on the news and lie.
tough.
We don't even know what the operation is about, says the Democrat to a couple of boomers that believe him.
When what we really see from the administration in this war is the absence of a plan, the absence of
No plan, and yet we managed to obliterate their entire military, their entire Navy, their entire Air Force, their missile systems, and we have them absolutely at our complete mercy, to the point that we were able to put people into enemy territory to rescue a downed pilot with zero casualties. Right? And like, these people are actually going to be like, there was no plan at all. Like, are we being serious?
of a clear rationale, no effort to get allies on board, and thus deep unpopularity of this war with the American public.
This should be a rally around the flag moment, and Democrats are just ragging on the president, just like they did when men's hockey won gold. America wins, the left can't even clap.
True.
If you can't root for America because Trump's running it, that's your problem.
Objectively correct.
The media thinks Hollywood's smarter than the CIA. Listen.
Playing on cable right now on a loop is Top Gun Maverick. There was more of a plan in the fictional plot of Top Gun Maverick
serious, dude?
than there appears to be
Oh my God.
in this very real, very live situation.
I can't believe Trump isn't using Iron Man suits to destroy the enemy. I can't understand why our soldier wasn't trapped in a cave using scraps to build a weapon of mass destruction. This is literally the leftist talking points.
But in the United States war with Iran.
Wow.
The media knows the goal of the war. We can't have terrorists get nukes. And they can't have missiles and proxies threatening the world. That's it. But why would Trump give the press his war plans? You might as well just tell the gay Ayatollah. And while Democrats are talking about Top Gun, the media sounds like Iranian state TV.
So if Trump doesn't see that we're losing, every day he continues this thing, he's going to just face more and more political problems.
My guy! It's been 35 days! You see the left being like, oh, we're trapped in another forever war in the Middle East. Are you fucking insane? We were in Iraq for 8 years! Like, again, these people are, like, absolutely retarded.
It's military
Like, they hate our country so much. They hate our country so much. It's unbelievable.
problems and all sorts of problems. And so he just needs to admit that what's going on, and I doubt he has the mental ability to do that.
Okay, the Times said Biden was brilliant, so nobody takes these guys seriously. Maybe the media is so used to fighting forever wars that they're not used to us winning. To them, fighting to win looks crazy.
Or they're just lying.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything, for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people.
The same people who propped up bumbling Joe Biden now want a 25th Amendment President Trump because he's making Democrats look bad.
The president is clearly unhinged, and he's doing what we've seen him do many times before, which is
Here we got a couple of emotional women to tell us about how wars need to be fought. This is gonna be good. Oh my God, dude.
Speak
He's unhinged and mentally ill. Oh my God.
off the cuff and on a whim, and to degrade the basic rule of law. You know, when I take a
The
look
basic rule of law. I hate winning wars. I prefer importing rapists.
at the cabinet, the 25th Amendment really turns on people of good faith who mean their oaths to our Constitution when they took them, who are willing to hold this president accountable. And so far,
We need to hold him accountable for winning wars. I'm so used to being in endless quagmires. I really hate this.
we don't see that kind of courage.
Decapitation strikes in the first 30 seconds, search and recovery missions, 200 miles inside enemy territory, no casualties for over 3 weeks straight. Call him a madman all you want. It helps him negotiate. The Iranians see American politicians saying Trump's so crazy that he'll commit war crimes to win the war. The mullahs are looking around like, uh-oh.
Yeah, that's right. Look, man, I love how, that's what he said to Kim Jong-un right away. He was like, listen, lifted rocket, man, you have a red button, but my red button's bigger, and it works. It scares the shit out of these people. Because, obviously, if he's unhinged, that makes it so much worse. In fact, President Trump even called into Fox News to shit on the media.
I saw Greg say this the other night, and I do like his show. I like all of your shows, actually. I'm glad Jessica's not there. Because I think, no, actually, I think your show would be better without her, but, who am I to say that? Isn't that terrible? I think it would be a lot better. But, Kennedy, you're doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
But, we have
just calling into the news, telling them which reporters are absolute shit. Now, meanwhile, what the media isn't telling you about, gigantic scandals coming out about Eric Swalwell. So he was being investigated for fraud. He's also being investigated for allegedly feeding information to a Chinese spy. And currently, there are over a dozen female employees and interns preparing to come forward and accuse Eric Swalwell of inappropriate touching and sexual harassment. It's like every single time, like, you got, like, a white man on the left, He's a fucking rapist. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say this. But it's like bro's really trying his absolute best to be like the nice guy, the good dude, and then just end up in all these quagmires. Absolute silence in the media. Now, suspiciously enough, Eric Swalwell in 2018 said about Brett Kavanaugh that if he is innocent of sexual assault, he should bring into his hearing all the people that accuse them so they can speak freely. Well, fantastic news, Eric Swalwell. We should bring everyone into the media that accuses you of sexual assault too.
For Brett Kavanaugh's sake, if he is innocent, I hope tomorrow he opens his statement and says, you know what? Bring in all the victims, allow them to be heard, allow them to be questioned. That will clear his name if he's indeed innocent. And if
I agree, man. You're so real for this. I think Eric Swalwell should do the same thing on his allegations. All right. Meanwhile, the media is in absolute silence about this. They don't even want to talk about it. Obviously, no one gives a shit. Also, because it's a leftist, and with leftists rape, that's kind of normal. Like, whatever. It's a leftist. Of course he rapes. He imports rapists. He does some rape himself, maybe allegedly. Not saying he did or anything. These are just allegations. But again, all the people that screamed the loudest about the Epstein files ended up all getting into like these quagmires, and it's kind of wild. Now, teenagers are sharing the photo of government textbooks that's all just straight up state leftist propaganda, right? Because again, you have to understand the way the media operates. It operates to control us.
Doing a wellness check on the teenagers in high school right now, because what is this? Someone sent their AP government textbook to Carol Markowitz, their cousin, to show them the political ideology grid that they are currently teaching in American high schools. Guys, I have so many questions.
Bro.
Apparently the only person in American politics who is economic right and more libertarian is Ron Paul, who is like barely libertarian. Hillary Clinton and George W. Bush.
Hillary Clinton is far right. Oh my god.
Are the same
Obama is right-wing authoritarian. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Bernie Sanders is slightly left? Like, dude, what are we doing here?
Not, because they have the same exact political ideology. What? And they both are more authoritarian than Fidel Castro.
Oh my
Apparently,
God.
Obama is a right-wing authoritarian in 2008, and he becomes more right-wing economically and more authoritarian by 2000.
Donald Trump is a far-right authoritarian, unlike Hitler. Oh my
12,
God.
closely mirroring the political ideology of Maggie Thatcher, and of course, Ted Cruz, who is far more authoritarian, by the way, than Fidel Castro. And pretty much on the exact same line, it looks like he's more authoritarian than Joseph Stalin over there. Donald Trump is on par, of course, with Hitler. Bernie Sanders is barely economic left. Nelson Mandela is a libertarian.
He was a terrorist.
What?
What are we doing?
I don't even know what to do with this.
Yeah, so anyway, that's what the media does. That's just how the media operates. It infiltrates and destroys us. Did he hear about how there are these riots going on in France right now? Did this even cross your feed? Did you even hear about this? Obviously not. Did you hear about this one? How about the Australian government arresting this is an Australian guy, our most decorated veteran from the Afghanistan war for alleged war crimes. Ben Robert Smith was awarded the Victoria Cross for Australia after single-handedly storming 2 Taliban machine gun positions by himself in order to save his own SAS team. Absolute legend. How do we repay him? Well, good news, guys. Good news, guys. The cucked libtard nation of Australia is jailing him for life for war crimes, because they're saying now in retrospect, he probably killed an innocent man. Now, understand what we're doing to our people and our heroes. Serve your country to fight jihadists, import jihadist sympathizer to your home countries, get put on trial by jihadists, goes to jail forever. Australia's fucked. And this is the entire media. This is the entire world that we need to deal with right now. Import infinite retards and let them rape you. It's crazy, right? So this is the leftist media in England talking about how the English flag is a symbol of racism.
To be honest, the English flag isn't just a symbol of racism. It may be the primary symbol of racism in this country.
It's just shocking to even hear them say this in the media. This is in Good Morning Britain, a slightly left-wing media show. How the British flag, the English flag, is the #1 symbol of racism.
Because of how it's been adopted and co-opted by the far right. In my mom's generation, it was keep Britain white and being chased down the street, being called a monkey. In my generation, it was a National Front telling me to go home. And now you've got the EDL, BNP, and all these other groups, right?
Right-wing people that don't like rape. All right, all the anti-rapists are all using English flags, and that's the #1 symbol of racism in the country, it seems. Now, the UK government, breaking, has blocked Kanye West from entering the UK to perform at the Wireless Festival because his presence would not be conducive to public good. Now, remember, they let in literal terrorists into their country. They literally let terrorists and rapists come in on small boats to their country. But a musician is apparently too beyond the pale. All right? Piers Morgan, lib cuck extraordinaire, so he could sell them some of his swastika merch. Right? Basically talking about how obviously it's a good thing that England is not letting Kanye West into the country to sing. Like, this is unbelievable levels of delusion and bullshit. Piers Morgan doesn't think there are immigration problems in England, for the record. This is who the Prime Minister of the UK and the King of England welcomed and shook hands with. This is Jolani, a former Al-Qaeda member, whose men in Syria are butchering Christians, Druze, and Alawites now. Today, they are still doing pogroms against Christians in Syria, and they are ISIS members ordered by Jolani, and Jolani is welcomed into England. They'll welcome in literal fucking terrorists, but they're not going to let in a musician with bipolar, okay? Like, are we even being serious? All right, now, of course, the media doesn't want to talk about this. 26 Christian worshippers slaughtered, Eastern Sunday attacks across Nigeria, churches burned, women and children abducted, the world stay silent. Why isn't the world talking about the massacre of Christians by Islamist terrorists? Of course, we can't talk about that. The media doesn't want to accidentally start Islamophobia. We have to talk about how Israel is killing terrorists and how it's a war crime or something instead. Now, obviously, this should radicalize the shit out of you, because this is a post from Nayib Bukele, someone who's jailing criminals, and this is what El Salvador looks like right now. Like, it looks like paradise, man. It looks like paradise. It's clean, it's beautiful, it's peaceful, children playing in the streets. It's instant, no garbage everywhere, no little migrant retards selling shit on the sidewalks that are staged and fake. All right, starting to suspect this is staged, because if it's legal, I have to suspect I've been living in a horror movie this whole time. Are you telling me the world could be this beautiful? What the fuck? You could just press a button and get a developed country. All it takes is enforcing the law. That's literally all it takes. You have laws, and you enforce them, and boom, you have a paradise. And the media, it keeps talking about Bukele like he's a dictator. Meanwhile, his country is one of the best places in the world right now. But he's a dictator. Meanwhile, they praise Australia, where they're literally having Islamic terror attacks on a basic, like all the time. Right? England, France, burning down churches, grooming gangs. Like, but that's obviously a developed Western culture that's beautiful and stuff. And this whole idea that, El Salvador is a shithole run by a dictator, as opposed to the beautiful London, which is run by a liberal democracy, right? It's all a farce. It's all a lie. It's all media pushing an agenda. In fact, the media pushes such an agenda, they're shitting on our astronauts that went past the moon. Like, understand the level of hatred these people feel to our country. All right. Look at this, man. So Artemis 2, after a long pause, they ended up having a call with Donald Trump on their plane, and the media hates it. All right, so there's a pause. Trump is on the plane, on the phone. That is so cool, dude.
Administrator Alex, I'm going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am.
Right, he was so in awe that he was just in silence. This is Trump. Trump doesn't shut the fuck up. And he was so in awe about what's going on that he was just in silence.
And integrity. And back over to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think we might have gotten cut off. It is a long distance. It's a long ways. The reception's been great. There's a little bit of about a 9-second delay, but no, I just had a statement for, I don't know what you heard, but I was just saying they're very proud of your brilliant person from Canada on the ship. And Wayne Gretzky is a great friend of mine, and he's very proud of him. And the Prime Minister I spoke to, they're very, very...
He's the governor of Canada. And so there we have Trump praising it, because obviously it's just absolutely incredible. And the mainstream media just absolutely hates it.
Getting up to
How?
Oh my God. So this literally is the moon. Holy shit.
How excited are you?
Not at all excited.
Not at all.
I'm not excited that NASA's...
I'm British. I'm British.
we've sacrificed our country so we can import rapists, and America's going to the moon. Obviously, we're doing better.
Going to the moon again? No, I think it's stupid.
Everything. A liberal white woman. It's like, but there's a child starving in Kenya. Why do you even want to go to the moon?
Out there is dead. Everything down here is alive. Everything out there is grey and black. Everything down here is green and blue. And we're wasting all this energy and time and technology and thought going somewhere where there's nothing.
These people are such miserable fucking people.
Alive.
See, this woman, can you imagine how much better her life would be if she didn't know what electricity was? Unfortunately, by an aberration of fate, another Middle Ages peasant has spawned in the 21st century.
We go to space, we get new innovations, we bring them back to kill each other with.
That's not what?
She really thinks we're going to space to get alien technology to kill each other? Like, what are we even doing?
It's true. It's true.
They have no...
It's literally true. Every time we go to space, we come back with plasma rifles.
Concept. Whenever kids see a rocket ship flying to the fucking moon, and they look up every night and they see the moon, and then they could think, hold up, somebody fucking went there. That is inspiring.
It's not just that. It's just every advancement gets us closer to an unbelievable new horizon. Like, it's not just that we went to the moon. It's that we could do it again. It's that we could go even further. It's that we can go even further. Like, it's so unbelievable. It's astronomical, literally.
We need more astronauts as celebrities, and we need less TikTokers, and frankly, less streamers as celebrities.
God, we need less VTubers out there and more astronauts.
We were convinced that one day we'd find life in space, and increasingly, gallopingly, the consensus has built that there isn't anything alive. And I just think the pure tragedy
No, there is now.
of like...
There's literally life in space right now. There are astronauts in space alive as we speak.
Spending all this resource, $100 trillion and some...
$100 trillion? Why? What do you want to have it sent to a bunch of Pakistani
Give it to the Somalis.
Rape gangs instead? That'd be a better idea.
I just think it's terrible.
Also, Sky News on the day of the launch. What is this?
Yeah, and they are going for all humanity this time, you know?
This time, because there's a black man, and before we only went for white men.
Apollo was all white men, and this time it's not. And I think that really speaks volumes for...
It's like, imagine being an astronaut. Like, you're working your ass off. You're a black guy. You're an astronaut. You work your ass off. You're the absolute pinnacle of your field. You do some unbelievable, unfathomable achievement. And everyone is just like, he's black. That's pretty awesome. Like, it's just so racist. It's crazy.
The journey that NASA has been on, and this is a much more representative crew.
It just feels so bad. Imagine dedicating 30 years of your life to being the absolute pinnacle of your field. You're going to the moon, and people are like, look at he's black. Oh, we got black people going to the moon now.
Again, we'll be out of communication for about 40 minutes.
You can see it, bro. Look, that's the Earth.
Of a crescent moon. And
that's the Earth. The
30
secret...
seconds now until we expect loss of signal.
They don't want to show the secret moon base. And you can see, look is right there on the side. That's literally the Earth, bro. It's despawning. They're getting out of line of sight.
That's crazy, dude.
And we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft as it flies behind the moon. It's the first time in over 50 years that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth.
Dude, that is just so freaking cool, man. It just really is. You just don't hate the media enough. They hate you. They hate your civilization. They hate your advancements. They hate your culture. They hate your way of life. They try to groom you and they try to manipulate you. And honestly, don't let them. Anyway, that was today's deep dive on all the things that happened. Thank you so much for being here. Tomorrow is going to be insane. I don't know what we're going to see. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be diabolical. Definitely subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Really appreciate all the support on the deep dives. You guys have been incredible. So, honestly, God is good. I'm praying for a better future. God bless our troops. God bless the United States of America. And God bless all of you. Thank you so much for watching and supporting. Like, honestly, I didn't think that the deep dive content thing would actually be a good direction for the channel in general. To be honest, you know, because most people say that these videos are too long, they're too in-depth, they're nitty-gritty, and honestly, I really wanted to do them because I felt like not enough people were doing it. And your support means the world. I've been taking a break streaming because ever since the war started, I've been doing so much research for all the separate videos for the war. I ended up finding it easier to actually end up making the videos offline so that, you know, it would be easier to get all the proper information out and not accidentally spread lies and shit. So, when the war ends, I'll probably go back to streaming. But I do want to keep up the deep dive content. I've been your hoax,
I've been your host. I've been your host, Blue Retard on the internet, signing out from my car. From my car. I'll be home back at the regular home office soon, but sorry for the audio and the weird VTuber shit over the last couple of days. Exciting things are coming. God is great.
Well, the federal government has issued a new ruling that could affect how you use Wi-Fi for your internet and cell phones. Fox 26 business reporter Tom Ziska is live tonight to explain. Tom.
Caroline, the headline here is that the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, is worried about a potential cybersecurity threat and cyber attacks as well. And because of that, has banned this authorization and sale of brand new foreign-made Wi-Fi routers, the kind you'd come here to Best Buy to buy. So, of course, those routers are what sends the Wi-Fi signals out for us to use, however you may use it. If you already have a router, your own or something you're getting from a cable company, no problem. It's already approved. And the ones that are currently for sale in the stores, also approved as well. It is new models, new designs that would be affected. And electronics are always coming out with new models and new designs. So there is no notable manufacturing of Wi-Fi routers in the United States. That's the real hook here. Almost all of it comes from China and other parts of Asia. Tech experts say this ruling really leaves a potentially confusing transition time.
There are going to be some routers that will allow or will continue to come to the United States because they were approved by the FCC before this, okay? Lynx is one of them, Ace is one of them. Eero, for example, here's a great router. What we need to see is what happens in the next few months. These companies will have the ability to challenge that, and they will be able to present to the FCC and the federal government that the design doesn't contain any chips that have problems.
So Juan Guevara-Torres, our tech expert there, says there is no need to hear this story and then run out and get a new Wi-Fi router. Again, existing routers are already approved, and the ones that are for sale are also approved. It's the new designs that you have to be worried about. Also, software updates that get pushed to our hardware, your cell phone gets them, your router gets it as well. Those will continue at least through March of next year. Make sure that happens as well. Afterward, after March of next year, those existing routers and pieces of equipment may become vulnerable. In that time, and here's the operative part here, some manufacturers may be able to ramp up some domestic production that meets the requirements of the FCC as this proverbial dust settles over the coming months. Watching You Money, I'm Tom Ziska, Fox 26 News.
B-52s were literally flying over to Iran. But then a ceasefire was agreed and they turned back around. Here's the statement. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attacks on Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. That's something we'll talk about in a second, because remember, Israel is in this war too. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of the past contentions have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to the resolution. So couple of things to point out here, first one being the most important one. US got what it was asking for, and I mean that literally. Over the past couple of days, the proposals that the United States has sent out has been a ceasefire and a Strait of Hormuz opening, and then you negotiate a long-term peace. And guess what? That's exactly what Iran agreed to. And let me clarify that, because it's not just a one-sided statement. Iran actually is announcing the same thing. Iranian media is currently televising this exact message on their TV stations all across Iran, basically confirming the ceasefire but trying to frame it as the United States retreating. The best part is that the ceasefire announcement came roughly an hour and 30 minutes before the deadline. And as I said at the start of the video, some of the jets and bombers were literally on their way to Iran and then they turned around, basically signaling ahead of time that something was agreed. And from the Iranian point of view, it really does seem like that they will uphold their side of the ceasefire, because even the Iranian supreme leader has personally approved this deal, basically the 2-week proposal. Again, still important to clarify here that this is not something that's long term. In fact, it's very much a temporary ceasefire while the negotiations are still ongoing. So countries aren't going to be shooting and bombing and throwing missiles at each other while negotiations are ongoing, and that's definitely a positive, especially considering that this morning we talked about how Iran was asking its college students and young children to come to power stations and bridges and basically form a human shield to dissuade a US strike. Now, as I'm literally recording this, we're getting more and more updates as to all the details that have been agreed upon. And another detail that we just learned about is that Israel is also taking part in this temporary ceasefire with Iran and will suspend its bombing campaign. But here's what makes this situation a little bit complicated. Merely minutes after President Trump announced the ceasefire, there were missiles that were being launched from Iran towards Israel. In fact, as you can see from the tweet on your screen, one of them actually was intercepted on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. Again, this could be anything, right? We saw this during the 12-day war, where even though the ceasefire or a peace deal was announced publicly, we still had both sides still launching some volleys back at each other or responding to a volley that the other side launched. So hopefully this isn't something that's going to break the ceasefire, but more so this is something that the message is still going down throughout the chain of command. So I'm sure the Iranian leaders, which again, I would be interested in knowing who exactly negotiated on Iran's behalf, but what's more likely is that Iranian leaders agreed to a ceasefire, but Iranian military is just so independent, I guess that's the right way to put it. They're just operating on their own. There's no chain in command in Iran because of all the assassinations that are ongoing. And because of that, it seems even though leaders agree to a ceasefire, there are some lower level people who have access to missiles apparently who are still launching it. Hopefully this is something that stops. But on top of this, we also have another complication relating to Israel that probably gonna need more clarification. That complication has to do with Israel's invasion of Lebanon. Now, before we jump into that, just a quick reminder to hit the like and subscribe button down below. It truly does help us out in our effort to get you guys the news as soon as possible. So we really appreciate your support. News channels from Lebanon are saying that the announcement is really between the United States and Iran and Israel and Iran, so no one's actually sure what's going to happen in Lebanon. Now, one would assume that now that Iran has agreed to a ceasefire, Iranian proxy Hezbollah will also stop attacking Israel. But what's still unclear is that if Israel is going to pull back out of Iran. Because from what I know, I think Israel has gone into southern Iran just to create a buffer zone. So that's something that's definitely going to be complicated. And what makes this situation even more complicated is that the fact it didn't seem like Israel wanted the United States to take the ceasefire. We saw some reports coming out from Israeli media and from American media basically saying that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was lobbying President Trump to not agree to any type of ceasefire. Now, on the other side, we had Vice President J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Kushner, both or all three of them lobbying Trump to basically accept a deal with Iran. Now, talking about the deal with Iran, let's go over the 10-point proposal that President Trump was talking about in his initial statement. So, this is the 10-point proposal that Iran sent to the United States after the US sent a 15-point proposal to Iran. So in a way, if we just look at numbers, it seems like we're making progress because 15 has come down to 10. But take a look at what Iran is asking. Iran wants guarantees that it will not be attacked again, not an unreasonable demand. It wants permanent end to the war, not a ceasefire. This is something Iran has already basically retreated on. Third thing, Iran wants to end Israeli strikes on Lebanon. This kind of makes me believe that maybe there's going to be a ceasefire in Lebanon too. Maybe it's happening right now, but as of right now, I don't have that information. If I do get that information, I'll put it in the comment sections, okay? So just go check the pinned comments. Number 4, lifting of all US sanctions on Iran. Number 5, end to all regional fighting against Iranian allies. I think this is really specifically talking about Hezbollah because no one's really attacking Houthis as of right now. Number 6, in return, Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz. Number 7, Iran would impose a Hormuz fee of $2 million per ship. This is something that's going to be a big disagreement, and I think Iran even knows that they're not going to get this. The reason Iran has put this in their proposal is basically to get other concessions that they do want in return for Iran giving up. And the reason I say Iran is not going to get this is because where is this going to stop? This is not something that I'm bringing up. There are people who know a lot more about geopolitics, have a lot more life experience than me watching how the world works, and they point out if Iran is charging $2 million a ship, where is it going to stop? Does the UK get to do the same thing on their coast? Does Spain get to do the same thing? Denmark, they would want to do the same thing, right? If these countries are paying Iran $2 million per ship, the citizens in these countries, basically business people in these countries, would want their government to start charging the same fee to other ships who are going through their straits. And this would basically bring the world back to like 200 years ago, because this is exactly what countries were doing 200 years ago. And we have gone away from that world. We now have freedom of navigation where countries can traverse through international water without having to worry about too much of piracy and without having to worry about countries basically charging a mafia fee for protection, because that's exactly what this is. So Iran knows they're not going to get it, but I think they're putting it in there because they want other concessions. Number 8, the point number 8 in the ceasefire proposal basically relates to the same thing. Iran wants to split these fees with Iran. Point number 9, Iran to provide rules of safe passage through Hormuz. And 10, Iran to use Hormuz fees for reconstruction instead of reparations. Now, couple of things that are interesting. First one being, President Trump did not say that he's agreeing to the 10-point proposal. What he did say was that this is a good starting point, basically a good workable basis to negotiate on. Now, Iranian media is trying to frame it as this 10-point proposal has already been accepted. That's not true. But then again, that just happens in every peace. If you study wars that have happened throughout the history of humankind, both sides usually try to frame a peace deal as them winning. So that's just going to happen. I don't think Iran's ever going to come out and say, hey, we lost this war, but don't worry, guys, we're going to be a better country now. Yeah, that's probably never going to happen, but at least there is a ceasefire. There's probably going to be more negotiations, and a couple of points that are probably going to be most contentious are the ballistic missile program, which US wants to put a limit on. They don't want to eliminate it. They do want Iran to have some kind of limit, whether it be in range or in number of missiles Iran can build up. And secondly, of course, enrichment. Iran does not want to give enrichment capabilities at all. They don't want to give up the enrichment capabilities. And US is very adamant about the fact that Iran has to give up the enriched uranium and enrichment capabilities. Let's see what happens in negotiations. Now, another big development that happened today is that the US journalist who was kidnapped by an Iranian group in Iraq has been released. And luckily, this is something I didn't mention in the morning video, is that she was released before the ceasefire deal was actually announced. So that was probably something that was entirely different from the negotiations that were ongoing with ceasefire. That was something that the Iraqi government actually worked very hard to make sure they get the release of this US journalist. And here's more details.
Martha, good afternoon. I want to start with some breaking news. Just seconds ago, a U.S. official confirming to Fox News that American journalist Shelley Kittleson, who was kidnapped a week ago in Baghdad, Iraq, by an Iran-backed Iraqi Shia militia, has been released. There were U.S. efforts behind the scenes, I am told, to secure her release from likely Kataib Hezbollah, an Iranian group inside of Iraq. It comes amid this deadline, 5 hours away. President Trump says if Iran does not make a deal, there will be strikes against Iranian power plants and bridges. We know that as this is going, and you can see Shelley Kittleson there, that journalist who was kidnapped, we understand, by Kataib Hezbollah and held for about a week. This is a group that operates inside of Iraq, and it is a journalist who is well known across the region for reporting fairly on many different stories, especially in Baghdad, the Iraqi capital.
Now, as I was wrapping up recording, we actually do have a statement from Iranian foreign minister. And if I were to guess, I'm guessing this guy probably played a big part in the negotiations. I'm not sure who else was involved, and I would love to know, because that kind of tells us who's going to be the new leader in Iran. the new, not the supreme leader, but the new civilian leader, because we know it's not the president. But nonetheless, let's look at this statement. On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, Prime Minister of Pakistan, Field Marshal Munir, for their relentless efforts to end the war in the region. In response to the request from Prime Minister Safir in his tweet, and considering the request by the US for negotiations based on its 15-point proposal, as well as announcement by POTUS about acceptance of general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as the basis for negotiations, I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iranian armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitation. I'm guessing technical limitation means the sea mines that they have laid out, they're probably not going to be able to find it and remove them, so they're probably going to contact the ships and let them know, hey, go through this specific route and that's a safe route. That is going to create some problems because, as you guys know, before the war, over 100 ships were going through the Strait of Hormuz every single day. Over the last month or so, only 100 ships went through total, so roughly 3 ships a day. That means there's a lot of backlog ships that are just waiting to go in, get the oil, and get out. And that means the lanes are probably going to be crowded more than usual. And now we know, because of technical limitations from the Iranian sides, the lanes are going to be like tighter than usual. You know, the ships will not be able to use the whole Strait of Hormuz. They probably have to use just the safe part, and that's going to create some issues. But nonetheless, it is going to be a good thing, especially for Asian countries and some European countries who are getting very, very close to basically having oil shortages. So countries were about to run out of oil. So in that term, that's definitely a very, very good news. Only time will tell what type of traffic we see in the Strait of Hormuz and how long this ceasefire actually lasts. Now, to understand why Iran is behaving the way it's behaving right now, we have to go back and look at how Iran got to where it is today. That doesn't just mean going back to 1979 when the Islamic Revolution took place. In fact, we have to go further back to when the Qajar dynasty was ruling Iran in the 19th century and look at how the decisions the ruling class made back then still affects Iran to this very day. Well, guess what? That's exactly what we're doing in our multi-part podcast that just came out today. So if you're someone who's interested in the history of Iran and how we got to where we are today, definitely go check it out. You can watch it by clicking the links in the description, or you can just watch it by clicking the end screen on your screen, basically clicking the video that's on your screen.